Okay, anyways, it's time for this talk. All right, Trellsky has been called, and Trellsky's here. Wow, I think this is the biggest group we've had,
Hello.
actually. Hello. This is the biggest group we have had so far, but I think it's necessary. We've done some other classes with multiple roles and specs, and we similarly had to have like a ton of people on, but we actually like shoveled them in groups and didn't have everyone all together. But Monk is definitely a class that has like 3 distinct classes, play very differently, have different play styles, but share a lot of cool abilities. So I do want everyone to actually be here for the class tree discussion. I'm actually going to share my screen so you guys can follow along as we're talking about it and kind of just be at the same point. And I'll probably just have it on the Windwalker side just because, just for... Well, we're going to start with both Windwalkers. So basically, here's the idea. We're going to do a broad talk about like where your class has... We'll do introductions. We'll talk about where your class has been in this expansion. General class tree things, what kind of nodes you guys like or don't like. Don't get too much into the pathing. I know the pathing is like a big deal in the class tree, in my opinion. Like, it's a big problem, and there's a lot of decisions that don't make a lot of sense, even though I think the power level is there and the capstone level is a little weird. But like, we'll just have a general conversation about all of that. Just kind of wait for the pathing to be talked about when you can actually show it in practice, when we're actually going down these trees. And then we'll have you guys go one at a time through the class tree all together. Again, you guys can all kind of give your input. The reason why you want to do them back to back is just to see how sometimes these class trees are not the same for every spec. You can do one spec and be like, oh, you get everything you want and there's a decent amount of choice. And then you do another spec and you're like, wait, there's actually so much more throughput nodes that you can't really choose any of the other stuff. There's no choice really at all. And if we're taking paralysis, for example, as, X class, you have way more actual options. That is something that definitely needs to be talked about and seen. And then after that, we'll do the spec trees individually. I think all the specs have more than 2 people. I'll have you guys focus on raiding or Mythic Plus aspects of the game. Once we actually get there, I'll probably have one of you take me down a raid route, one of you do Mythic Plus, and then one somewhere in between. And then obviously, you guys can figure that out amongst yourselves. I figured for Mistweaver at least, like Maevey would do raid, because I don't think he's done a lot of Mythic Plus on Monk, but he mained Monk for a decent amount this expansion. Megasett, I know you do a lot of Mythic Plus. And PvP as well, as I'm aware. So like, if you want to throw any notes about that, that's fine.
No
no
PvP.
no PvP. Okay, I totally made that up. Never mind. And then and then for Brewmaster, Reloe will do raid, and Trellsky will do Mythic Plus. Obviously, if you are not, let's say Trellsky, for example, has a take on a raid talent, you can speak up at any point. It's just I need one specific person to kind of be choosing the nodes. And then for Windwalker, there's kind of a lot of you. I'll probably have Babylonius take me down the tree and then just have like conversation throughout all of you. Maybe have like, you guys can figure out if like Trill wants to do a raid one or Jfunk wants to commentate or do one of them. We can kind of figure it out. There's a lot of ways to go with Windwalker and a lot of things to talk about. That's basically the lowdown for today. So we'll kind of start with some introductions. So let's just start with the Windwalkers. Babylonius, tell us about yourself.
I'm Babylonius. I raid in Occasional Excellence, now on Area 52. We've been raiding primarily as a Windwalker since early Mists, and even did some Windwalker stuff in Alpha. So I currently write all known guides for Windwalker, at least Wowhead Icy Veins and Peak of Serenity. I own and admin the Discord as well as the Peak of Serenity Monk website. Stream on Twitch when I can and answer questions, all that stuff.
All right. That is awesome. What about Trill? What's your deal?
I have raided with Limit is now Liquid for when did I join? 5 years now, I think, 2017.
Yeah.
And I have also been playing with Mez and Sidu, and now Sandman was part of now Liquid's PvP team for 4 years, 5 years as well. So been around playing Windwalker for a long time, played it since small beta. And I do basically everything I can do on the class, PvP, raid, Mythic Plus, you name it.
Yep. We also go way back. I actually think the first time I met Trill actually was when we were both maining Windwalker in High Mall, which Windwalker was very good in High Mall. And we were doing, what was the last boss's name? Imperator. We were doing Imperator sales for AOTC or whatever it was back then. So that's actually when we met, was actually just like playing Windwalker and like fighting each other in sales. And then he joined the guild. I think dude, that was like, do you know how, that was like 8 or 9 years ago. That was a long time. But then, you joined the guild a few years after that. And then Jfunk.
Hey, I'm Jfunk. I'm a washed up Windwalker veteran, and I raid in Growl's guild. So, yep.
Amen. All right. So the two brewmasters today, actually really excited to have Reloe on the stream, because I think people know Reloe for weak auras typically, but Reloe, tell them about yourself.
Yeah, most people probably know me from Recross. I've been doing them for Liquid since Nilothar, but also a lot of that before already. I also raid as a Brewmaster in Northern Sky, which is around like World 20 to 30. And currently forced to tank there.
Dude, sorry. My headset died as soon as you started talking, so I had to replace headsets, and I didn't hear a single thing. But they are hard spamming Giga Chads, so you are forced to tank. Dude, that's okay. That is not. There are very few like career tanks that like end up playing at the highest level. Like most people who tank in top end guilds, including, you know, most of the tanks in the top 5, are not people who have always tanked. There are people who tank because they have to, and then they always go through the rotation of, this was me for the longest time. Like, you DPS and then you tank, and then you're like, damn, I'm DPSing, I don't care. Then you like see some tanks get recruited, and you're like, damn, I'm immediately holding back this guild, and then you just have to do it again. That every single tank goes through that at some point in their WoW career. We have Trellsky joining us as of 8 minutes ago for the other side of Brewmaster.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me on.
Yep.
My name is Trill. I'm one of the hosts on the Titan Forge podcast. I have been playing Brew and Windwalker for 4 or 5 years, and that's about it. I did a couple MDIs and doing the Great Push tomorrow.
Oh, what? Oh, you're competing in the Great Push tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Oh, are we holding up your practice?
Yeah, that's okay. You're good.
No, that's not okay. Okay.
That's why I was like, LOL, ... sure.
Okay. That's not good. Well, okay, we will speed run Brewmaster, and if you have to leave at any time to do that, just like immediately leave. Dude, the lol sure is legendary. They're gonna be spamming that for weeks. Okay. Okay, well he's on vacation. Okay, vacation takes whatever. Okay, all right, Mistweavers. Maybe you've been on a few times, but just give them a little bit of your background for Mistweaver, because I think a lot of it was recent, but you definitely like dove headfirst into it.
Yeah, so I'm Maevey, raid in Liquid. I think everyone knows me from my nerd screams. I played Mistweaver a tiny bit in MOP, not really all that much, but a lot in WoD, especially HFC WoD, like that era of Mistweaver. I hated the changes in Legion, but I picked it back up this expansion, Shadowlands. Yeah, otherwise, I'm known for Shaman and other healers, so...
Yeah,
hopefully I can give a balanced take on Mistweaver here.
Yeah, we definitely... Shaman was kind of showing itself to be a little unviable in the middle of the expansion, especially after Sanctum Farm, at least for like the very highest level. So Maevey was tasked with like basically main swapping Mistweaver, which is a pretty big change because it's also a melee healer. A lot of healers struggle in melee, especially in raiding content. And so he like fully dove in and was preparing to be Mistweaver, and then we swapped him off to do some other stuff. But yeah, so he went fully into it at one point. If you guys know Maevey, he like doubles down on everything he does, so he got pretty good at it. And then Megasett, the singular most requested person to be on my stream, by the way. Mistweaver, tell us about yourself.
My name is Meg. I stream, and it's been kind of a recent thing. I think I started in 2019, which is when I started to kind of do more endgame content. So I've been playing Mistweaver since around like middle of BFA, and then I also have experience raiding on Priest and Paladin, and I have experience in Mythic Plus with all of them pretty much except for Resto Druid, but my main focus is definitely Mistweaver. I also have a little bit of experience with casting. I casted for Pieces and for BDG in this most recent Race to World First for Sepulcher.
Awesome, cool. Very, very cool. And then I will probably introduce myself, because the last couple of things we've done, I have not been super into them. Like, there's been like 3 or 4 classes in a row that I basically have not played for a very long time, and, you know, I just kind of let everyone else run everything. Monk is a class I've played a ton of. I've played in all the Race World First I've done. I've played Monk in every single one of them. If I haven't actually played it for every boss, I've used it for some boss. And then Windwalker was one of my like first loves in the game. When it came out, it was something I main alted for all of MOP, and then I ended up maining for a very small amount of time in WoD before having to go back to Brewmaster. It's also something that, and this will maybe give a different idea of takes, because a lot of you guys have played Windwalker for like a very long time. I have played Windwalker, but not for a while, and it's very new to me, and I'm super into it right now. So I think my takes will probably differ from a lot of your alls in that way. At least I saw that a little bit yesterday. But Brewmaster, I actually, as much as I've played it in the past, I haven't played it in a long time. So I'm definitely requiring you guys to like heavily guide me in that direction. So, all right, here we go. let's start with the class tree. Again, let's avoid pathing. Let's talk about some things in the class tree first that you guys like to see. That, again, it's really hard to tell with like some Windwalker stuff at the bottom. And then we will get into stuff that you think is like problematic. And this can be open to anyone. This is all specs. Just things you guys like to see in the class tree that are like a new power level, new level of choice, or something the class has not had before.
So
Sorry. I wanted to mention one thing actually. Is I like how much self-healing you can actually like build into, especially for Windwalker. Having like instant vivify or just like those Jade Serpent statue, I think is like a nice change of pace, because we used to have like Healing Spheres back in MOP, and that was really powerful self-healing. But then every expansion since, our self-healing is always at a cast time without a way to really like make it instant. Besides Expel Harm, and Expel Harm is very weak by itself, so I like that there's more self-healing and makes it more of a hybrid again.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say too, because really the two things that jumped out at me the first time I looked at the class tree were survivability and movement. There's just so many, like, you can just talent into so many movement abilities, Tiger's Lust, Celerity, extra charges a roll, Chi Torpedo, all that stuff. But then being able to have diffuse magic and dampen harm, and like Windwalkers will still have Karma and Fort Brew, like all this stuff. There's just, you can talent into like such heavy survivability and heavy movement, and that was really the things that jumped out to me the first time.
I think too, the instant vivify thing seems insane. Like, I was doing a dungeon yesterday, and specifically the healing, that was like so noticeable. I don't know how many times you're actually going to take like Jade statue at the bottom, because you mentioned that. Like, I think you're maybe, I don't know if you've pathed it a lot. Do you think you would take this outside of PvP ever? I feel like there's just so much like potential extra gain at the bottom to where, and this is going to be a whole other conversation actually in a negative in a little bit about potentially the bottom of the class tree being kind of weird. But I wonder, do you think you'll actually be able to take that a lot?
It depends on what the final, like the middle final talent is, because obviously it's blank right now. But I think that like in most cases, like maybe Ox statue would be more beneficial. But I agree that the bottom tree in general is underwhelming, because you could just pick other, like you could just not choose a bottom talent at all, and you'd probably be better off in a lot of cases, because the channel isn't, it's only 8 seconds, right? Like, it used to, in old versions of Jade Serpent statue, it used to like last forever, I think. And in the more recent versions of it, it's a short channel, so you'd have to like constantly refresh it to get value out of it, which you wouldn't do again in like a non-PvP scenario.
What do you guys think? And what? Yeah, you talk about defensiveness. What do you guys think about? So you're losing, like, a lot of monks play like Necro at the moment. So you're losing Fleshcraft, but you guys are gaining the ability to have diffuse magic and dampen harm at the same time with a 2-minute Fort Brew. What do you guys think?
I think that's a net gain for both Windwalker and Brew, at least. Like, having diffuse as Brew is absolutely insane as a CD, and you can also use it to have a lot more damage in dungeons too, and maybe some bosses. But I think it's better to have dampen over Fleshcraft as Windwalker too, because you're also mobile while you have the same DR plus more DR sometimes if you're taking heavier damage.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it moves Windwalker into a category they're not currently in. So I feel like for the longest time, Windwalker does not have a lot of like pro or reactive ways to live. Like, they're built with verse, so they're nice. They have some like built-in self-healing into their kit. But a lot of their stuff, like if you were a good Windwalker, you like never died to stuff. There was like kind of a, people would say a while ago, like, oh, Windwalkers are just like really squishy. I think maybe that was a little bit put on by the fact that they were like a super meta Mythic Plus class, and like, people would just like roll swap to them or Fodum swap and then just like feed on it like most people do when they do that. But like, I feel like Windwalker has always had tools to be an above average defensive class, or just all specs of monk. Maybe Brewmaster is obviously a total different thing, because tanks defensiveness is just part of what they are. But like, specifically Mistweaver and Windwalker, I feel like they've been noticeably, like, they've been able to live. If you die as one of those classes, it's not because you didn't have enough tools like some classes in the game. It's because you didn't use it correctly. But now I wonder if they jump into that higher echelon of classes that is almost exclusively filled with classes who the tankiest classes in the game. They almost all have cheat deaths or they're warlocks, right? I wonder if Windwalker jumps a tier. What do you guys think about that?
I think Windwalker's already super tanky, like you said. 4 defensives, being able to rotate. I mean, you can basically press something on every boss fight for every mechanic.
Yeah, it's really tanky. I'm not sure if you're going to take Karma anymore because of the pathing of the tree, but so you'll probably have the same net defensives, but having instant Vivify is really good. Only downside of Instant Vivify is it kind of makes Soothing Mist kind of useless as a point.
Yeah. So we can get into some downsides in a second. I just want to talk about any more potential upsides. So one of which you talked about with movement, you can have Tiger's Lust. Like, that's the issue with this. Like, I think a lot of casual players enjoyed Chi Torpedo or Celerity. You see it a lot, especially in lower level raids or lower level Mythic Plus keys. But if you are someone who plays this game optimally, Tiger's Lust is just an absolute banger talent choice. And the fact that you no longer have to choose, but they recognize this, you no longer have to choose between it, and you are gaining this with also the ability to have Celerity or Chi Torpedo. We can talk about pathing to get the second charge of roll in a second. That's certainly an issue. But that alone seems like a really nice buff for them.
Really quick, back to defensive stuff, just because, you know, as a healer simp, gotta mention these two things. The extra avoidance and extra leech nodes at the bottom of the tree seem really fucking powerful. Like, giving everyone nearby 4% avoidance and 4% leech just seem a little bit broken. You just need like one monk in your raid to give this to like all your melee or something like that, and everyone's just tankier because of it.
Yeah.
It seems like disproportionately like better than movement speed, right? Like the movement speed node seems underwhelming in comparison,
nerfed, right? Isn't
Yeah.
it? It's they. I actually think that that's not correct. Like, it doesn't make
There's
sense.
no way. There's no way it's gonna be 4 yards,
No,
right? That
it
seems
can't
like
be.
unbelievable.
Well,
I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure it's still 10. That's just the tooltip.
it's a
as well.
tooltip problem, yeah. Because I doubt that they would nerf windwalking from what it already is, and it's already like pretty forgettable, honestly. Like, I don't like no one's out here bringing windwalkers to the raid over the other monk specs because of the movement speed gain while also bringing mystic touch, right? That's not a thing. But I think they did give them some potential raid viability. That I think it's very important that it's not yet implemented. You don't know. It seems like it's meant to be melee or if there's a total group stack, but that is very powerful. Maybe the issue would be that it's so powerful that you'd always have to take it, and maybe it doesn't feel as bad though. Maybe that's why the capstone level is kind of things you might want but not stuff you need, because you might feel like, oh well, you know, to really be viable, like leech and raid is one. Like leech and raid's pretty good, but like in Mythic Plus, giving 4% leech to your party basically on a pull is like very powerful. In raid, giving 4% avoidance is insane. Like, it's actually so good. Like that's so many things that kill you are based on avoidance in raid content. Like, that is so powerful. But I guess they've doubled down a lot on raid buffs in this expansion. It seems like they've given windwalkers or all monks a extra raid thing when they're already kind of needed to be in.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to what, I mean, again, just talking for windwalkers, what that, you know, that last talent ends up being. It's almost certainly going to end up being a statue of some kind, but it just comes down to what it does, and is that something that, you know, you can just ignore in favor of, you know, because you can ignore those last 3 talents in the middle there and pick up, you know, both sides and bring avoidance and leech. And there are ways to even bring avoidance, leech, and movement speed, you know, together. So it'll be interesting, and some of that is just going to come down to how much, you know, DPS do we have to give up in order to access, you know, that extra raid buffs.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming that the missing traits is going to be White Tiger statue, right? It was in the mob beta for a bit, but we just don't know what it's going to do now.
What did that do?
It used to like just make your allies have a chance to shoot a tiger effigy at their target or something.
It zapped them with nature damage, I think.
Oh, Zapbot.
Basically. But the other idea that I thought might be, just because of, I know they did it with evokers in terms of, you know, evokers, I think still, you know, they have a cooldown that let melee attack from, you know, a little bit farther away. I thought having that White Tiger statue be like a training dummy that you put down, and then that damage gets transferred to an enemy at range would be a really unique thing for a melee class to be able to do.
I think on the note of these statues, I think Jade Serpent statue is definitely probably the least valuable one for like all three, the other 2 non-healer specs, at least in PvE. I think the fact that Mistweavers and Windwalkers can now bring Black Ox statue, and it seems like it's going to be very attainable. Like, if you're talking about points at the bottom of this tree, getting the Touch of Death CDR with the Windwalker kit or getting the avoidance is both things that are very viable, and almost all the time you'll be taking one of those 2 things. But then the node right above it is, you know, technically like defensive, helping you defensively, which is like always pretty good, especially when it's not even reactive. Like, it just kind of happens passively depending on the tuning of this. You could be talking about a 1 point like choice option in this tree to gain Summon Black Ox Statue, which will make you, like, I think the second class in the game that can actually AoE taunt a group of mobs away from a tank or away from a thing. You could keep them off of you with Ring when you do that. You could even just use it to just, group up mobs. You've done this on plenty of raid fights, don't need to talk about it. Just to kind of be in the pack that just helps initial threat with tanks. I think it's definitely something that's like pretty valuable, even if you don't actively interact with it.
One thing that's actually nice about that too is that you're not forced into the provoke speed anymore, so you can actually taunt everything and board away and not have them just run at you instantly and kill you.
All right, things you guys don't like about this tree. We'll kind of go over pathing more in the actual like building of the trees, because a lot of them will like end up being very similar. What is some stuff in this tree you guys think is like undercooked? Something that isn't here that should be here. Obviously, can't really talk about the under construction thing yet because we don't know the tuning of it. What do you guys not like about this tree?
I think improved para is a bit weird. It's like Omega situational, right? It's good in like PvP probably and like Mythic Plus maybe, but outside of that, you're not really gonna notice it, right?
Yeah,
should be like a
one
choice
that
node.
jumps out. Yeah, it's one that jumps out to me too, because needing to get paralysis to get Fort Brew and needing to get Fort Brew to get expel harm, like that whole kind of right side line just feels odd.
Yeah, there's absolutely scenarios where I guess we're going to talk about pathing, because pathing is probably the biggest problem with this tree, where you would have to take not only 1 point in paralysis, which is something that should be necessary. I'm not going to open up other trees and like show examples, but almost every good class tree, which is more than half of them, they're actually not bad. You get what you need, and then you always have at least 3 to 4 points to put in stuff you need for a specific situation. So in raids, how many raid fights do you need paralysis? Not many. In Mythic Plus, you could use it as a stop, so you might just want it all the time, right? And then in PvP, obviously, you need it. But like, there's at least the option to spec into things when you need it. That's kind of what the whole class tree thing is. It's not necessarily, it is about what you're gaining and like the power level and stuff like that. But it's also, what are you able to not pick to make yourself kind of stronger in other areas based on the scenario? And that involves like basically any utility, the kick spell, and classes are handling this differently. But the fact that you have to choose paralysis to go into Fortifying Brew to also get expel harm, the fact that you have to pick Spearhand Strike to get Celerity or Chi Torpedo, when like you could absolutely want extra movement without necessarily needing a kick, where other classes don't have to make that decision. And then probably the biggest one, the fact that all non-Mistweavers have to select Soothing Mist in a scenario where they may not use it just to get a second charge of roll, right? I don't know if there's any worse ones.
I don't think you just get the interrupt, I think, to get the second charge roll. But the left side of the tree is like really underwhelming, I think, for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, having to go through all the Vivify stuff to get Chi Wave and Chi Burst felt a little odd, but some of that just comes down to, how much damage they actually do, and if there's damage to be gotten elsewhere on the, if the choice is getting down there to get Chi Wave or bringing 4% avoidance, that's going to come down to tuning, because Chi Wave and Chi Burst don't exactly do a ton of damage themselves. You want Chi Burst for things like the added Chi and Mythic Plus and stuff.
I wonder too, you also have to pick Transcendence to get Ring of Peace, and you have to get Ring of Peace to get Eye of the Tiger. Ring of Peace is an insane ability. It's actually like one of the few things about monks outside of like required raid utility that is something they can do that other classes can't. It is just an insanely unique and powerful ability in a lot of content. But there is content when you don't need Ring of Peace. And there's also content where you don't need Transcendence. Probably much less. Transcendence is basically always useful. But like, you're having to make these choices to get potential throughput at the bottom. Rather than kind of getting your throughput. Like the issue with pathing this tree is like none of the stuff makes sense where it's going. You're having to get utility to get throughput constantly. And there's kind of been like a competing philosophy with that. Like, you guys are on the tree. If you guys look at like throughput versus utility capstone nodes, about half the trees have them, half of them don't, the actual class tree. You guys have like basically a utility. Like, the actual capstones are all kind of utility. Maybe the Windwalker one will give you some throughput. I guess this one will give you healing throughput if you use it. And then the other ones are just like raid buffs, 2-point things, kind of limiting you to get too many points in the bottom of the tree. Like, I just don't know how you guys feel about that. It definitely seems like they put enough throughput in your class tree and not at the bottom, so they followed that, but it still feels like a lot of the decisions feel bad.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't like that Transcendence is right in the middle, right before Ring and the defensives and all that. And I also wish the other Transcendence trait would be like off to the side, right underneath the first Transcendence.
Oh, where is the other Transcendence? Oh, down here? Yeah, I see. Yeah, like a tangent node. It's the same thing up here. Like, I'll give an example for paralysis. So, like, if just looking at the Hunter tree, for example, the Marksman tree, they have Bursting Shot. For a while, Bursting Shot was in the exact same position that Paralysis is in the class tree. It was leading to things that you needed. It was just in the marksmanship tree. And what they ended up changing, one of the classes that has gotten the most feedback, and while Hunter is still not in its spot it needs to be in, it's gotten so much better. And more importantly, you've seen the philosophy of the developers. When they've seen nodes that you take to get utility to go through throughput, they have, in the Hunter tree specifically, they have universally changed it, and they've made it to make more sense. So just as here, when you get Bursting Shot, and then the thing that works on Bursting Shot, the exact same thing as Monk, where you're grabbing Paralysis and then the second Paralysis node, which again is kind of an interesting node in general, but you're taking that, right? That needs to be on its own line away from everything else and not leading to anything. That is exclusive with every class tree needs to do exactly that. I imagine it will happen. It's just a rough first draft of it.
I feel like Soothing Mist should just be like baseline for Mistweaver, because I mean, does Mistweaver even like use Soothing Mist? I don't think right now, right?
Not really. In PvP, they do. We generally avoid it in raid, and it has some uses in keys, but it lost a lot of value when we got the instant Vivify, so we're kind of not really going to use it anymore.
I think it'll still have some value with one interaction in the Mistweaver tree, but yeah, that's it.
Like they could just rework Jade Serpent statue and then just like put Expel Harm where Soothing Mist is, and that would actually be more of a choice, I think.
Oh, I see.
Like right now, we're not even taking Jade Serpent. I'm not taking any capstones on my monk at the moment.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Because capstones need to be utility, but they need to be strong enough utility where you feel good investing in to get them. Like, that's the whole idea of the tree, is that these points should relatively increase in power as it goes down, ending and culminating in the most powerful things. And the fact that you would skip that just means that something is off. But also, they don't necessarily have to like feel bad about picking Soothing Mist, right? Because it's just like automatically to them, they don't have to spend a point on it. But like you said, Expel Harm is something that's potentially relevant for all three specs, to where you would potentially want to have that there instead. So just the whole idea of Soothing Mist, I guess this is kind of something I need to talk about. We didn't talk about this. I should have said this right when we came in. Most of this is about like tuning stuff more than like actual, or about gameplay stuff instead of tuning, because a lot of stuff will change. Like specifically with Windwalker, like they realized that Fist was like kind of a problem this expansion. They've had a lot of this over time, where Fist, they had to buff it by 40% with a tier bonus to make it be what Fist is supposed to be all the time, right? So currently, if you look at like tuning on the Windwalker tree, there's not a lot of times where you'd press Fist of Fury, especially in single target. They have not done for any class yet, except for specifically Earthquake. They have not tuned down and up things to make it so you cast them correctly in your rotation. None of that has happened yet. However, I do understand, especially Monk's perspective, that, it's kind of hard to tell a Monk player, especially a Windwalker, when, Blizzard's like, oh, well, we'll take care of it. I understand the apprehension there, because there's been, they've said that a lot, and there's been things broken and bugged for a long time. So mainly focusing on theory. But you're saying even in theory, though, like, they would have to make Soothing Mist something way better or different to not be casting an instant Vivify instead.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be taking a lot of single target damage. So the way it works right now, like in Mythic Plus, is if someone is taking a lot of single target damage from a dot, or if they're the tank and they're not Blood DK, it goes into Soothing Mist, into Enveloping Mist, into Vivify spam to keep them up. But now that we have instant Vivifies, the only thing that you're really losing is that Enveloping Mist instant cast. But then, once we get into the Mistweaver tree a bit, you'll see that we have a 1 minute Celestial, where we're going to be getting discounted Enveloping Mists. So it's kind of hard to say, like, Soothing Mist has value when the main thing you're using it for is Vivify, and that's instant now. And then the only thing, like, down below Jade Serpent statue, you use Soothing to trigger it, there's no point. I'm avoiding casting Soothing in most aspects.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. We'll talk about that more with the Mistweaver thing. I think another thing that's weird is that a 1-point talent is the second charge of roll. That screams to me that they kind of ran out of ideas and they needed to put it somewhere in the tree. So I think this is kind of half-baked, and they may even make this baseline. But down here, if you were to not path through here as a Windwalker or whatever, I'll just change it to Windwalker real quick. You would kind of go down and just grab Celerity as a 1-point talent, and it's just objectively better than the extra charge of roll. If you didn't need to specifically have 3, you would ignore the second charge of roll just to get a better version of the second charge of roll down below. And that just seemed like kind of a weird, like, dependency issue.
Yeah, it's strange if they take Interrupt to get a second charge of roll. Like, there's a possibility that you just have 1 charge of roll on Tiger's List, and that's your mobility as Windwalker next expansion.
Yeah, that's super. We'll talk about that more with the Windwalker tree, but it's like the fact that they put Flying Serpent Kick here, as much as it's nice, it can reset your mastery. It's just so fundamental to being a Windwalker. You just press that bind anytime you need to go there just by default. I did a dungeon yesterday without it, and it was just like I pressed that keybind probably 15 times in the dungeon, it didn't go off, right? But it's just not as powerful as a throughput node as a lot of other things you can select. So they're kind of making you lose something. It's just more of a thing that could be baseline for all 3 specs, actually. I think that would make it a bit easier because there is no making something baseline for Windwalker in a way, right? It would kind of have to be baseline for all 3 or make it an early point you have to select.
Yeah, I mean that's the fact that you could go through without a lot of this stuff is odd. You know, I mean, obviously, there's most situations where you're going to want to have an interrupt. You know, but there are situations, especially, you know, because I mainly do raid and stuff, where there are fights where you don't need interrupts. So yeah, it'd be nice to be able to talent out of that. So, like the fact that you could, you know, I'm not sure if that's what they're going for, but to a certain extent, it seems like that's what they're going for. And that, like, all right, if you really don't need all these things, if you don't need an interrupt, all right, can you deal without celerity as well? You know, if you don't need paralysis, can you deal without Fort Brew? And then maybe that opens you up to getting avoidance and movement speed or leech or whatever. But I'm just not entirely sure what the thought process is with some of it, you know, without being told.
Yeah.
It also seems like the power level of some, I don't know if this is true for all the trees, but like there's like a handful of nodes that are like extraordinarily good and you need to take them. Like the fast feet and like the cooldown reduction for touch of death are just like absurdly good. That, like, I don't know, compared to the left side of the tree where you have like rollout, you're like, I don't really want this, but
yeah, very niche. And it like you're saying like the talents that drag you down to the bottom are like, for example, if you wanted leech, you'd have to pass through Chi Burst, which is like pretty good, and then you'd have to get rollout just to get to leech. Where think about the other things that are leading you down to the capstone node. You're getting diffuse magic, you're getting dampen, you're getting expel harm, right? Like those power levels are just universally higher than the left side of the tree, and there's no way to path to it other than going there. So yeah, that's definitely something to think about.
The thing about rollout though is it's not even like something I would necessarily guaranteed pick for PvP either, because you can just go like from the left middle side instead, and roll suppresses snares while you're rolling anyway, so it doesn't even really make much sense because you can just tire those out of roots anyway. So it's really just a weird town in general, I think.
Also, I mean, the whole left side of the tree is weird in general, because I'm assuming it's supposed to be the quote Mistweaver side of the tree, but like there's nothing Mistweaver about it over there other than Vivify, like, and Leech. But like there's nothing that you would actually want as a Mistweaver over there.
That's kind of true for the other specs too, though. Like Windwalkers take Rising Sun Kick, and then they take a passive damage increase, and then it's like, you know, there's a couple of like obvious nodes you're gonna take every single time, and then it's basically just Windwalker or just Monk class stuff. It's the same for Brewmaster as well. Actually, I think Mistweaver probably has more things on the tree, or as many as the other classes. They just clearly decided to leave most of that for the Spec Tree.
Yeah.
I think another
feels weird compared to like other classes, I guess.
Dude, this Crackling Jade Lightning node, I actually really liked. Was it Babylonius? Was it your mock tree you made? We looked at it on my stream. I liked it a lot, but I think you mentioned that, like, especially with Windwalker having the Last Emperor's capacitor, that like potentially having a casting Crackling Jade Lightning while moving is something that could be added to this.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that a little more in the Windwalker tree, but I think, yeah, like if that one there increased the range of it, and then the one that shoots right off of it from there, you know, allowed you to move during it, you know, I think that makes, you know, sense as well. Like I think there's some of that, but I think having to take, you know, extra Crackling Jade Lightning range to get that, you know, 2-point talent underneath it is odd. Just like getting, you know, needing to take detox or disable to get extra damage from the ferocity of Zuen. All of those, it just, that's where it makes it hard for me to really understand. Like, I think that's what they're going for. It's just an odd thing to go for.
That lightning node is just like weird in general, though, right? Like, why would you ever want more range on lightning? It's like never good.
I actually think that it's a really interesting choice for Brew and Mythic Plus, because you can pull packs from 50 yards and they just won't start casting on you until they're like 15 yards into the
That's
path,
true.
which is pretty big for gathering a lot of stuff.
It gives you more time to line of sight them around something too.
Oh, that's cool. That's nice. So there is actually some use for that. You touched on one thing that I somehow didn't.
Like...
Oh, go ahead, Squirt.
Oh, just for like keeping people in combat and PvP and stuff.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a little bit before we like dive in. We're gonna do like Windwalker class tree right now, but I actually wanted to give you the floor to kind of talk about what it looks like for PvP in general. Not super long, and this has not been a part of my conversations at all, but it's also the first time we've really had anyone that PvPs at all on the current class that they're talking about to be on here. And I know you've played a bit of at least Mistweaver and Windwalker. But yeah, dude, this node we didn't talk about. I don't know how I didn't bring this up, but the fact that you want to get Fury or Ferocity of the Wind, like probably all 3 specs are going to grab this, right? Like it's just like you're just taking a damage. There's not a ton of throughput on this tree, so like grabbing dam increase seems like something you want to do. And to get it, you're probably going to path through paralysis to get Fort Brew, so you'll have both options open, and you have to pick disable or detox, both things that are highly situational, but that one of them will be required. And almost universally throughout all trees, those are bad. Okay, it is time for Windwalker trees. This is going to be kind of universal for all. There is not a lot of like single target versus AoE choices in the class tree like there are in the spec tree. Let's have Babylonius, if you want to take us down, talk about the decision making. What I like to do usually, even if you want to spend more, unless it's required, like absolutely required, is to actually stop at every line and then continue. The reason why is you want to like fill out the stuff you need in the middle and at the bottom before going back up to the top, so you can actually see what choice you really have rather than fully filling it out all the way down. And then we will do Brewmaster and then Mistweaver after this before breaking off. But before we start this, I want you guys to actually have some time to talk about all 3 of you. Windwalker currently in this expansion, maybe Windwalker even more farther away than that. What do you guys think about the class right now as it stands, like as a DPS class in the game? Just kind of giving you the floor and things that Blizzard could look to solve by moving these trees around.
So I'm not sure what the other 2, and I don't think the other 2 are really kind of primarily play. At least Jfunk, I don't think you and I talked. I don't know if you were playing Windwalker as your main. Is that still the case?
No, yeah, I am.
Okay. All right, so I mean, I'll go first because I'm not currently playing Windwalker as my main. I switched after Sanctum progression, and I've been pretty vocal about this stuff, and really a lot of that was just because of the way that Windwalker does damage. It wasn't when I switched to play Demon Hunter in Nyalotha, it was because Windwalker really was not strong at all coming out of Eternal Palace. But then when I went back to it and then obviously switched back at the end of this, or coming into Sepulcher, I did that just because like Windwalker's in my opinion strong. Raids is my primary bit of content, but and Windwalker was good in raids. I just didn't like the way that it was good in raids. I understood why it was fun to do a fight like Soul Render, where you get your job and your job is just to annihilate everything, and that was fun on progression. The problem for me at least was that after farm nobody wants to not damage the ads anymore. So it becomes harder and harder to kind of beat my previous best and feel like I was playing better than the previous week because other people are kind of stealing that zero sum AoE damage.
Yep.
So my biggest gripe with Windwalker, has just been the lack of single target. It's been a long-standing problem, really. The last time Windwalker was good in single target was maybe Uldir when Touch of Karma was really broken, and it was like 15% of our damage. Or certainly at the end of Antorus with Strike of the Windlord and stuff, which we'll talk a bit more about. But I switched to I've played Feral Druid all for Sepulcher, Prague, and stuff because I just really wanted that boss damage. So looking at the tree, however, I was happy that there's a decent amount of AoE focused things on there to make me feel like, all right, those of you that love Mythic Plus and want to do Mythic Plus have your AoE stuff, and those of you that love single target and raid stuff, there's enough stuff on the right side that I feel like, all right, I can index more into that boss damage, into that single target, so that all right, it might just be for farm. If Windwalker is still the best AoE spec and it still is going to get the boss dead faster, I'm going to AoE my butt off, but then on farm I can say, all right, you guys, you hunters, you boomkins, you warriors, warlocks, you guys go bananas on these ads. I'm going to focus on boss damage and feel like I'm still contributing. to boss damage. I could focus on boss damage as a Windwalker right now, but you're going to be arguing with the tanks, in some situations for boss damage down at the bottom of the meter. So
I think it's a little better than that now, but yeah, that's a little hyperbole, but yeah, it has been that bad though. Like I think it was before the buffs, like a couple weeks ago or months ago or something like that, where they were actually like, if you looked at meters of like a boss like Skull X, pretty basic single target, almost full uptime boss, it is not close. Like it was the worst by far. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. What do you think, Trill and Jfunk, about like kind of just like the state of Windwalker, not like super long.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty happy with like Windwalker and Castle Athria, but it was very clear that like scaling has also been a really big problem with it. Like we start off really strong at the start of expansion, and then the middle tiers into the last tier of expansion, we just fall off super hard because we don't get any tuning. Haste is not a really great stat for us, and even though Invokers has been a really great legendary for us, it's been powerful. Our GCD being 1 second makes it hard to get a lot of value out of it. Our auto attacks not being great. Source of our damage, so Wind Fury is not very good for us as well. Like compared to Arms Warrior or DH, where those are massive gains for them. And then Windwalker is always a great PvP class, but one thing actually at the bottom of the Windwalker tree that I'll talk about later, but being like forced to play this hit and run style with this it's called Kiefer's Sky Rage, but I'll talk about that later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just again, Weapons of Order was like such a big reason why Windwalker was so good in Castle Athria, just having those like huge 2-minute windows of damage, but then like Bone Dust Brew as well, being forced to play that in Sanctum, and just it was not as fun, I guess.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about this later, but I think especially with the right side of the tree being so single target focused, I even know Babylonius' take before these came out was Weapons of Order is great, but you guys don't know what Weapons of Order would feel like without Invoker's Delight. It would make it a totally different cooldown. And so I think with them bringing back Invoker's Delight, it's strange to not see that on kind of the single target side of the tree, but we will absolutely talk about that later. All right, and then Jfunk, do you have anything extra?
Yeah, I mean, Shadowlands was like a really good expansion for Windwalker performance-wise, generally speaking. We kind of were always useful, but I haven't really liked the RNG nature of the class. I think Bone Dust Brew playstyle, like, it was fun for like one tier, but it's really degenerate and probably should not be brought forward into the next expansion. And then I just think that the class needs some like baseline changes. Like I think Fist of Fury needs a rework. I mentioned it before, but I think it should just be like Fell Barrage. I think that button sucks to press, and even though they're adding like 6 talents in the tree to make it feel better, it just feels really bad.
Okay, so Fist of Fury needs some work, and we'll look at that later. All right, okay. Moving on to the class tree. Again, pretty quick. Again, Babylonius, you'll take it down and just talk about this. Is most. I don't think Windwalkers will be taking many different things in the class tree. We will definitely be spending a lot more time on the Spec Tree. Let's just go down here and see where you go.
Yeah, so obviously the most important, first thing to aim towards is getting that ferocity of Zuen. So like you mentioned, we're definitely going to take Tiger's Lust. That's a no-brainer. Whether you take, you're going to pretty much need to take Paralysis because you want Fort Brew, same with improved Paralysis, so you take Paralysis. And then, this is where things get a little iffy. If the base damage reduction from that middle spot, 3% damage taken less is never going to hurt, so you might want to do that, but that's something that could be skippable, at least for the moment. So I prefer to take Detox over Disable. I think Detox has a little bit more utility in terms of helping the raid. And that gets you that 2 points in Ferocity of Zuen. That's pretty much essential. So then we still have 2 to go. So for this situation, I would say we probably, because you're going to want to very likely make your way down to Chi Wave, then you're going to want that reduction that damage, yeah, Calming Presence, and then at least 1 point in Vivify, just because you're gonna have to get down there eventually.
Yeah. And that's definitely a pathing thing. We'll kind of, when we actually have to go down to Chi Wave, we'll talk about how that kind of feels bad. But so far,
Yeah.
and almost every spec is going to go through this, because I would be willing to bet that all 3 specs are going to get Fortifying Brew. The fact that you have to get 2 things of paralysis on the way is just obscene. Like that's I imagine the very first time that this gets looked at, that will no longer be in the tree. They've fixed almost every occurrence of this in any tree. It's surprising that it came out at this point like that, but yeah, there's no scenario that stays. All right, so now you have unlocked the second row. Where are you going?
Yeah, so from here, you're definitely going to want to grab Fort Brew. That's the no-brainer. Transcendence gives it access to Ring of Peace, which is more useful more often than not. And it gives you access to both diffuse and dampen. So you're definitely going to want to snag those. There are going to be situations where you maybe don't need diffuse, but 99 times out of 100 you're going to go with both. You're going to take the Rising Sun Kick and Spinning Crane Kick talents pretty much all the time, as well as the Touch of Death one that's connected off of it. Those are pretty straightforward.
I was a little confused on the Touch of Death one, because like when you read Touch of Death on
Yeah.
Alpha currently, tell me about that.
Yeah, so I was explaining that a little bit to some guildies when we were testing my mic setup and stuff before. There's a lot about Touch of Death for Windwalkers to deal with, right? We have 2 talents on the class tree. There's at least 3 on the Windwalker tree, and the power of those is going to depend very heavily on what iteration of Touch of Death that we get. Will we get the current iteration that's usable, really as a pseudo execute, or do we get, the previous version that included Gale Burst, where you would cast it and 8 seconds later it would go off. So some of that and some of the power of some of these nodes are going to vary wildly depending on what brand of Touch of Death that we get. So it's really very difficult to kind of prognosticate without knowing. Right now on Alpha, I believe, last time somebody told me it is the current version of Touch of Death. Pretty much all of this stuff is kind of currently on Alpha in the way that it is now, as opposed to the way that it will kind of make sense to be. But the presence of that talent, that Touch of Death talent, it is the rank 2 aspect of it, at least what the tooltip says. So it's really hard to say whether or not that's meant to be actually getting Touch of Death, or whether or not it's going to be something that modifies it.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet too, just because of where they put Gale Burst in the tree, which is definitely something that highly interacted with the Legion version of Touch of Death, right? That leads directly into your cooldown, right? So I imagine I'm almost positive that I do not know this. They have not clarified it. I'm almost positive that it will be the Legion one, because like almost all this stuff makes way less sense with like how you do like burst and AoE with like potentially up to 10 Tods or
Right.
that kind of stuff. Like it would just be so strange if that did not interact like that, and you had to wait until a mob was at 35%, only for you to do your burst at 35%, and then they would be you know what I mean? Like it's super weird.
Yeah, so that's something we kind of have to act under the assumption that that's going to be the case, and we more or less expect that to be the case. But yeah, so you're pretty much going to take that as well, because you need to kind of fill in things. So you're generally going to want to snag Chi Wave or Chi Burst. Like I mentioned earlier, their damage themselves are not really super important, but before we worry about that, you're going to want to grab the Fort Brew modifying one's probably the second one to reduce the cooldown. That grabbing that gives you access to Expel Harm, which is just fabulously useful for Windwalkers when you're at range, able to keep your chi going so that you can and keep your energy recharging is just incredibly useful.
Before you actually move on to Expel Harm, I actually think something that's interesting about Fort Brew is you guys have a much different choice node here than most other classes do. A lot of classes have their node, and then they have a node that makes their CD stronger or have a lower cooldown and higher uptime, almost exclusively across the board. And that's a decent choice. In all those scenarios, it's one of the best choice nodes in all these trees. You can choose to have coverage on a fight where big damage event happens more often, or you could use it to actually survive something there. I think it's very weird that they basically targeted tanking basically with this Fort Brew to where it'll make just a much stronger actual tank cooldown, but not be relevant for the other two. And then the other one is just like, you know, just reducing the cooldown but keeping it the same. I would like this second. I want to hear from the brewmasters here. I would like to, like, I'm assuming you guys will take this version, the second one, the not CDR, but the one that makes it a much bigger cooldown, but only for tanks.
I think still in most cases you will take the cooldown reduction. Maybe in Mythic Plus the dodge could be really good.
I would still take cooldown reduction. 4 brew is your strongest cooldown almost always, and just having more uses across the dungeon would be better in my opinion.
Okay, then something we didn't talk about in the class tree is I think they should absolutely rework this choice node, because it's clearly designed to be making Brewmaster's best cooldown already better. But if they're already considering picking the other one, it doesn't make sense for this to not interact with the other two specs. You could easily just make this say, you know, instead of it being a 2 minute or a 2 minute less cooldown, it makes Fort Brew, you know, just make up a random number, 25% extra health and 25% reduced damage if you need a bigger, just something like that, right? To where it's an actual choice. Seems like currently that's like not really well thought out, but we can talk about that with the other trees. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. So, you know, kind of continuing off, you know, most of the time you're going to want to snag Celerity or Chi Torpedo, especially if you're not circling back to grab, you know, that other charge of roll. You know, so you're going to grab Spearhand Strike because it gives you access, you know, to those two things. I personally prefer Celerity over Chi Torpedo, but I know a lot of people
Definitely, yeah,
prefer Chi Torpedo. Chi Torpedo, and this should still be the case, but Chi Torpedo is more movement speed over a longer period of time. You know, it's more of the marathon talent, as opposed to Celerity, which is more of the sprint talent. You know, shorter movements faster rather than kind of a longer movement speed buff that Chi Torpedo provides.
Yeah, that's I would say so. This is definitely, you see a lot more like casual players, especially like this is like Chi Torpedo is the transmog run like talent of choice, right? Just for that exact reason. And you never really had to think about Celerity versus Chi Torpedo because it was basically like Tiger's Lust versus the rest of them. But now that that choice isn't there, a lot of, I know at least in Raid, you would just almost always rather have more charges of a shorter cooldown small move than you would have big long moves. In fact, there's actually scenarios where Chi Torpedo makes you move farther than you want, and that just feels weird. Right. So, but I think the choice node is fine. There are scenarios where you'd play Chi. There's definitely bosses where Chi Torpedo, especially for Brewmaster for positioning, has been good in the last couple of years.
Agreed.
Nice.
I think in the raids, I don't know if you're actually going to take Spearhand. You can get away with just one roll charge on a lot of fights.
Yeah, you can.
And that's interesting because that would be the exact same 2 points. So if you just straight up took out Spearhand Strike in this, you could just throw in the second roll charge. But really, all you gain from that is Soothing Mist. And
you just have one roll charge. You don't even go up there.
Oh, you just don't even go up there, and then you would start using those points to head you down to Chi Burst instead. Yeah.
That's definitely the other path. You know, if you don't feel like you need that movement speed, but you know, just kind of assuming, you know, that we do. So that doing that unlocks, you know, gets us that 20th. So you're definitely going to grab the 2 points in the Touch of Death. Cooldown reduction, that's a no-brainer. The Resonant Fists is odd. That's something that we're going to have to test a lot just to see how it works. How consecutive does consecutive really mean? And, you know, obviously that's going to come down to tuning. But reasonable to assume that we'll take that.
Yep.
I don't know what it's supposed to do. The reading is very ambiguous.
Yeah, it seems half-baked. It seems like they had an idea for bounce back at this lower level capstone, and then they were like, okay, here's the tank one, here's the DPS one, here's the healer one. So let's make 2 other things that are just like kind of like this as a 2-point talent for every other thing, and it seems like this one does make sense and for all specs, bounce back, but the other 2 seem like kind of strange. They're not interesting, right? It just seems like something you have to take to go to your capstone.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, I think just if we're sticking to the spirit of, you know, what we believe the tree is going to be, you know, then you're probably going to take that statue, that the middle one that is almost certainly going to be, you know, a white tiger statue as the capstone, you know, and again, some of that's just going to come down to tuning. So then, you know, we have 6 things to play with. And what you do, you know, generally in terms of damage, you'll pick up the rest of the Vivify stuff. so that you have access to Chi Wave or Chi Burst. Then you have 3 to work with, and that from here just kind of comes down to what do you want? Do you want to snag? You can spend all 3 points and get into the leech on the left. You can spend 2 of the points and get into bounce back or the avoidance, or Black Ox statue, depending on whether that's going to be useful. If it's a situation where you're going to be using Transcendence a lot, you can go into Escape from Reality, which is it is an incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that.
If used well, like it really, when they first announced it as a legendary, and I was going through and putting that stuff in guides, like I knew like no one's ever going to use that as a legendary. But if you did, it would make
this is insane.
Windwalkers just incredibly annoying to try and follow.
This
around.
is like Deathstrike tier, like personal survivability if you're willing to spend GCDs on it. It's obviously way more GCDs, but like the amount you could actually heal with this, this strikes me as something that would just be absolutely insane in PvP. Like instant,
that's kind of
instant Vivify, 70% increased healing and 50% cost reduction when you're already porting away because you've taken a lot of damage. Like holy, that is so good. That is so insane.
My view of that from a rating perspective was like how many times when you run out of something, a big mechanic, are you running out for more than 10 seconds? So here now you're going to place your Transcendence in a safe spot, port to your Transcendence, which allows you to wait until almost the last second so you can keep up that uptime, port out, let it go off, and then port right back to where you are and maintain all that uptime on a boss. Without needing to kind of constantly refresh your Transcendence. That's something that a lot of new monks and even experienced monks, struggle with, is just monitoring, right? Where is my Transcendence? And, it basically, this talent turns Transcendence into like the Warlock personal port, where you're going to set it and you're going to go back there, except...
What's even better.
Right, except you then don't have to run back to your position.
Yep.
Because you can port back, and you can still port and use it, for added heals. God forbid you screw up and you do it too early, too late. Here's some extra healing, or to help other people who maybe couldn't get out as quick, or like you mentioned in PvP. I mean, it is an extremely powerful talent.
My only thing with the bottom of the tree is it doesn't seem you guys have that many points. However, I think this will be almost instantly solved in the first iteration that this tree gets after this, and that's because you said you had like 3 points at the bottom after you have the necessary stuff to kind of pick the stuff you want. I think that number is going to be 5 or 6, because I think right now they are not they've done this. There's precedent. They have done this with other trees when there have been these decisions to take detox to get the ferocity of the wind. When there's been paralysis to fort brew, they have like universally changed that. And it's almost always resulted in classes just getting more points, the points that they lost there. So if you could potentially also have, instead of 3 points at the end, 5 or 6 to move around, which would give you basically anything you would want in this tree. It would give you the option for Black Ox statue, the personal, the 2 raid buffs potentially, and then that would be it. Or you could drop one of the raid buffs and grab some other utility up here. It seems pretty nice.
Well, I kind of like just getting rid of the interrupt and celerity, and then you can get double leech, get Eye of the Tiger, and 1 point in avoidance node. It's actually pretty good. It's like, one thing about avoidance is that it's hard capped to 20%, and I don't know how many other classes can give avoidance, whereas leech is like, you just always want more leech.
Avoidance shouldn't be kept at 20% anymore.
Yeah.
I'm
Is it
pretty
not?
sure on
It's
live
not anymore.
it hard DRs at 20, but
Okay.
up to 20 it just scales linearly.
Not to mention that unless you're like insanely grinding, like right now people have a lot of tertiaries because you could just grind +2s and just like level that stuff up with Valor. Like you're giving 4% avoidance is always going to be like very good. Like it's like people aren't like sitting there capped. Like you're saying that. I don't even think there isn't an avoidance cap anymore, right?
Correct. And the flat 4% should like
Bypass
the DR cap because
Yeah.
it's 4% not rating.
Yeah. Okay, so that's definitely the biggest thing with that. But really, any class can bring that. I think Brewmaster might be the least effective because sometimes Brewmasters aren't exactly on the boss when raid damage is happening. But like Windwalker and Mistweaver on top of the melee pile at the very least. But if the entire raid is stacked, this has like very good value. I don't know if it like really changes things because if you look at like who's in a raid right now, monks are already in the raid, and you don't double up. I assume this won't double up by bringing more of them. Right, like if you have like 4 monks,
Almost certainly not.
and then you have like 16% avoidance, right? Like that's not gonna be a thing. But like the I feel like you know, monks at least feel good about being in the raid still, which is fine outside of just their actual personal raid buff. We talked about the choices here. Is there too much to go off of here for just the class tree for Windwalker? Or do you think we're okay to move on to Brewmaster? I don't want Trill to have his team hate him. I think we talked about a lot of the decisions, and Brew will probably go down the same route. I think maybe something we haven't talked about yet is the fact that you have to talent into provoke to make targets move faster at you when it's laden in a tier of the talent tree that is filled with great buttons. So it feels bad to go through that, but I do like the fact that you could choose it. I just wish it was easier and didn't feel as bad to do, because there are scenarios where provoke moving mobs faster is actually bad. And you would prefer to have this. And then there are most scenarios where you would actually want them to move faster to you. More of a Brewmaster thing, so we'll probably talk about that more in the Brewmaster side, but I think that's definitely something that's interesting. I wish they'd make that easier to attain for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, my thought from a Windwalker, you know, if there's or for Mistweaver as well, you know, if there's a situation where you don't have a Brewmaster, you know, you're going to set your Transcendence outside of the arena and use it to get the boss over to reset bosses faster. You know, as a Windwalker, when I saw that, I was like, okay, well, it's definitely useful. Like you said, you're not going to need it all the time. But, you know, Windwalker is a class that can taunt and port out to reset bosses and cut down on wipe time. So, you know, it's not going to make or break your ability to do that. But if you're doing a high pull count boss, it's not going to hurt either if you have an extra, you know, talent point to throw around.
Yeah, I think that's also something that if they're if by adding things back into the tree a lot of times, they want you to have to like go through and select them based on the scenario, but also you don't want classes to feel like they just have less than what they had before. And that's something that I think Windwalker does run into a little bit here, where like you're kind of losing Windwalking, right? And it's not like that's something super insane that you should have to like put a ton of points into. You have to go through 2 utility nodes, which again are not always needed, even though they are very commonly good. Eye of the Tiger, which is a very, you know, okay, like very minor single target cane. And then you have to go through all of that to get a nerfed version of Windwalking, even though we think it might be the wrong tooltip. There just doesn't seem to really be enough choice. So I guess before we move on to Brewmaster, what are your all's overall thoughts of the class tree? We've spoken about a lot of it currently, but also specifically Trill and Jfunk, since he's been running most of the actual running down the talents.
I just think the left side needs work. I don't know, like Soothing Mist just feels weird since Mistweaver's not really using it. And then the capstones seem really situationally useful. Like, I don't know. Like even like Ox Statue, like even on fights right now, like Vigilant Guardian, where it's supposed to be good, it's not super useful compared to like Ring, but I don't know.
Yeah, its range isn't long enough for stuff like that.
I'm not too upset with the tree overall. Like, I mean, there's a lot of utility and you, like even new stuff like, you know, Instant Vivify, which I think is really nice for Windwalker, but I mean, yeah, some of the pathing choices are not ideal, I guess.
Like if you want to compare, I won't even use the Shaman one because I overuse that tree, but even Druid, like Druid has issues, right? But if you look at like Druid's class tree, they're not really doing a lot of required things in the bottom of the tree. Like if you, outside of Führer or whatever you'd say, Führer being there, like Heart of the Wild and Nature's Vigil are 2 things that are not always needed, but potentially have like a strong power level. And that's what you're going down to the capstone level to do. This is one of the other few trees alongside Monk where you can get, you know, non-throughput capstones at the bottom. And I feel like these nodes just don't quite add up. I think the other 2 trees are, okay, we're going to look at Shaman. The other 2 trees are that like really shine with this are Shaman and Druid, even though some of the spec trees for Druid are a problem. The things that you're picking at the bottom kind of feel a little bit better, or I guess when they're tuned properly should be better than what monks are choosing. I guess that being said, we don't really know what the middle one is, but I think maybe Ox Statue is something like if you're the only monk in the raid, it's kind of nice that like you can be able to bring that and you don't necessarily have to have a Brewmaster. You're just adding more of the overall class utility to all specs.
I do think maybe the Webified Instacast thing is like too strong comparatively to everything else over there. I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, that definitely. I wonder if they had Brewmaster in mind for that, because there's a couple of like classes that have like on-demand healing on their character that isn't an absorb, right? Like Wog, you know, Frenzied Regen, but those are like built into those classes' active mitigation, and Brewmaster doesn't really need that. They're kind of a whole different thing. I wonder if they maybe designed with something in mind where they want like you to get like a overpowered like your Vivify button lights up as a Brewmaster and you get like a nice heal like once every like 30 to 45 seconds or something, because it seems like it changes the playstyle of Mistweaver a lot, and then it also like just seems insanely powerful for Windwalkers in PvP. So I'm definitely interested to see where they go with this, unless it's just a one-off. Okay, moving on to Brewmaster. So Windwalkers, we'll be doing your all's Spec Tree in like probably 30 to 35 minutes from now. So if you guys want to go do anything, I know you're on vacation, Babylonius, you want to like grab a drink or some shit, you are free to leave. But also if you guys want to stay and commentate, that's fine. Moving on to Brewmaster with Reloe and Trellsky. Reloe, I know you've been sitting here a while. I'm going to have you take me down the Brewmaster tree, and then I'll Brewmaster class tree real quick. We've talked about a lot of the decisions. The first one's always the longest, but just kind of tell me what it looks like Brewmaster will be doing.
Sure. So we take Rising Sun Kick, of course, and the damage taken reduce. And we have to go down the Paralyzes route for pathing.
Mm-hmm.
Detox is probably the one that's
more likely to be
used.
Default. Yep.
Yeah. Ferocity of Sven. And then probably go for the extra roll charge on the left.
So do you want to spend the full 9 to get it, or do you just want to grab Soothing Mist for now and talk about it later? Because you have unlocked it with just Soothing Mist. If you want to go down after that, it's up to you.
I mean, if we don't take the roll, then we don't take Soothing Mist. So yeah. We take the roll now.
Okay, sure. Good. Okay. And then after
this...
Yeah,
so we had take Fortifying Brew, of course, with currently cooldown reduction. The only option, I think. Expel Harm. Of course, we take the Transcendence in the middle. Ring of Peace for most cases, probably, but there is the option to spec out of it if you don't need it, and then get Provoke instead, if that has any use.
Okay.
We take Fast Feet for extra damage, always. Of course, we take Dampen Harm and Diffuse Magic for some nice damage reduction.
Okay. And then you have 2 more points. I doubt you'd ever take Provoke and Ring of Peace, I think, because it's like... so it's like kind of like it's one or the other, which means like they could kind of make this a choice node. Very weird choice node, but like I think I'm actually just going to keep it at Ring for now. And we'll this is an important thing because they're kind of, because of where they're putting Provoke in the tree, they're really making it hard for you to keep something your class has always had that isn't super important enough to be an actual talent, really. It's just kind of gone. But yeah, we'll talk about that later. And then you think you'd go Spearhand Strike into the Celerity?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we don't necessarily need the Touch of Death, because Brewmasters most of the time will use the Touch of Death as the one where you just kill the enemy if you have more HP. Mm-hmm. So you can take it, but it's an option. We take damage reduction on Touch of Death. I think I want to always take the Avoidance, even just for yourself. It's really strong. A lot of frontals that count for it. Then we take Bounce Back, which I think will work pre-stagger. So if the hit would do more than 20% HP,
it should. Most things that work like that do work like that. Yeah, that should be fine.
So it should be really good. And then Resonating Fists and the Under Construction, of course, we don't know what it is, but I assume it's going to be something we want to take as well.
And then that leaves you with 2 points of choice, basically. Almost everything we've taken is basically required in all content. I guess there's some scenarios where you don't take Diffuse Magic. Actually, is Sludge Fist the only time this expansion where you wouldn't have used Diffuse as a 1-point talent? It's like extremely rare, right?
Yeah.
So where are you doing these last 2 talents? Seems like you have maybe a little bit less actual choice than Windwalker, it seems. Seems like you're kind of hard-lined into a lot of it.
Yeah, a little bit. So the Transcendence, the Escape from Reality, can sometimes be useful. Just one example I had was on Prototype Pantheon. You could Transcendence to one of the Necrotic Ritualists, Touch of Death it, and then teleport back to the boss without losing any downtime. And the other one that's optional is Tiger Tail Sweep in top left to get more range on leg sweep if that's required. For example, on Anduin, that was kind of important to hit all the Lost Souls.
Dude, that still seems like you're... See, Brewmaster feels worse than the others because you are keeping everything you've had. You are gaining a strong defensive, and the power level's decent, but it just seems like you're just losing Provoke, and you're not having... Well, Blackhawk Statue was a talent, so having Blackhawk Statue be optional is fine. But it definitely seems...
gain Diffuse Magic, so that's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, like that's pretty beefy, but there's not like a ton of interesting decisions. It feels like kind of like the talent tree now. You're just choosing Tiger Tail Sweep, or you're choosing Ox Statue, right? It's just like all right there. So power level gain, but also let's talk about the same thing at Brewmaster is if you gained, 3 points at the top of this tree here, you'd now have 5 points to spend that are, technically optional, and that really opens things up. That opens up the entire line down from Vivify all the way to Chi Burst or Chi Wave. That gets you Tiger Tail Sweep and Escape from Reality, plus potentially the Touch of Death node or any single 1-point node that could be powerful. So it seems like it's in an okay spot. What do you think, Trill?
I agree with a lot of what Reloe's saying. I think for Mythic Plus, you just make a couple changes. Like, I would take the Vivify talents instead of the extra roll charge and Soothing Mist. I can almost guarantee that you can't dodge during Soothing Mist, so that's like just something you would never press. Plus, you'd still have 2 roll charges in this case.
Okay, so you grab all the Vivify stuff, still keep almost everything else the same. Oh yeah, you actually...
Yeah.
Wait, where did I lose a point somewhere else that's important? Or do we actually have everything?
Escape from Reality.
Oh yeah, you'd have the 1 point Escape from Reality, or you could grab Chi Burst or Chi Wave.
I don't know if I'd actually take Escape baseline as it is right now. And I would also not take Chi Wave or Chi Burst just because we have RSK to do our filler while we're waiting for energy now, which is pretty big, honestly. And so since you don't take Chi Burst, Chi Wave, you should have a point for Speed Taunt, if possible. Or if you don't need it, you could still take it.
Yeah, but see, that's like, why are you making them decide? But I really think this should be baseline and Provoke again. Like, it just seems, or it needs to just be giga free. Like, there's a lot of talent trees that exist where the top of the tree is like, kind of hard lined into giving you stuff, and then the choice kind of happens later, right? This just seems like it's just so weird that you're choosing between this and Throughput. Like, in almost all scenarios, unless you specifically need Provoke, you're going to take Throughput, and that choice seems wrong.
I agree. I think Speed Taunt should be a baseline for Brew.
What are your all's thoughts on? I guess we can probably even cover this more in the Spec Tree later. I was like a little unorganized, but I actually I'll probably ask you before the Brewmaster Spec Tree thing of like what your all's take is on current Brewmaster, and then like kind of where it's going, and we'll do that with Mistweaver then too. Do you guys have any final thoughts on the class tree for Brewmaster that we haven't really talked about? Before moving on to Mistweaver?
Maybe just about Disable. I don't know if you ever take Disable as Brew in any scenario. Like, you already have a pretty good slow that's close to that number on Keg Smash, and you can take an equally good slow but better with Special Delivery if you need it.
Beautiful. All right, Mistweavers, it's your time to shine. It really speeds up after you do the first class tree, because kind of a lot of the initial conversations are there, and you kind of have to talk about them. I'm going to have Maevey do the raid Mistweaver tree, and then Megasett, I'll have you focus more on the Mythic Plus Spec Tree. Megasett, I'll actually have you do the, and then obviously Maevey knows you can comment on everything. Megasett, take me down the Mistweaver tree and the class tree.
So we are definitely going to want to take Rising Sun Kick at the very top. I am building this tree in the sense that we are not going to be casting. I know a lot of people want ranged Mistweaver for some reason. I personally hate it. I don't think it should be a thing. In Mythic Plus, it's not going to be a thing because you are expected to contribute damage. Crackling Jade Lightning is not going to be enough. Zen Pulse is not going to be enough, and Chi Burst is not going to be enough. Most of your damage and keys comes from Rising Sun Kick and Spinning Crane Kick, so you are going to be in melee.
Okay, so that's just right off the bat, because I heard...
Yeah, I wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, no, that's... Well, because that's something that I think the Holy Paladin tree and the Mistweaver tree, both of the melee healers, like, clearly part of their tree, and I haven't looked super big into the Mistweaver one yet, because, just haven't got to it. But, like, the Paladin one was like, okay, we want you to have this, be able to have this casting playstyle, but it definitely feels like the way that those classes work is you have the ability to do damage while healing, and some healers don't. Or it's you have to make less sacrifices to do it, Mistweaver, and that's a benefit to your class. And removing that is bordering on the case of them being potentially unviable. I'm not even about to talk about the gameplay issues with that. So I'm actually glad you brought that up.
We are going to take Tiger's Lust. That is a really good utility for anti-roots and anti-snares. It works kind of like Freedom. It just has to be used after the effect instead of prior to it. It only removes it on application. It's not like a constant thing, kind of like Freedom is. We will definitely be taking Detox, but I think that there is a bug with it at the moment, because right now Monk Mistweaver on Alpha has it baseline, and if we spec into Detox, it doesn't actually give us anything. I think what their intention is to have base Mistweaver Detox be magic only, and then we spec into Poison and Disease.
That makes sense.
But we have all of them right now, so I'm not really sure what's going on with that. I assume it's a bug.
And did you send down...
every healer works right now, is you get baseline magic.
Is that how it is?
You get the talent.
Oh, cool. Okay, so that's exactly
Okay,
how
it's
it
just
works.
a tooltip issue then.
And then you're taking that to talent down into Frosty.
Into Frosty. Okay. Yeah. We also do take Para, just over on the right, and then we will be taking the Instant Vivifies. I think that is the most important thing. Both of those nodes, and then the Vivacious one. That is going to be like one of the biggest game changers for us now that we have kind of a more melee focused build. We don't have to sit there and channel and cast while we're in melee dealing with, frontals and whatever else you have to deal with in Mythic Plus. So that frees up a lot of our mobility in general, but it also helps us with the main issue of the fact that we had very little healing on the move outside of cooldowns.
This is actually interesting too. You guys are spending, it seems like basically, again, I think this will get changed because the fact that you have to take the poison and disease and the 3 paralysis, I think you're just gaining 3 points on this tree by making these options instead of necessities. But you are taking actually 10 points at the beginning, where the other specs took 9 and 8, which is like a little bit more restrictive, but we'll just see how that plays out at the bottom. So where are you going after you have the middle side of the tree unlocked?
I'm actually skipping Fort Brew because we do have access to Dampen and Diffuse. So we take our kick, we take Spear Hand Strike.
Okay.
And then the 2 Rising Sun Kick nodes there, and we will also be taking Transcendence so that we can gain access to Ring.
Okay, sure. Wait, I actually missed what you said. Did you say you wanted Celerity or Chi Torpedo?
No, Ring
Okay.
of Peace.
Oh, Ring of Peace, sure. Okay.
Yeah, and then I have been taking both Diffuse and Dampen. I'm actually really surprised that this wasn't a choice node. I'm kind of glad because Fort Brew is a 4-minute cooldown, so seeing those separated out and being able to take the shorter cooldown, I was actually really happy to see.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I'm just stunned. I'm stunned at the fact that you didn't take Fortifying Brew by default, but it is an interesting thing where if you look at, classes that it's interesting to see like where you put those points for throughput. Clearly you chose the like damage route up here, which is like absolutely viable and very in rating and Mythic Plus, all of it at a high level. But it's also like if you were to just ask most classes in the game, some classes are fiending for defensives, and just the idea that you'd be able to drop 2 points in them because you can live the fight without it, or there's not a specific use where you don't have to worry about living, you just live because you have a button. Rotating to a minute and a half and a 2-minute cooldown in most content is going to keep you alive. I actually like the idea that you're going with that, and we can talk about the choice of adding it back in later because I'm sure there'll be some points.
Yeah, and we do also still have access to Cocoon, which is generally used as a personal because it kind of falls off of tanks like instantly. So that usually defaults to a DPS external or just our own personal.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet.
We will take Chi Burst on the far left, and then that one roll node so we can get the leech from close to heart.
Sure.
And then we will be taking Fatal Touch, I think is what it is, or Touch of Death.
It's
and
the
Fatal
Touch of Death
both
thing.
Of those.
Yeah. Okay, and then now we've unlocked the bottom. You said you immediately want to go. I think almost everyone's going to take the Touch of Death CD and almost all encounters.
Yeah, Fatal Touch, and then the Generous Pour, I think is what it's called on the far right, the Avoidance.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then you, what about the rest of this? 24 points. Yes.
My tree.
Yeah. Oh, you can also just go off of mine too. I can like kind of hover over it, but so you said you want to do the leech node, right? If you want
both of those.
So grab the leech node. I also think something that's interesting too is it depends on what version of Touch of Death you get. It seems like we're getting the Legion one, and if that's the case, you would always want Fatal Touch, I think. However, if they do keep the old one, I think there are some fights where you're only getting one Touch of Death at the end, and this has no value, and then you could basically just spend those 2 points anywhere, and you could path down to Resonant Fist as well, just through Escape from Reality, right?
Yeah, and if I wanted to do like a full damage build, like forget healing, forget all of that, I could take Eye of the Tiger, and you could take Windwalking, but I don't think that that's like super important in keys, just because most people have their own mobility. Maybe the exception is Warlock, but they're not going to be in melee close enough.
Okay, so you said do take Eye of the Tiger?
You can. I'm not in this build. I don't, but like if you really wanted to aim for damage, then that's an option. On my tree, I have both traits of Bounce Back taken and one of Save Them All. Those are the 2 on the sides before the capstones.
Okay, and then did you take any in Resonant Fists?
On my tree, I did not. I'm trying to see where we are missing. I did take the extra roll. Sorry, way at the top.
Oh, sure. Okay.
I took roll, and then I did end up taking the Calming Presence on mine, but that is probably more of like a higher Mythic Plus thing, so you can live things. It's the off of Rising Sun Kink at the very top.
Oh,
I just missed those.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, that's fine. So you actually spent 12 points at the top of your tree, but most of it is coming back, because there's definitely scenarios where you don't need the extra roll. Although, dude, having 1 charge of roll sounds very cursed. So like I feel like 2 charges of roll is very good, but there's I think Mistweaver seems like it's a little bit more hard lined in. There's definitely if you're considering not taking, I'm actually really interested in this, that you would take. I guess it depends on the tuning of Bounce Back, because I feel like you're basically, if you're talking about defensives, right, you're leveraging the 2 points in Bounce Back versus just Fort Brew and the 2-minute reduction. And it's like basically whether do you want more on demand CDR or do you want more reactive stuff coming with that?
More reactive. So the main issue that we had in hierarchies in Shadowlands was that we were tanky during our defensives, but we ran out of them fairly quickly. So like if you think about Zav, like a tyrannical Zav, every time he jumps, it was like a 30 to 45-second cooldown. Eventually, I would run out of things. So being able to opt into that damage reduction, also we have the avoidance available now. That it would be game changing to be able to have access to that.
And this
Also,
oh, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that like bounce back too. I don't know exactly how it's gonna work. So it seems like you get hit for 20% of your health, and then you get a damage reduction. But some of these things are actually coded to where when you get hit for more than 20% of your health, this activates and then it actually applies to the actual hit. We're just gonna have to see how it's actually implemented, because it wouldn't be really too helpful for things like that if it was implemented the way it kind of could have been. It seems like you only are going to gain about 3 extra points as Mistweaver, where it seems like most of this stuff I think is like required. It seems like you did throw some points in extra, like 1 point and save them all is like you just kind of threw that in because it was there. Like that could be like
Yeah,
if
you could put it into what's the name? Escape from Reality. That would also be an option.
Oh
that you
yeah,
could
Escape
put it
from
in.
Reality. It could also be like Black Ox statue tech. You're the only one Mistweaver, and you have to do there's some crazy like Mythic Plus pull where you can stack up these like moats over to the right, and you can kill the pack without them. And when they die, they explode, and like you just weird shit like that. Like there's all kinds of stuff you can do, and it's probably less realized because this talent isn't always taken, and it's only available for one spec. I think it's one of the most unique abilities in the entire game. You could definitely do some game breaking stuff. So all specs kind of have the choice to grab it, but for here you grab this, and then I imagine if this is under construction and this is sick, you also have the ability, you know, if you had to drop points out of potentially defensiveness like you talked to and just slam down the, you know, throughput increase, since a lot of your tree is focused on damage.
Yeah, I'm mainly focused on damage just based off of how season 3 of Shadowlands went, or season 2 even was actually probably a bigger deal. Healer damage was fairly important, and there wasn't really any healer checks in a lot of the dungeons outside of maybe Sanguine Depths. So the healer damage in that aspect was much more important. Whereas if you look at the season 4 dungeons, Karazhan, and things like that, healing has become much more important. You see Holy Priests going Night Fae. They lose Kyrian Boon, which is a lot of damage. They obviously bring fairies and PI, but they're still doing about 4k from like what they're contributing, and Mistweaver is around that as well.
Okay.
So healer damage when there's actual healer checks drops off significantly. But I'm doing this based on what I had the most experience with, and that was season 3.
Sweet. Okay, and maybe if you were to fuck up this tree for world first rating or casual rating, what would you do in like a raid environment? I imagine you'll still stay pretty true to damage stuff, but
Yeah, just really quick before we tear it up, I just want to make like a small min-max thing here. Taking the charge out of the roll, like the extra roll charge, and putting it into celerity, isn't that always better?
yes.
If
If
Yeah, that's
if
fine.
you're taking Spearhand Strike, but also, so she was filling this tree out a lot differently actually than the other ones were, where they weren't like she wasn't going like choice by choice. She was kind of just filling it out in a line. So she said you'll take Spearhand Strike like most of the time, and you'll path down through Paralyzed to get it. But there's absolutely a scenario where, as a Mistweaver, you don't need a kick, right? Like most raid fights, or even raid fights that have kicks. Maybe there's just other classes that get that point more efficiently. So celerity might not be the 1 point option, but this is something we talked about in the general
Yeah,
class
it's just
thing.
like flexibility. I just wanted to point that out, like, so that we,
Yep.
just for like the min-max scenario, like celerity
Yeah.
is technically slightly better, but like having the option to take the roll charge up top if you're not taking interrupt is perfectly
I think
fine.
it's a dependency issue. I think the fact that you can take, I just think it all comes down to this. This roll being here in the tree is fucking
dog
weird.
shit.
It's so weird. Like this
True.
makes very little sense for almost anyone that plays Monk.
It's weird.
So that's why situations like this can happen, where it's like, wait, why would I take a second charge of roll when I can get a second charge of roll but also reduce the cooldown of roll? It's like, okay, that's just objectively better, right? Or in some scenario, have Chi Torpedo without a second charge, right? Like that would be so cursed. So yeah, there's definitely, I mean, that's one of the first things they'll change in this tree. All right, hell yeah, maybe
So
fuck it up.
things that I would take out is I'm gonna take out like all the touch of death stuff, just because I don't think it's too valuable in raid. You know, maybe you can take like the touch of death rank 2, but I don't think fatal touch is that valuable unless it's like on an ad fight. But we're gonna take Fort Brew because defensives are cool, reduce cooldown because that's cool. Here you just take expel or the
Touch of Death
rank
just
2.
to path
Doesn't really
down to
matter.
the
Yeah, just
avoidance
get to
thing.
Generous Brew.
I did want to talk about that. So Touch of Death is it's basically irrelevant on like Skull-X, where you're just like only hitting one target. Anytime there's target swapping, Dutiful Attendance, adds on Stone Legion generals that are in their like wind phase that need to die. Having a 1 minute, is this a 1 minute Touch of Death with 2 points here or something? Like that,
Yeah,
like
maybe
that,
1
like,
minute, yeah.
like that is so insane for a non-damage dealer to bring to a raid. I mean, you guys see it in Mythic Plus all the time, but like just having a Touch of Death is incredible that you guys will have this on a 1-minute cooldown. Even if you're not using it in the like Legion way. Well, I guess the other specs don't have the Gale Force thing, right? So they won't use it the same way that the other ones did. But okay, great. So all right,
Generous brew for sure.
generous pour. Yeah.
Or yeah, whatever. That thing's broken. And then from here, I think the rest is, or take the one node out of the save them all or whatever the hell the bottom left thing is. I think that thing's bad. I don't know. Obviously it's like a tuning thing, but like healing people below 35% health, every single time there's a healer conditional trinket that's like heal people below X% health, it's always horrible. So like I don't think this will be good, but like, you know, if it's like 50% health, it's a little bit more usable, but like 35 is way too low because if people are at 35 health, I don't know, you're just kind of screwed.
And you basically have to compare it to the capstones on its same level. Like there's obviously a damage one that's like this, 3, like you can see more than 3 people, and then there's a tank one or a defensive one where it's like more reactive when a hit deals 20% of your max health, whatever. Okay, well the healer one, the only way, you're right. If it's going to stay below 35% HP, something that does not happen as much as you think it does, it would need to have proportionally a lot more power. Similar to like a Shaman Mastery situation where like, you know, when the raid's getting low, Mistweavers are noticeably better healers or something like that. But I really doubt, based on the potential power level of the other 2 ones, that would actually be that powerful, right?
Yeah, Mistweaver typically does a lot of its healing in raid when people are at high. Like you just kind of sustain like rot damage kind of thing. You're not like there to save the raid necessarily. But from here, basically, I'm just taking Eye of the Tiger, and then anything else is like the rest of the points are just free game.
Okay, free game, and then it's just like throughput based on what this ends up being.
Extra roll charges if you want, defensives, whatever.
Yeah, defensives, got it. So it's just based on the scenario. So your default going, you might not need bounce back if you are default going like dampen, diffuse, and fort. If any class in the game has fortifying brew, diffuse magic, and dampen harm, you are not dead unless you mess up. If you're ever worrying about needing more defensives in raid, usually what it means, not in Mythic Plus, but in raid, if you have that many defensives and you're still running out of things and dying, there are 5 classes that are already dead. So you've already wiped in that way. So like needing exactly that many is not as big of a deal. But yeah.
Yeah, I just like it because it allows you to do some stupid stuff. Like you could potentially like do like some solo soaks. Maybe if you pop everything together with like a life cocoon or something, like it just makes you super tanky to do some pretty stupid
dude,
stuff.
I haven't thought about that. I don't know why
that's a good point.
that hasn't occurred to me. The very few cooldowns in the game that like can allow you to do that, it's like dispersion with some stuff, like an external. It's like the new astral shift with like Earth Ellie and some extra stuff. But if you popped dampen, diffuse, and fort, I wonder how many raid mechanics with current tuning
you
would actually
get life
survive.
cocoon on top of that. Like as a Mistweaver, you can just use it as personal. Like Meg said, you can actually just live such large hits.
That's insane, actually. Yeah, I don't know why that hadn't occurred to me, but that's very good. And again, ignored in the other 2 trees. The whole provoke thing here is just so weird. Same thing. You're pathing through Transcendence and Ring when you don't need it to get personals. Those problems are consistent.
I'd argue Ring
across all
is
trees.
worth a lot in a lot of raid encounters. Like you think Jailer, Rygalon, stuff like that. Like it just has a lot of use. I would in this tier.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really good on a lot of fights. It's just kind of, you don't really think about it as like a throughput tool or anything like that, but it saves the raid a lot of times.
There's also a philosophy from them where they basically say you don't actually have to pick everything. There's some things that we are requiring you to pick, and this could be that. Like if they're like, okay, you're definitely gonna take dampen and diffuse, Blizzard is kind of saying we don't want Ring to be a talent. We don't want you to not choose this. We want monks to have this all the time. Some of that happens in these trees. It's not necessarily a bad thing. So that's something that they could be considering as well. All right, so is that basically it for this? It's just like 2 points in choice. Again, the windwalking node, even if it's OG windwalking, I feel like this just straight up gets cleared by avoidance and leech. I know these aren't implemented yet.
I would never really take a windwalking over like self movement just because I'm a person. Like I don't know, I'm a little more selfish, but like windwalking just kind of seems like it's whatever. No one has
ever died and been like, I didn't have windwalking there. No one has ever like it's completely unnoticeable. It's just old version isn't strong enough. Maybe something to think about there as well. Maybe even changing it from what it was. Okay, and then again, everyone's ignoring this Crackling Jade Lightning thing. Also, one node we haven't talked about that has not even come close to being selected. Maybe if for any reason that it has Crackling Jade Lightning right in front of it, but there's a 2-point node that gives you 2% increased healing taken by you per node take, and that's kind of just hasn't been talked about at all. Kind of a weak position. You guys aren't taking
could say like 5% per point, and I still wouldn't take it. Like the increased healing taken.
Also, something we haven't talked about now that we're on the Mistweaver that we can is Elusive Mist, something that makes your Soothing Mist a 3% DR per point up to 2 points on the target you're
bad.
channeling. Yep, it's just bad. Even if you were using Soothing Mist, I
Wait,
feel
is
like
it on
this...
the person you're channeling? I thought it's you take 6%
Oh, is it?
damage.
Oh, it is
Assume
you.
it's herself.
It is
Yeah.
you. Okay.
So it's just another personal that you already have enough that's like, why are you investing 4 points to get to it kind of thing?
Well, yeah, and it's just the same problem. We're not talking about this because this isn't as good as the other side of the tree in Fortifying Brew, but you would have to take Tiger Tail Sweep in a scenario where it's not relevant to get this, which is a like DR versus utility thing. So that also doesn't line up.
For Brew, at least, I would definitely take the healing increase
think
node
so?
if it wasn't gated behind 3 other things that I wouldn't want.
Yeah.
In Mythic Plus, at least.
I feel like it's probably all the time. Brewmaster has like the least, or at least it's always been this case where it gets the least amount of overhealing generally. So that definitely feels good. All right. I think we're good. Do you guys have any like final takes on the Mistweaver class tree that we haven't discussed? We'll give you a chance to kind of talk about where Mistweaver was and where it's going. But we'll do that like when we actually do the Mistweaver part of this. Good.
The last thing is that Instant Vivify is really nice, but I don't think it's 100% mandatory for the way that it's going to be like played in raid. But I think you just kind of have to take the point to get down to the bottom left anyway. I think having that node have you path down the tree is maybe bad. I think it should just be like a 1-point node off by itself because it isn't necessarily mandatory. It's just really good QOL.
All right, so we're gonna do Windwalker and then Brewmaster and Mistweaver. Each one usually takes about like 30 to 40 minutes maybe. So Mistweavers will be like another hour or so from now, but we'll dive deep into this, which I've heard is like one of like the best trees they've made is what I've heard. Probably no spoilers for that. We can get to that when it's there, but I've just heard a lot of very good things. So I'm excited to hear what you guys think. And then yeah, we'll just move right on to Windwalker. Windwalkers. We talked about it, like where Windwalker has been before. Sorry, my dogs are barking. I want to do like a single target. So I'm actually going to have Babylonius start, and I'm going to have Babylonius focus on a single target version of Windwalker. So this is like raid single target. And then after that, we will have, either, I think we'll probably do Trill to try to alter the tree from pure single Skull-X to like, okay, there's a few mobs, maybe incorporating a couple of AoE elements, and then we'll have Jfunk fix it to be pure Mythic Plus after that. So we'll get all 3 of you involved in a way. I think there's definitely scenarios where there are like 3 distinctly different things that you would do with that. So I'm interested to see how that goes. So we will start with Babylonius with the raid single target Windwalker tree.
All right, awesome. And there's definitely some weirdness if it is a pure single target fight. We'll talk a little bit about it. There's some weirdness where you have to take AoE minded talents just because they're in the way. To really just to start off, you're obviously going to start off with Fist of Fury. You're going to snag both Power Strikes and Ascension.
Yep.
Because it's just, we're losing Fist of the White Tiger, and Power Strikes is going to fill that void. Obviously, one less button to press, but we will gain Strike of the Windlord. And Power Strikes actually generates more chi per minute than Fist of the White Tiger does. So you're going to really kind of just sticking to the right. The right side is primarily the single target side. You're going to take both of those Fist of Fury sides. You're going to take Open Palm Strikes. You're going to take Flashing Fists. You're going to take Glory of the Dawn. People are going to be super excited, to have that back. It was a fan favorite.
It was so good. Such good gameplay. Yeah.
Even there was a lot of really fun stuff that got added off of it. Like additional, like that second Rising Sun kick would then have an additional chance to crit, an additional chance to proc things. Like it just is a really fun, engaging talent. It even, kind of has some of its roots back in Warlords of Draenor with the, Sacred Dranic Incense Trinket with Chi Explosion and stuff like that. But yeah, so you're going to then move over, you're going to take Gale Burst, assuming, that we're good in that situation. You're really just going to want to take Gale Burst, in some ways.
So before you go on though, so I think so far this all makes sense. I think currently too, if you're talking pure single target, there's some weird tuning things right now. I think Jfunk was saying something like you wouldn't even cast Fist on pure single, so you might also ignore the Fist nodes. But I think that's absolutely a tuning thing. I think Fist of Fury will likely receive some kind of a buff close to the tier bonus going into this next expansion. One thing that's interesting to note is that the rest of the tree is filled with good throughput, and you as a monk are, in a lot of cases, kind of not wanting to take if you're speaking purely damage, which, let's be real, damage dealers, that's kind of your thing. Like, you need the defensives to live, and then it's about damn, right? And you have a million defensives right now. So you are getting rid of something that is like pretty fundamental to your class in Flying Serpent Kick and Touch of Karma, because this point doesn't really equate to a lot of the points around it. Do you feel that way?
Right. Yeah, I mean, Flying Serpent Kick is in the unfortunate position of being literally skippable. I mean, taking it gains you nothing but Flying Serpent Kick. And it's a situation where, you know, if you've played Windwalker for a long time, life without Flying Serpent Kick is going to feel terrible. You know, for a lot of people, that's the button you press even before roll, you know, because you have a little more control about when you stop and start. It keeps your mastery going. It's a little bit faster, looks cooler, you know, and stuff like that. Touch of Karma, I have a long, you know, history of disliking Touch of Karma in terms of its bringing, you know, a damage bonus to, you know, to a defensive. But I think, kind of circling back to what was said for Mistweavers, if you're in a situation where there's a big damage burst, you know, Dampen Harm, Diffuse Magic, Fort Brew, Touch of Karma is a lot of damage shielding. You know, I'm thinking way back to Siege of Orgrimmar with the Siege Crafter boss with the conveyor belt. As a Windwalker, you could pop Diffuse Magic and Touch of Karma and go through one of the beams there, and all of the Karma damage would get magnified. And this was when Diffuse Magic was even bigger, and they changed the order that these things were done. But you used to be able to kind of stack things up, and it's still, nothing is ever going to be as good as having a literal immunity. You know, that's still something that the monk class is missing compared to other classes. But, you know, adding up all that stuff plus then Touch of Karma, you know, that's a big DR that you can take if it's something that has to be soaked. But, you know, right now when I was building a lot of the trees going through kind of hypotheticals, I kind of by default left off Touch of Karma. I think it's easier to go without Touch of Karma than it is to go without Flying Serpent Kick, even just from, you know, being used to it. But, you know, as you can see right now, we're at 8 and we don't have to have either of them. You know, so it's a good and a bad thing, you know, in that they are iconic, like you said. But if we can deal with life without them, there's, you know, more damage to be gained elsewhere, I think.
Sure. Okay, great. And then now, going down to the bottom of the tree, but I assume he might come back up later. The thing I don't like the most about this is like Tiger Palm damage is, like kind of there, and that's just like really boring. It's like a very small increase, single basically to do that, but it's on the way to Shadowboxing Treads, which has, at least, again, I have no idea if this is like tuned with the tuning of this, but like if the Blackout Kick damage just baseline increased by 50%, even though it's going down like kind of the AoE path, it seems like something that would be a single target buff.
Yeah, that's going to be hard, and that's going to, you know, need to be spreadsheeted out, you know, mathed out. My assumption is that the cost of getting there for, you know, Blackout Kick damage, Blackout Kick is not a huge chunk of our damage, especially with all the other stuff that we're gaining. So I think that in terms of pure single target is going to be you know, we won't need to get to Shadowboxing Treads, even though it's one that I was incredibly happy to see, you know, placed there.
Yeah, it's excellent.
But you'll definitely take Hit Scheme, you know, next to it. Obviously, you know, we are assuming that it is not going to say Keg Smash.
Fist of Fury, yeah.
You know, in the future, right? That it's going to be Fist of Fury. So, you know, really, that's about as far left as you go in terms of a pure single target build. The extra 10 energy from Inner Peace below Hit Scheme on the left is really not necessary in a pure single target kind of raid environment. Most of the time, you know, you're only going to be capping energy if you're away from the targets for an extended period of time, and that's just not something that happens too often. So that's really as far left as we go. When it comes to Storm, Earth, and Fire or Serenity, when I've been building these, I've been defaulting to picking Serenity, just because I think thematically Serenity should be a little bit more of the single target. I also think Serenity, if they're not going to put Weapons of Order in the tree, I think Serenity and Weapons of Order need to be merged in some way. Even if you just throw out what Serenity does and just make Weapons of Order be the foil to Storm, Earth, and Fire. But I do think having Weapons of Order would be better. But thematically, I'm assuming that Serenity is going to be, it should be, in my opinion, a little more single target focused and Storm, Earth, and Fire a little more AoE focused, especially since we don't have the coordinated assault or coordinated offensive conduit.
Oh, dude, thank God. That is something that I'm so glad has gone from the game. It was powerful, but it wasn't like super interesting to use, and that has to be, if you're a Windwalker like class Discord guy, that has to be like the most likely thing someone does wrong. It's just so counterintuitive. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and I mentioned this, I think last time you and I talked, is that really coordinated offensive would be fabulous if you could unfocus your Storm, Earth, and Fire.
Correct.
Experience.
Yep.
That alone makes a huge difference. So for now, I'm just going to assume Serenity. I've never been historically the biggest Serenity fan, but I would much rather them be a little more split.
I think it's really cool to think about with Serenity as well, that you have the opportunity to play like Drinking Horn Cover and Spiritual Focus too.
Right.
I think that makes this way more fun to think about.
It does, and it really helps. You're going to take Drinking Horn Cover. I mean, they're in the middle for a reason. Because you're going to take Drinking Horn Cover. You're going to take Meridian Strikes. For more touch of death uptime. And again, we're assuming that's going to be the Legion. Version,
I'd bet so much money it is. There's just no way Gale Burst is right here if it's not.
It just doesn't right.
I think it's gonna be Shadowlands Todd. I just think Gale Burst is weird. I don't understand why Gale Burst is on the tree anyway, because ETL is still there. It's like the same thing. I just feel like it's gonna be Shadowlands Todd. I just don't know how all these Todd things are gonna work.
I feel like if they're gonna make it Shadowlands Todd, and I think if it's Shadowlands Touch of Death, it seems so weird to me that they would put so many Touch of Death points in this tree unless they're just going to be ignored. The only way it would make sense to me if they were doing Shadowlands Todd is like, let's just say on a single target raid boss, the boss goes below 15% and you use this, the number would have to be way higher than 10%, and it makes you have like just this random execute burst phase. That's the only thing that like seems like it would kind of lead into that. It wouldn't be the same one as it was in Legion.
It'd be a cool like niche execute build. It's just kind of weird that you're forced into Todd gameplay when it's not really a big deal right now.
Yeah, no, that's the weirdest thing for me about the tree, is that it seems like they're doing a lot of things right, and there's a lot, like we can go over this middle of the tree. They added a bunch of really awesome like 1-point legendary powers or things that were on the like spiritual focus, which was Whirling Dragon Punch it is just as much part of Windwalker as Fist of Fury is at this point, and you just never really took anything else in that tree, spiritual focus or serenity, because it was just there. And now they're kind of opening that talent row up is awesome for Windwalker. Adding Drinking Horn covers back is insane. I feel like they added so many cool things in the middle part of this tree.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it really, like, you're gonna pick up spiritual focus. It's always been decent for Windwalker. You just never took it because the other options were significantly better. So being able to have the other things and spiritual focus to add on is going to be really nice.
Where are you going for after this in like pure single? Assuming spiritual focus works on Serenity, it almost certainly will.
Yeah, it should be. It should. So you're gonna take spiritual focus. You're gonna take teaching in the monastery. It's just gonna be an additional, a little bit extra blackout kick damage, and that's where something like teaching in the monastery will make shadowboxing treads more powerful.
Yeah.
Obviously they're going to play off of one another. So that's where, some of that's just there's going to be a mathematically best, choice to go with that, and we'll get that figured out. But really for me personally, the reason that I was advocating for teaching in the monastery to come back was that reset chance for Rising Sun Kick.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I wanted a lot more of that, to kind of bring in a lot of those interconnected abilities. And that's really the biggest thing for the tree for me, is that, they've done a lot of that. So from here, you're going to take Zuen. They're obviously, skipping Zuen is not meant to be a choice, where it is. And this is where, obviously you're going to want Strike of the Windlord on the right there. But to do it, you have to take Jade Ignition, my biggest gripe, I think, for this is that Jade Ignition is in the wrong spot.
Yeah, it seems like the only way they want you to play Jade Ignition on single target is if they want you to also take the 1-point option of Chi-Ji, which will just make you interact with it. Also worth noting, I don't know if you guys feel this way. A lot of people feel a lot of different ways about Chi-Ji. I love Chi-Ji in single target. Like I feel like Chi-Ji single target makes Windwalker's single target rotation much better. It's just more interesting. But I obviously we can talk about this spell in a second. But so you think Jade Ignition should just be literally left side of the tree, like maybe even swap with
I think it should be swapped with Hit Scheme. Right there. I think Hit Scheme is, really more single target focused. But I think even if Jade Ignition is switched with Meridian Strikes, which is above the spiritual focus, like I think if you switch Jade Ignition and moved it one slot over, you can skip that row or that talent there and still get other stuff. Like you're going to take Meridian Strikes pretty much anyway. And if you take Meridian Strikes is where Jade Ignition is, that gives you access to Strike of the Windlord. And it moves Jade Ignition a little bit further to the left, just a smidge, so that, like in single target, I'm picking Hit Scheme for an AoE build. You could then index just a little bit over there to grab Jade Ignition. So I think even just flopping Meridian Strikes and Jade Ignition would make a lot of sense.
Okay, sure. And then let's just say for now you are taking Jade Ignition to path down through Strike of the Windlord.
You're going to take it just because the value for Strike of the Strike of the Windlord is big.
Including Thunderfist?
Well, if we're talking pure single target, Thunderfist is not going to be a huge increase, right? Because you're only going to get one stack.
Yeah.
So it's really very skippable. And this is where you might circle back up and take a Flying Serpent Kick.
Or a Touch of
Karma, depending on where you're at, because that, gives you a little bit more. But really, there's just still more, more to take in. So it'd circle back and take the Tiger Palm increase, that just kind of static Tiger Palm damage, just to kind of fill in the tree. It's not going to be a ton of damage, but you have to take points somewhere.
Yeah.
So you could very easily take Touch of Karma and Flying Serpent Kick and only 1 point in that, or maybe you take 1 point for an extra 10 energy just because.
What do you think?
Things get a little weird.
Well, if you're taking the tree as it is, do you think that Dance of Chi-Ji single target is actually going to be less overall throughput for you than one singular point into Touch of the Tiger?
No, I think Dance of Chi-Ji, I think for the reason that you mentioned, with one target there, I think is going to be great, because the biggest gain for that is that it's a free spinning crane kick, right? My biggest gripe with Jade Ignition being in single target is you're not going to generate many stacks for it to get there, because you're not hitting Fist of Fury with a lot of targets, but then you also will have to spend 2 chi to use spinning crane kick to explode the stacks. So having Dance of Chi-Ji there is fine, because it kind of keeps you using Jade Ignition for a little bit extra damage. It kind of makes your spinning crane kick do a little bit more. And I think those are situations where, and I know you wanted Trill to talk a little bit more about this, but in a situation where there are targets, having Dance of Chi-Ji and Jade Ignition and Thunder Fists will be very useful to help funnel some of that AoE damage into more single target damage, which is something that, Windwalker has given up single target damage for AoE damage pretty much since its inception. So it'll be nice to kind of have that the other way.
Sure.
So I think, where things are at right now, I think is fine.
All right, so let's talk about the capstone level of this tree.
Sure.
And just for reference for anyone in chat, I did decide to do, with 3 points remaining, I put them into Dance of Chi-Ji single, and then you have choices at the top. Again, you can just take Touch of the Tiger, but I think in most scenarios, Touch of Karma and Flying Serpent Kick probably just have more value than this. I looked at a single target log yesterday. Tiger Palm was like 3.8% or something like that of the rank 1 log, and so like each one of these is just a flat 1% single target increase, but it's just the most boring shit of all time. So
and it's just the value that you'll get. If you need Touch of Karma to survive, or make things easier, that extra Tiger Palm damage is not going to save your life.
Yeah. Okay. So moving down into the capstone node with 20 points spent, you do have 10 full points to spend. We'll have a lot of talk about the bottom right side of this tree, but just tell me where you think you'd go first.
All right. So you would want to kind of hit up that Fury of Zuen, and so you can get into Zuen's battle gear. You know, that really kind of
Insanely
a big
nice
aspect of thing. Like that's just all that synergy, that beautiful synergy that Windwalker, you know, has seen at times in kind of fits and starts, and it'll be great to have it all together.
The Glory of the Dawn teachings of the monastery is Wen's battle gear. That is so good.
Yeah, I mean, it really, and I wrote an article, of course, for Peak last night and this afternoon, and you know, there's a small kind of nagging concern in the back of my head that, you know, okay, all of these things worked really well individually, but are they really going to feel great together? And that's just going to take time in figuring it out. But I'm hoping they do, because I think it's just the way that the class should function. So from here, you're going to snag Invoker's Delight. I anticipate, you know, it was the strongest legendary. I anticipate it being the talent that you're just going to want to have all the time. You're going to want to take the Empowered Tiger Lightning. So that gives you access to transfer the power, which just gives you, again, even more, you know, connectivity between talents and abilities. And then Zuen's Bond, again, kind of to the left there. And, you know, just to get more Zuen. You're already having him. You're giving him Tiger's Light, you know, Empowered Tiger Lightning. You might as well want more of him. So you're also going to take the Rising Sun Kick talent on the right. That's just more Rising Sun Kick damage.
Okay.
And what are we at right now?
You're now at 28 points. Yeah, so you have two more points remaining.
All right, so this is where things get a little weird. Obviously, we have the not yet implemented slot there that we don't know. But just to kind of look at all this, I'm going to assume that's going to be useful enough to take, as well as Whirling Dragon Punch.
Okay.
You know, the other alternative would be to not take Whirling Dragon Punch and not take the not yet implemented one. But take Feline Stomp in order to get Emperor's Capacitor. You know, obviously a big part, you know, like we mentioned earlier, a big part of Emperor's Capacitor would be being able to move. And Feline Stomp, you know, especially in a situation where you don't have Whirling Dragon Punch as a button, you know, it's not going to fill up the rotation as much. It's going to kind of slot in really in the same spot that Whirling Dragon Punch does.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be something that you're going out of your way to, you know, that's not going to be your big damage ability unless it's tuned to be such. So I think at least skipping Way of the Crane, or Way of the Fae under Feline Stomp.
Yeah.
Like I think skipping that in order to get Emperor's Capacitor is more likely to be better damage in a pure single target situation.
Yeah, I
but
feel like
again, a lot of that just comes down to numbers tuning and where they're at.
So there's a lot going on here. I also think that the pathing of Last Emperor's Capacitor is super weird, but I feel like it's only weird because Feline Stomp exists. It seems like Feline Stomp was just in this tree, and it was one of the things you wouldn't have really expected to see back. We talked about this at the beginning, where Weapons of Order is something that is insanely fun, but it's really only as fun as it is because of Invoker's Delight and then also with Lust, right? Where it's a totally different feeling cooldown if you do not have Invoker's Delight on. They brought back Invoker's Delight. Brewmaster got Weapons of Order, and this is already kind of like the single target-y side of the tree. I think a lot of people would have liked to see that, but even then, having Weapons of Order potentially here and then a node under it wouldn't make a lot of sense to go to Last Emperor's Capacitor. It seems like Last Emperor's Capacitor would be like the node right after Rising Sun Kick damage, for example, because you're like fully committing into single target at that point, and like this is purely like basically just a pure single target thing. I wonder, or maybe even like some trees do. Where something will come off. I think it's Paladins, like Holy Paladin, for example. You don't need things to always be at the bottom of the capstone tree. Like Maraud's or Light of the Martyr Maraud's is kind of just off here to the right, and this Crusader Strike thing is right after the Crusader Strike 2 thing starts on the right. Is it possible that Last Emperor's Capacitor is just a 1-point talent leading just right below Thunderfist, for example? It kind of fills the same theme. They're both lightning and thunder and shit, and you don't have to path through something that isn't necessarily a pure single target choice to take Last Emperors.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be more than fine. I think you could do that, you know, to give people that option. Again, you know, a big caveat that, you know, if you can't move while channeling it, then I absolutely hate that ability. And if you can, then I absolutely love it. But I think, you know, having that moved a little bit, as well as, you know, having that be Weapons of Order instead of Feline Stomp. And then I think it's Call to Arms or whatever, you know, another conduit, you know, off of that would make sense instead of Feline Stomp being there. It just doesn't, Phalanx Stomp I think would almost be better towards the middle, or closer to maybe where Kiefer's is. Because it really is an AoE ability. It's not a single target ability. So it being, just like Jade Ignition on the right, it doesn't make a ton of sense, but Jade Ignition, like you mentioned, you have the ability to then take Dance of Chi-Ji and make that work. Phalanx Stomp really doesn't have that. It doesn't really fit there in that it wasn't a talent that it wasn't a covenant that we used in Shadowlands. So it's just kind of...
Yeah, it's very strange.
That is there.
And then also, you said, it wouldn't feel that bad to lose Whirling Dragon Punch, because, Phalanx Stomp kind of, fills the same spot in the rotation. But I feel like a lot of Windwalkers would not ever want to see Whirling Dragon Punch gone. I feel like there's a lot of people that feel like Whirling Dragon Punch is just as important as something to select up here. That's just something you have.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And I think not having it is weird. And I think Whirling Dragon Punch, because you can only use it when Fists and Rising Sun Kick are on cooldown, it's kind of the hallmark of interconnected abilities. It's the longest standing interconnected ability that Windwalkers had for years. So I'm kind of annoyed that it's that far down and even an option not to play. I think it probably could be swapped to the other side because it is really an AoE ability, but could be moved to where Kiefer's is or to where Zuen's Battle Gear is. And still be takeable, but just make a little bit more sense, closer to the AoE side. When I put these tree togethers, it was a choice between Whirling Dragon Punch and Strike of the Windlord. But I don't think having both is a problem. So I do think, for the most part, at least thematically, my default would be to take Whirling Dragon Punch and then the not yet implemented one to kind of fill out those last spots, assuming not yet implemented is, decent enough. Because I agree. I think Whirling Dragon Punch, it's been the talent you take in that row almost all the time for, going on 3 expansions. I also think not having it will be weird.
Yeah, it'll be weird. And I also think one thing that's really interesting for Windwalkers here is Kiefer's Skyreach is definitely a little controversial. The Tiger Palm charging you to targets thing, just basically everything in the game that does that. When Raging Blow started doing that this patch with that new talent, Warriors just chain dying to that shit, at least at the beginning of the patch. It's just it's kind of, you're not really expecting it, even though it can be used for a benefit at some points, and maybe is more of a PvP idea. However,
it should be a PvP talent. The charge is really bad.
Yeah,
and it's not even the effect itself isn't even that useful in PvE.
Dude,
this is my least favorite talent in the tree.
Really? Okay. I want you to expand on that, because I think this is a potentially very strong 1-point talent in a very specific niche that is something that a lot of classes don't have a lot of good use for. Dutiful Attendant spawning on Council of Blood. Target swapping, something has to die instantly, you swap to it, it needs to die. I feel like Kiefer Skyreach with proper setup is one of the makes monks have so much more target swap. It's not like they're bad at target swapping, but it would just emphasize the fuck out of target swapping, and you could kind of just keep this up on multiple mobs. It's annoying to play in AoE because you just kind of keep touching different mobs, or specifically not touch of death, you're hitting different mobs, keep it up, and it's annoying. But I feel in a target swap single target scenario, it has potentially really high value.
Well, actually, in AoE, your Summerton Fire Spirits apply it, so it's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is it was decent to play NM+, I would say.
It's just I don't know, it's the effect is too short, right? You can't do much, and it's on your builder, your only builder.
Yes,
it's really awkward.
That is the my main problem with it, is it being on your only builder, with Fist of the White Tiger being gone, which I'm a little disappointed by.
Yeah, the biggest benefit for Kiefers is in rated battlegrounds. Early in the expansion, I crafted Kiefer specifically for rated battlegrounds, and because it just makes you impossible to run away from. But outside of that, incredibly small group of people who are min-maxing that kind of thing, it's just an odd, to have all of it there. I think if the crit part can be there in the tree, and then make the jumping thing a PvP talent or whatever. But I think it's odd. Controversial, I think, is definitely a good.
I feel like if, in PvE, if this was tied to Rising Sun Kick, and then it also applies to the Rising Sun Kick you're casting, you are just an absolute machine target swapper. You would just destroy anything that spawned and needed to die. That is maybe one of the most common tropes of raid fights as well. Ad spawns need to die fast. That happens so much. And you just become one of the best classes. You're already one of the best classes in the game at that.
Right, and in that situation, you could, if it affected that Rising Sun Kick, you could Rising Sun Kick into Fists of Fury.
Yeah, and you crank.
And get that huge crit buff for
Like,
the
there's
whole thing.
very few things in the game that would do more damage than that in a 5-second window. Like,
Yeah.
that's extremely
You
good.
kind of already have that capability with Empress Capacitor, right? It's kind of what it's designed for, I think, mostly.
It's true, you could just switch and zap.
Okay, yeah, actually very true. Now, something else I kind of wanted to talk about at the bottom, so again, still pure single. Like, we talked about Weapons of Order being there. That obviously Weapons of Order is, like, very anti-synergistic with Serenity. We were talking about taking Serenity here. But, dude, the idea of... We were talking about... When you look at these trees, you're talking about power level, you're talking about choice, and things that you have now that you didn't have before. I heard some people saying, like, there's a lot of things they didn't like about the tree. If you're looking at a pure single target scenario, we'll get into AoE and Cleave in a second with Jfunk and Trill. But, like, you have so much potential power. Like, the gameplay of this versus current Windwalker single target sounds actually goated. And then the icing on top would be Weapons of Order here instead. Having Storm, Earth, and Fire, Drinking Horn cover, and Spiritual Focus, Weapons of Order, like, all this stuff, Zwen's battle gear. This sounds actually insane. I feel like even these two things, even Open Palm Strikes and Glory of the Dawn alone, just in your rotation, it's just going to feel so much better. I don't
know. I have some issues. I feel like Glory of the Dawn should be like a requirement to take Zwen's battle gear because I don't know how they're going to tune the cooldown reduction otherwise. And it should be like changed so that it scales with crit. So when you're like RSK crits, it does the effect. So you have to take that because I don't know how they're going to tune the TDR unless they just make it so it doesn't affect it. And then I think teachings. My gut feeling is that it's going to lead to super degeneracy on single target somehow.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Especially if... Okay, when you're talking about pure single, imagine a scenario where you're kind of cleaving and you're playing shadowboxing treads as well. Just imagine how often you could be casting, like, Fist of Fury. It could be, like... I feel like it might actually feel a lot worse to play. You're just sitting in a channel for longer and capping resources.
I think if it's going to stick around, they should probably add a node that gives you a second charge of RSK. So you're not like... Because the concern is, like, you get a random proc and you're like, oh... And then I don't have enough chi to cast it, and I just waste, and it feels really bad.
Right, especially because you get that proc from a blackout kick that just used some of your chi.
I almost even want to see like a chi reduction cost on it, like so you could like reset it and just instantly cast it, because you're just gonna be like your one chi blackout kick, 2 chi RSK, and it resets it. Like you're just either gonna run out of energy or chi, whichever one, and like having a resource reduction on that would be a possibility, I imagine.
It does make Serenity a lot more appealing. But I do think Serenity probably needs a rework a little bit to make it more useful.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that, like, you can kind of incorporate what Serenity is and what Weapons of Order is, not bring back Weapons of Order, and then just make it a little, like, bake it into Serenity in a way to make.
Well, Serenity and Weapons of Order have utility. Like, they have the synergy together. Like, they're actually pretty good together. It's just Serenity is just so awkward because it's like the cooldown. It should be like. They should just break it up into 3 charges. So it's 30-second cooldown, 3 charges, 4-second duration.
Oh, that is bong. That's a bong cloud. That's way out there. Okay.
Well, it'd be cool because it would increase the skill ceiling like dramatically. So you could actually benefit from the free resource way more.
No, it sounds lit. I'm like thinking about it now. That was just like totally out of left field. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of what would make Serenity better is an additional charge or a shorter cooldown.
Yep.
Even just cutting it to 1 minute with an extra charge would be a big difference for Serenity's usability.
And the thing with Serenity for AoE is that because of the 2 chi grain kick, it's just kind of useless in AoE. I think an effect they could add to it is just during Serenity, you always benefit from your mastery. So you could do repeats and still benefit from mastery, which means you could spam crane kick, which would be good for Serenity and AoE.
I absolutely agree with that.
All right, cool. And then, so I think the main issue with this is, like, I think we're all pretty much in agreement. Like looking at this tree, the baseline first iteration of this tree, pure single, seems very good. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's not like you're being overwhelmed with buttons. I think you gain 1 button. It might be about the same when Windwalker already has a lot more than most specs in the game, especially melee. And
it should be the same if you don't take Phaeline Stomp.
Yep, if you take Phaeline and Whirling Dragon Punch, it's 1 extra. And also that kind of sounds like a lot, but I think the big thing is just Phaeline Stomp. It needs to be other side of the tree, but then it's also like taking Bone Dust and Phaeline would be super fucking weird because they're like both AoE centric, but also current Bone Dust without the like Unity. I feel like Unity carries Bone Dust more than you think. Like it makes playing Bone Dust a lot better, and like losing that and then just on a 1 minute on use would feel weird. So yeah, it's basically just Phalanx Stomp and then the Conduit under it. Because like last Emperor's Capacitor on single target is fine. Again, we said we would talk about it again later, where adding movable while casting Crackling Jade Lightning to this class tree would make this an actual legitimate thing someone would consider taking, and make Emperor's Capacitor feel a lot better as well.
Yeah, I just think Weapons of Order should probably replace Phaline, and I think both of the nodes that like go after Weapons of Order should affect it. It's kind of weird that it's just like I was like Empress Capacitor and Calculator Strikes just need to move up. It's kind of weird that they're like forcing you to do the play styles by picking those talents before it.
I do not like how far down Calculated Strikes is. It feels way too important to not take in any AoE situation, I think.
Yeah, and it's also after Bone Dust, right? So it's like you're actually in, and then also like the nerf. We'll talk about this more when we do the AoE build or the Cleave build. But like Bone Dust giving you a way nerfed version of this conduit. This node doesn't feel good enough either, right? Like I think both of these nodes. They're both like good in AoE, I guess, or especially the Way of the Fae, right? But I don't know. Just it feels weird. It feels weird that you have to pick Bone Dust to get something that is fundamental to just spinning crane kicking in general.
True.
Yeah, I mean, look, about single target stuff. With my swap to Feral, everyone, obviously got a lot of questions about if I'm swapping back to Windwalker, and my answer, for most of it has been like I have to see the talent trees. I want to see that an investment in Windwalker single target. That it's not just being left behind. And I think honestly, I'm really happy with this. I think it shows, that they are thinking about Windwalker single target, and it's ultimately going to come down to tuning. But having a single target play style, where you can index a little bit more into that single target damage, I think is a great sign of some attention being paid. To what the class has really struggled with this expansion, especially, and last expansion and the one before that.
Okay. So I don't want to spend a billion years on this because like this is something I'm like super passionate about as well. I want to quickly Jfunk. We probably don't have to ruin the whole tree. Actually, no, we do. Like you're gonna still take some of this stuff, but like it'd be way easier to just see it go down. Can you like, or no, this is Trill. Sorry, Trill. Can you do raid boss, but it's not like Skolex, but it's not Soul Render, it's just like a normal fucking raid fight. You know what I mean? Like it adds spawns, so you probably don't play hit combo, but also you're not like full AoEing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I still like to go Ascension, the 2 points in Fist of Fury damage, Power Strikes, Open Palm Strikes, Glory of the Dawn. And I went for Jade Ignition just to get Strike of the Windlord, and I also chose.
You do need one more point to move on. Did you also take Gale Burst? Oh, you have to because of Storm Earth and Fire. Never mind. No reason to ask you. Yep.
Gale Burst, Storm Earth and Fire, Drinking Horn Cover.
Okay.
Teachings of the Monastery, Thunder Fist. But I stopped there, and then I went Swen, Fury's Wind, Empower Tiger Lightning.
Wait. Before you do that, I think we still have 4 more points to move on. I might have missed something you asked me to get.
I went. I'm going to go all the way down the left tree, so you can just grab Touch of Karma, Feathers, and Shadow Boxing Treads.
Okay.
And Dance of Chiji, and so here, I'm not actually sure
this feels
how
weird.
good Russian Jadewind will be, right? But I went for Hidden Masters because we're going to be probably touching that thing a lot of ads.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about the Touch of Death thing in a second, dude. We didn't path over here, so we haven't had the ability to talk about it yet. But we talked about it briefly. The Shadow Boxing Tread seems awesome. I love that this is in the tree. Like super, super fucking cool. I think you're gonna take this in almost all content. Like single target raid bosses, like 10% of what happens, maybe less. And even then, it's not bad for it. But like, I feel like Rushing Jade Wind feels like a lost version of its former self. And
dude, it's really, really bad for a lot of reasons. The design of it, like the tuning's been bad, right? But even the design of it sucks because it costs 1 chi, right? But then the duration is tied to the cooldown. So the more haste you get, the more expensive it gets in GCDs and resource. And you're like, you can't generate more resource. And it also doesn't synergize with any of your other spells. So I don't actually know why it exists.
I feel like they should turn Russian Jadewind into kind of like a shorter cooldown energizing brew, if that makes sense. Like make it like a 30-second cooldown that just like does like it's like worth casting that like generates a little bit of energy.
Okay, so like it's kind of similar to like how Swarming Mist works for like DKs, for example, where like you press it, it's on a 1 minute cooldown, and then it generates runic power. You're saying make it like a GCD on like a shorter-ish, like 30-second cooldown, but it also generates a moderate amount of energy as well as also doing damage.
Yeah, because I I think that Energizing Brew was like, I don't know, because we use it all the time. It was like only talent we took in Legion. And there's been periods of time, like especially in M plus, where like we would just pick Energizing Brew, even though it's nerfed, like in Shadowlands. Like it's still like a decent pick sometimes, even though Ascension is like generally what you pick now. But I think that would be a good way to turn into it, because there's no way you ever cast a one-chi Rushing J-Wind with a 6-second cooldown over a super buffed Blackout Kick with Shadowboxing Treads. There's just no way.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, the fact that like no one will basically ever select this, the only way they would is if it was a tuning thing, but then you'd just be playing something for tuning that feels bad to play. And that's a horrible thing that any class would have to go through, right? So I think definitely, I mean, that honestly, that sounds like a really good idea, because it's also like haste and energy regen and AoE is something that's already so strong for Windwalker and not so strong outside of it. And that would make complete sense on the left side of the tree, right? Because the points you'd be taking on the way to it would all be relevant for doing that kind of damage. So I really like that. But the thing is you did bring up an interesting point though. Even if you're not going the touch of death playstyle or the touch of death thing, which you have to get something you hate or something that's irrelevant to get down to Crane Vortex and to Calculated Strikes. That seems weird.
Yep. Didn't like that either.
I think for RGW, they can make it a passive. And also, it could be on the general tree too, because literally every spec has it for some reason. I think it should be a passive that's just like Ignite, but for a spinning crane kick. It just occurs passively after you spin a crane kick.
Okay, yeah, a lot of different ways to design it, but basically we're all into the conclusion that Rushing Jade Wind Super Dookie needs to be looked at for Windwalker.
Yep.
All right, so going down into, again, you are doing a raid boss that isn't Skullx, but also isn't Soul Render.
Yep. So I did go into Green Vortex, Bone Dust, Calculated Strikes.
Okay. Would you
So
take Bone Dust if Calculated Strikes was not behind Bone Dust?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a problem. But yeah, we can talk about that after.
And then I just went into Fury of Wen in the middle.
Yep.
Power Tiger Lightning, Transfer the Power, Evoker's Delight, and my last point was.
That is all your points, I believe. Unless.
I might be missing.
Oh, I
something.
put a point in Thunder Fist. I thought you said that earlier.
No, I didn't pick Spiritual Focus in favor of Royal Dragon Punch.
Interesting. Okay. So this is skipping. So you're still getting like a pretty solid AoE toolkit on top of his full single target thing. You're noticeably missing a lot of Rising Sun Kick damage. This node is very huge, honestly.
Yeah.
Like that's probably the thing.
Biggest thing that I feel like I'm missing. Right,
Yeah.
I did have other like, I don't know, like thoughts as far as what I wanted to drop to get that. Which mainly was dropping like Fist of Fury damage. Didn't feel good either. But
Yeah.
that felt wrong. I think you could drop like maybe Thunder Fist for 1 point in there.
Yeah, I think you'd definitely drop Thunder Fist for like 1 point in Rising Sun Kick, or I think Zwen's Battle Gear potentially has a lot of value if you're also taking Glory at the Dawn and Teachings of the Monastery and Shadowboxing Treads by default. The only thing is, I think it'll probably be strong if Fist of Fury is strong, but it sounds like a potential gameplay issue. Like if you're getting that many resets with like, because this is how I assume will work. If you're blackout kicking 2 extra targets and then your Tiger Palm causes your next blackout blackout kick to strike an additional time, you could be doing 9 blackout kicks at once. Is that right? 12? Is that right? To 3 targets? You'd be doing 12 blackout kicks with 1 GCD to 3 targets if you had a fully stacked up Teachings of the Monastery. And then like, so I guess you're only gonna get 1 reset off of that, but I mean, yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, you actually have the potential for funnel too, because with Hit Scheme is based on it dealing damage, so you get like multiple stacks. The problem is it casts out of 4 stacks right now, and it's 3, so it's kind of awkward. But like Hit Scheme and Transfer the Power are somewhat similar. It's just that Hit Scheme is based on the damage from Blackout Kick, and then Transfer the Power is just the usage, the button press.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that you wouldn't like. The reason that this is a problem is because you have to go so far down the left just for coverage. If you didn't have to take Bone Dust, there wouldn't be.
You have a few dead points right now that you don't want to take. You're taking Bone Dust to get to Calculated Strikes. You're taking Hidden Master's Forbidden Touch to get to Crane Vortex, and you're taking Jade Ignition to get to Strike of the Windlord. Even though Jade Ignition will have some value in this case, right? But you could potentially have 3 more points to slam all kinds of stuff in the bottom of this tree. The Rising Sun Kick damage, all that other stuff. So I think with the iteration of this tree, I think that this becomes a little bit more open and also sounds very powerful. Like I think this, and like I said, this build right here is 80% of raid fights. They're not the 10% mass AoE, Fated Affix, Soul Render, first boss of Sepulcher, it's not that, but it's also not Skull-X. This is like kind of your de facto doing other stuff. And if they moved around a few of the dependencies that don't make sense, I feel like you have quite a lot of power from what you have now.
I do think that the Feather node and Grain Vortex could be consolidated in just one node.
Where's that?
The Feather one at the top, it's like the radius. It's not very useful.
Oh, this thing, yeah. It's like the...
They could just
half
be
of the
like one
Torghast
node.
thing.
It could just be radius and damage.
Yeah.
Yep. That could also... And that's something that's possible, too. Because like I said, something they've done to make things like Touch of Karma and Flying Serpent Kick and make you select them is they've reduced the total amount of things you can spend at the top to where those are more obvious decisions. That's something that the Windwalker tree doesn't have and other spec trees do. Okay, so I guess some other topics here are like... So you're not taking Phaelane Stomp, but it's also like super locked. You just need more points. Do you guys have any Jfunk or Babby? Do you have any takes on like kind of the raid, not Mythic Plus, but raid build that is not pure single target, but also isn't full AoE?
I don't know. I think it's good. I just think Invokers is kind of weird without Weapons of Order. I think they put it on there because it's the strongest legendary. I think Drinking Horn Cover and Spiritual Focus could just be a choice node together.
Mhm.
I think that makes sense if you want longer duration or lower cooldown. It's kind of contentious if like Mark of the Crane should be a point or if it should just be baseline or not.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. The energy node should just... It's weird. It feels weird. The energy node feels inadequate compared to Ascension, which you get so early. Like, I don't know why you would ever want 10 more energy, right? Compared to just getting Dance of Chuji. It's just way too good.
That node just feels useless.
Inner
Like,
piece is useless for sure.
Yeah, it's
Ascension is just twice of that plus 1 max chi plus 10% energy gen. It's the same point. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Like if you want to talk about the one charge roll versus celerity on the class tree, like here's that same situation dialed up to 11.
Yeah, it's yeah, exact same thing. Also, just even if you ever wanted more energy, like when are you energy capping right now? I guess maybe if you're channeling fists more with resets, maybe energy like each having 10 more energy means you'll cap less, but that's just nowhere near the power level of the rest of the stuff on the tree. Also, something I wanted to bring up too, I kind of mentioned this earlier where like attenuation felt weak and how Bone Dust, talked about this was like 15 minutes ago, and how Bone Dust kind of on live feels a lot better in not mass AoE. In mass AoE, the 1 minute Bone Dust is fine because you're like kind of, you do a whole setup for it and then you do your damage window in Bone Dust. But in like raids, Bone Dust procs on cleave are like very impactful because it actually like changes your rotation and stuff like that. How would you guys feel about if they are keeping Bone Dust Brew and obviously moving calculated strikes out of this? How does it feel, or how much more often would you play Bone Dust in a non-Mythic Plus scenario if this node under it was the actual current Unity instead of attenuation?
I think some of that just depends on the style of fight. Like a fight like, Prototype Pantheon right now, where things are up, you can rely on there being more targets more often. So having that, that bountiful brew proc, from Unity is really nice. It's a great fight for that, legendary effect. Whereas other fights like, say, a Zymox, where the ads kind of occur at a set interval, having random procs is not going to hit. It might not hit those ads. It might not proc when they're up. It might proc before or after. So I think overall there's a lot of tweaks, with our tree that is going to be very heavily dependent on the style of fights. Big ads that are infrequent or, frequent, little ads that are infrequent, frequent. Like there's a lot of, like Trill agonizing over that extra rising sun kick damage. If there are a lot of ads that are, less frequent, you might not need some of the extra, spinning crane kick stuff. If other classes will just blast them before you have time to set up. Some of that's going to come down to fight design and tuning as to how, you can really utilize the tools we have.
Cool. I do want to kind of speed this up a little bit because I want to get into Mythic Plus. It's going to have a lot of the same stuff, I think, as this, but a few changes. Let's actually go back and do this. Dude, it's just taking so long because like Monk is just so involved and you guys are great guests. I was thinking maybe having Trill do a quick like PvP Windwalker setup, but I also don't want to have the Brewmasters keep waiting for Trell and Relo's European. Are you a degen, Relo? I don't
I'm
remember.
still up for like 5 hours. It's fine.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, I don't know. Do most of the Europeans that I interact with, like, I don't feel as bad because they just like they're just up till like 10 a.m. their time anyway. But sometimes I just like start getting to like this time and I'm like, holy shit, I'm keeping them up. But like, I don't want Trell's team to be fucked. So let's just do the Mythic Plus one real quick. All right, Jfunk, you have the floor. Pure Plus.
I mean, it's kind of similar to the one we just had, right? You get Fist of Fury, you get Ascension, you get Power Strikes. You get the.
Do you
Fist
go
of
down
Fury
the
deck?
Karma line?
You might. You don't really need Karma, but I mean, if you're doing high keys, having the extra defensive is kind
Well,
of
the
nice.
thing
I
is
guess.
pathing to Mark of the Crane is you're either getting Karma and Radius instead of Tiger Palm damage. I feel like that's just money back guarantee, just better in Mythic Plus than Tiger Palm damage, right? Same points.
Potentially, it's like 1 yard extra on percent crane kick, which probably will not matter. But Mark of the Crane, and then you need to get Gale Burst,
Get Gale Burst, okay?
and then SCF. I do think there's an interesting potential Serenity
Serenity?
AoE
Okay.
with shadowboxing treads, because you can like. The
Oh.
problem with Serenity is you can't tag fast, and that actually will give you the possibility of doing that. It's just, again, the issue is like during Serenity, you have to play like normally like you would with alternating crane kick and a button, which is like not great. So shadowboxing treads, you take Dance of Chi-Ji.
Okay. Okay, no hit scheme, Dance of Chi-Ji, got it. And then are you doing the full Touch of Death meme shit?
You can. It depends on how comfortable you are. I kind of wish that it was more consolidated and like off the beaten path and not like forced on you. But
I
it
think
definitely is.
it
It's
is
definitely
a-
going to be very good.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely off the beaten path down here, like, because this is, like, totally optional, but, like, dude, the idea of Hidden Master's Forbidden Touch, you go into a poll, you, like, do your normal AoE setup, it sounds a little annoying GCD-wise, but, like, if it actually works like Legion Todd, where you can do it with they're at 100% health, you could go in and touch up to 10 targets, and then you could do, like, your normal, let's just say for the sake of argument to keep it relevant to what people do right now, your whole Bone Dust window, and then, like, 6 seconds of your Bone Dust window is just going to be this massive burst of Touch of Death at the end of it too. That actually sounds like pretty lit.
And Touch also boned us, so
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it sounds pretty lit, but it would also be like really the setup is already like pretty specific, which is fine. But like the 2 extra GCDs before you do damage is also weird with Touch of Death.
I do think it's probably Shadowlands Todd, and if it is, Hidden Masters is actually even better, because then you could snipe things twice, which the downside of Hidden Masters in Legion was that you couldn't use it on the same target more than once because it would just override it, but you would be able to do that with Shadowlands Todd. So you go Jade Ignition, it's pretty good in Mythic Plus.
Sure.
Probably switch to SCF, and then you get Drinking Horn cover.
Sure.
Spiritual Focus, you'll just be in SCF all the time. Zwen,
Have that. And then you have 1 point left between Teachings and Strike to move down.
I'm going to say Teachings is probably better. It seems ridiculous. Like, single target still matters in Mythic Plus, so that thing seems nuts. And Strike kind of falls off on, like, I think Strike is, if it's like End of Legion, it's square rooted after 3, so it kind of falls off in bigger AoE.
Yeah, it's going to be really weird to tell because they've gone through a whole ass like philosophy crisis as far as AoE caps in the amount of time since this was last in the game. So there's almost no way to tell exactly what the cap situation will be.
And then you get Crane Vortex.
Got it.
You need Bone Dust Brew.
For calculated strikes. Again, in Mythic Plus right now, without Unity being the thing down here, and it's the actual nerfed conduit, if you did not have to select Bone Dust Brew for calculated strikes, would you take it in Mythic Plus?
Well, I think Attenuation is actually stronger than Calculated Strikes right now, isn't it? It's not that good. Calculated Strikes is like only 10%, right? I mean, it's probably, you still want to pick it in Mythic Plus, but probably just pick both.
Do you mean current attenuation, like on live, or this one that's 20%?
This one, I think. I'm pretty sure. Like, it's only 20%. Or like only 10% on Calculated Strikes.
But this is 10% per stack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like it currently has 20%, so it's like half as good as the current one.
So you want to take both then?
Yeah, I think it's because you're gonna be using Bone Dust
Sure.
Brew all the time anyway. So then let's see. Probably Furia's one, I think.
Okay.
I think Zwen's Battle Gear is probably pretty good with you're gonna be using RSK
Interesting.
pretty often.
Do you
Then
think
you just-
that's more of a priority than getting Empowered Tiger Lightning into Whirling?
ETL isn't like super amazing. I think Whirling is good, but I don't know. I don't think you need it. I think you need Invokers for sure.
Okay, so you want to go Zwen's Battle Gear into Invokers?
And then from here, I think you just put it wherever. You can get Rolling Dragon Punch still if you want.
I don't know. I feel like... Also, I'm crazy, right? I'm pretty sure Calculated Strikes is definitely better than Attenuation, right? This is a 50% spinning crane kick versus something you're only... It's not even with the It's not even with the Unity, right? It's a... It's only during the 1 minute.
Yeah.
The continuation could be better if you went full on like touch death, like because we didn't really go into the touch death like full on meme build with that, but you could do some disgusting damage with it.
Fatal
That's true.
flying.
Yeah, you want to get fatal. I fairly forgot. You want to get fatal flying.
Okay.
Trying to figure out what I missed.
Damn, this seems kind of, dude. The AOE one, if this is even close to what you would run, seems kind of dookie. Seems like there's a lot of cool stuff they added back that you don't really interact with.
You could take a point on his one's battle gear and Furia's one and just get transfer the power, and then get attenuation if you wanted.
Oh well, you'd need invokers, right?
Oh yeah, invokers.
What do you guys think about this Trill and Mythic Plus Trill and Babby?
It's pretty much the same thing, right? I don't like missing out on Meridian Strikes, I guess, but maybe you don't even need it if like.
So I was thinking about this. Currently with Bone Dust, you have like kind of like a 1 minute. Like currently everyone's used to like 1 minuting, and now with Spiritual Focus, your clones will stop being more desynced with your Bone Dust. I feel like Meridian is going to make your Touch of Death come off cooldown faster than you want to use your damage window. So it's potentially at least.
I guess if you picked Attenuation, that wouldn't be a problem, but then you don't have enough points for like Invokers or something like that. So
I think there's something that's a huge. I'll let you talk in a second, Babs. But the big eyesore here is the fact that Phalanx Stomp is clearly AoE centric, and you don't take it in any build. You maybe potentially take it in single target, but only to get to somewhere else. That seems like an issue.
The ability is just like fundamentally flawed. I mean, I've played it a lot, like in Prague, like Pantheon Prague and stuff. If an ability ever needed 2 charges, it's that one. And without being able to abuse the soulbinds like Naya, it doesn't have the power. Like there is some precedent of them adding like generic soulbinds as you go into Brewmaster. They could add Grove Invigoration below Bayline. That'd be good.
I just think they should rework this. I just don't think it makes sense.
I think it should be Weapons of Order.
Yeah,
Weapons of Order is what I just for me. Just when I genuinely think a Lust opener with Invokers and Weapons of Order Windwalker is like one of the most fun damage rotations in the entire game. I fucking love it personally. So that's why I kind of wanted it back. But I think there's a lot of options you could go at the bottom right that are not Phalanx Stomp. It's fundamentally wrong. It's just if it's there in general, it's in the wrong side of the tree. And the only time you pick it is anti-synergistic with when you'd want to pick it, and it's only to get to something else. This is I don't even know if we spent too much time talking about it. And it's right under Rising Sun Kick, as opposed to like, that just doesn't make sense. It just needs to be somewhere else.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff about Mythic Plus, I think, is going to depend very heavily on the type of Touch of Death we get. You know, because even something like Fatal Flying Guillotine, you know, if we get the current Shadowlands, you know, Touch of Death that is used really as an execute, you know, how does it work with those extra targets? Does it also just then deal that same amount of damage to them? You know, so you can then have potential for, you know, not only executing 2 targets, but then dealing your health and damage or whatever the amount is to 8 other targets, you know, around you. So how heavily that, you know, how impactful that is will then affect things like, all right, do you want to grab Meridian Strikes, you know, as well, so you can do it even more often, you know, or how quickly are you pulling? How long do you have in between packs? You know, that's something that might change, you know, from low keys to high keys, or from, you know, different dungeons that have different pull styles and stuff like that. Like, there's still just some things that we don't know about how Touch of Death it's going to work. That you know, most of the end results of what we don't know is still pretty good. It's just kind of, you know, what brand of good are we going to get?
Yeah, I also think that the Touch of Death stuff in general, if you're taking Meridian Strikes and you're actually not saving Touch of Death for cooldown windows with like the Legion version, it is truly the Shadowlands version, I can imagine Touch of Death being a massive amount of your overall damage at the end of a dungeon, and that truly does not sound very fun. Like, I feel like you'd just be going away from playing your actual class, and just all your damage is coming from pressing an ability when mobs get below a certain amount of health, and it's just shitting on the whole pack. Like it'd be powerful, but I just don't know if it. I don't know if that feels like it's good.
You'll get to the point where you know, a mob or 2 is about to die. You stop everything else you're doing, pop Fort Brew to get extra health, and then, you know, go on this crazy Touch of Death spree, and that's going to end up doing a big chunk of your damage. I think you're definitely right.
I just think it should be more opt-in. It shouldn't be like it is now, where it's just spread and you're kind of forced into that gameplay. I feel like they could remove Bone Dust, because I think that ability is garbage. It is the worst cooldown. Like on single target, it's just like a 20% amp, and you don't interact with it at all. And in AOE, it interacts with your kit like negatively. You're like ignoring your mastery on purpose, which is extremely bad. And like with Dance with Chi-Ji, it's like you're just gambling. It's like a slot machine. You're just hoping that you get procs. It feels. I mean, it feels good casually, I'd imagine, but as like someone who like mains it a lot, you get tired of gambling. You just want more consistency.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a world where you switch, where you take out Bone Dust Brew and put Feyline Stomp there, and then put Weapons of Order where Feyline Stomp is, and have Feyline be, more of that AOE pressure, on a more, you have a little bit more control over it, stuff like that, and then Weapons of Order be on the other side rather. Because I agree, I think Bone Dust Brew is a detriment to how the class or how the spec plays.
Okay. And then
I do think Phalanx Stomp is very polarizing though, and it needs a lot of improvements if they do that.
Yeah,
I think
I was
they
about
could
to say, having a class that's already, pretty complicated compared to other melee, having to also have a positional requirement of wanting to be in your Phalanx Stomp,
Yeah.
I feel like that's strange. That doesn't seem right.
They could just make the left side like a Todd little place. So you go there if you want to like AoE Todd or like better Todd or something. I don't know.
I mean, I think the one thing I wanted to mention too about Touch of Death is that, like, for a good portion of this expansion, like, it's still probably the case, but it gets harder the more damage people do, is that with Shadow and Touch of Death, you have to, like, try to Touch of Death, like, under your remaining max health, rather than, like, under 15% to, like, get the most out of it. And if you do that, right, then Meridian Strikes is useless, because you're gonna be touch deathing that mob and it's gonna overkill it, So if you hit more targets with it, it'll still benefit from it because it probably won't do your full HP to them, but it's always going to kill the mob instantly if it's under your max HP, right? So I feel like that's a big problem with Shadow and Touch of Death is that those talents just become less valuable.
Yeah, I agree. I think there should be a talent that like makes it so it does 100% of your HP to stronger foes under 15%, so you can like actually benefit from the increased damage.
Okay.
Or like, I don't know how they're gonna do like with the cooldown reduction. Like if you don't use it for most of like on a single target fight, you're not gonna use Todd until like the end of the
cooldown
fight.
reduction definitely seems weird.
I don't know. It seems really weird.
Yeah, when I think like if we then on the flip side, obviously I think we're kind of getting at the Legion one. The Legion version might be better with some of the other tools, but having the Legion version on like Fatal Flying Guillotine, if you're able to put it out on 10 different targets, who's to say those targets are not going to die before the damage goes out? So you could be losing some of that damage as well. So I think there are some pros and cons. I think if it's going to be the Legion version for something like Fatal Flying Guillotine, then once it reaches that threshold of damage, it just finishes them off rather than you losing damage because they died a tenth of a second before the Touch of Death debuff wore off and exploded. Like there's more things that need to be changed in either direction. With whatever one they pick, there's going to have to be some concessions to make it really worthwhile and fun to play.
Okay, we really need to speed up the end of this. Specifically, I want to talk about two things. So number one, at the end of all of these, I want you guys to talk about where the spec was. We talked about that at the beginning with Windwalker, and like kind of say where the spec looks like it's going in Shadowlands, both in a good and bad way, like playstyle wise. I think we've talked about that a decent amount. And then, but before I want to do that, and I'll give you guys all an opportunity to do that, and please keep it brief with that. Big thing we haven't talked about, Dance of Chi-Ji. Extremely polarizing ability. I want you guys, if you had any space at all to speak to WoW developers and you wanted them to hear you about your takes on this, and it's not 15 minutes long, what is your all's opinion on this ability or this passive?
Remove it or rework it so it's way more consistent. And it should be like way less percentage too. Like it shouldn't be as swingy as it is.
Yeah, 200% too high. BFA Dance of Chi-Ji was like, it felt good at press because it's free and it procced a lot, but it wasn't like, it was like a flat increase to it. It wasn't like double or triple.
Yeah, for me, I think it should just be the spinning crane kick version of Glory of the Dawn. I think it should be passive. It should happen without your control and just be extra damage. It would look really cool to have your character just spin and spin and spin, I think it would just be better to be that way.
Okay. Trill, what do you think?
About
Dance, yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. I guess was like just I guess I mean having it just proc I guess would be cool. If it was like a flat chance to just refund one chi and maybe that would also work. That would kind of like fill the void that Bone Dust creates. Like because Bone Dust obviously refunds one chi, so like a 15 times a chance to refund one chi and does a little extra damage would be kind of nice.
Okay. Yeah, because I think there's been a lot of potential solutions over time, but it's always been like removing it would feel weird. I think rework is definitely the way to go. Like they've definitely heard people be like, hey, we don't like this. Like I think people have mentioned like make procs more consistent but make it less damage. But if you make procs more consistent, then it's like even more of like everything you're doing, right? Instead of something that just does a lot when it happens. It would affect your rotation a lot. But yeah, so something to look at for that because it's just extremely polarizing. And then again, so you guys have the floor. Again, less than 5 minutes for this. What does Windwalker look like in the expansion? The problems it has now, are they kind of solved? What does it look like? Single target, AoE, Mythic Plus, Cleave. Like what kind of niches is this class gaining? Like what's going on with Windwalker in Dragonflight?
I think Windwalker's biggest weakness, for sure, was always single target, right? And so the single target builds you get out of Dragonflight are much better. They feel like just from the talent, they feel really good. Hopefully Bone Dust goes away because Bone Dust is not as fun. Obviously we talked about Dance of Chiji being gone, but also Valiant Stomp at least goes away or gets moved, and then I like the Serenity and like Drinking Horn cover, all that stuff is back. I think it's gonna be really fun. And then also the Zwen stuff. I think having procs of that and also having it be buffed is good.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Fury this one enough, I don't think. But like we don't need to go into it. But like this feels so good. Fury's win for sure. What do you guys think?
I like all the interactions between like the RSKs and like multiple backup kicks and Swen's Battle Grid too. I think that's gonna be fun to play with.
I also think it has very minimal pathing issues in the tree. Like there's like two where they're like this could probably be somewhere else, but it's not game breaking. And there's just a lot of viability for all kinds of content. Babs and Jfunk.
Yeah, I mean, I'm overall happy, with it. I think, like we touched on, I think if nothing else, as we went through the different, styles of what you would set up the tree for, the straight single target style, almost looks like it makes more sense. As opposed to the AoE and the cleave that kind of are a little more scattered, a little more jumping around. But I'm happy. I think they brought back all of, or not all of, but a lot of the stuff that people really liked. And, it's just going to come down to the tuning of things. I think it shows that they, whoever put this together was attentive and at least was paying, some attention to what people wanted. So I think it bodes well for the future of Windwalker in terms of, getting back to really what makes Windwalker the most fun and, and strong. Not just kind of either having one or the other or, needing to do things that are maybe not fun because they're strong.
Sweet. What do you think, Jfunk?
I'm going to be the doomer. I don't like the tree as much, mainly just because, I don't know what's going on with like Touch of Death, whatever, but I kind of wish there was more new stuff. And I wish that Fist of Fury would be reworked because that button is garbage. I don't like pressing it. And I am worried about the included RNG with Teachings in the Monastery and single target. I think that's going to be pretty degenerate potentially. And the fact that Touch of Dance of Chiji is still around and Bone Dust, I'm worried about that. That's going to stick around or not. I don't know. I just wish there was more new stuff going on with this. I don't know. If you go to Mistweaver Tree and Brewmaster Tree, it's like there's a lot of cool new stuff and returning stuff, and Windwalker kind of has like all the same stuff. And it just feels like you're just gonna play like Shadowlands Windwalker again for the most part.
I have like the total opposite take of that. I don't know, but that especially the like channeling Fist of Fury thing. But I respect it though. Obviously, all perspective needs to be included. There are absolutely people who are doomer about Windwalker. It's definitely a class that's been like kind of underrealized in the middle of a lot of different competing philosophies, and that's mainly what you spoke on as like a negative part. I think The thing is like the coolest things they're able to bring back are like really cool talents you don't use, but are cool, even regardless of their tuning level, that you couldn't have taken because there was just a too powerful talent for too long. Whirling Dragon Punch is the epitome of that. And you actually get potentially Serenity or Spiritual Focus, which interacts with Serenity. Never had to have been able to have that happen before. Is insane. Plus, they're bringing back old legendaries that are just fucking goated. They're bringing back Drinking Horn Cover. They're bringing back the Azerite trait, Glory of the Dawn, Open Palm Strikes, Fury of the Wind. Like, if you're talking about just a regular, like, single target rotation on a mob, you're saying it's going to feel like Shadowlands? I feel like it's going to be noticeably different than Shadowlands, actually. Especially when you don't go down, like, the Bone Dust line. Like, I think there's some pathing issues in the bottom that, like, we've, like, clearly addressed, but, like, I like, compared to most other trees, I think monks have gotten almost as much or more than almost any class in the game back old cool abilities that were powerful and interacted with each other, and added new synergies and things that interact with each other, like Glory of the Dawn teaches the monastery, all that stuff. I think this tree is, like, outside of a few pathing issues, like, very close to being one of the best in the game. And the conversation about Bone Dust and Phalanx.
I agree with his him not liking Fist of Fury. I think that it's been a pretty, like, it's felt pretty bad to press for a while, like, until like this tier. But I think these talents will help it feel like a big button to press again, and makes it feel worth it. I just don't like how long the channel is most of the time. Like, obviously, when you have Invokers and Lust up, like, it feels fine to press, right? But it also felt really good whenever images, like, kept channeling it when you canceled it to cancel it. It still felt like it was a really good button to press. And it kept your T reduction buff going the whole time. So I don't know if there's another solution to that, but I feel like shaving a second off the channel time would feel pretty nice too.
Oh yeah, anytime you have, like, Giga Haste, it's, like, noticeably feels way better to press the button, right?
I just think the stat scaling, like, with haste, is pretty bad, and you can rework Fist of Fury to be like Fell Barrage, where when you get more haste, it gets more hits, and it would feel way better to press. You just get 100 haste, and you're just punching super fast. That actually would feel way more like Fist of Fury than it does now.
It actually, like, gains a tick during, like, the speed up buff, like the Elson thing that you get on, like, for example,
Faded Affix?
Yeah, it gains a 6th tick when you do that, when you get that buff.
It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, I think all those concerns are, make a lot of sense. I think there's, really almost universally everything on the tree is something we've had something else, some other time. And that was something that I advocated for. I thought there was enough in Windwalker's history.
Sorry to cut you off, but that's fine though, right? Like the criticism of adding new things. Why do you need to add? Which, by the way, there are new things. Like, there's a not yet implemented thing at the bottom that is clearly something that hasn't been in the game before. Same thing with the bottom of the class tree, which is your main totem, which currently doesn't exist in the game. But why do you need to bring back things when you've had banger legendaries in the past that are, like, really good for your actual overall playstyle and Azerite traits? Why reinvent what is already good? I mean, they can obviously add new things, but, like, new things and old things that are great being brought back, or talents that you couldn't access, they're net equal. Yeah, sorry.
Moving over some of the Mistweaver things into the Windwalker tree, I think is kind of neat. And, like, the Azerite, the animal powers from Torghast, like Shadowbox Treads, for example, I think that's, like, a really cool addition.
Dude, we spent, like, a long fucking time talking about Windwalker. I love Windwalker, and I think it's, like, also one of just the most complex things in the game, and they added so much new cool shit back. I think we're probably going to leave it at that. Thank you guys for coming on and talking Windwalker, especially Babylonius on your vacation. Whoever you're vacationing with, like, personally apologize for me that I've taken your time to do this. You were excellent and helped really facilitate a lot of good conversation. And then Jfunk and Trill as well. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
No problem. Thanks for having us.
Yep. So yeah, and then if they make any changes that are significant enough to talk about, I'll just, like, throw up a call here. It's much shorter, and just talking about the changes and how they interact with Windwalker. It depends. It's weird. I've done one almost every week with Hunter and almost none with other classes. It just totally depends on when they do that. So all right, I'll see you guys.
Thanks, Max.
All right, Trell, this is a fucking speed run, okay? I'm getting you out of here to do your practice, and I also don't want the Mistweaver. This is by far the longest class tree talk we've done, and I think that's not an accident. Windwalker is just a very, or just Monk in general is just, every spec is kind of its own thing, and it has so much involvement, and it's also just a class that I care a lot about, so it's fine. So let's start with, let's do Reloe. Take me down with, like, a raid. Actually, wait, before we start this, very quick, I just want you guys to talk about, where do you think Brewmaster has been? So Brewmaster has gone through a lot of different iterations, but currently in Shadowlands and where it's going into Dragonflight, not including the current talent tree we're looking at right now. What is Brewmaster? Is it What's its tankiness? What's its viability? What's its niche? Currently, it sees a lot of raid play because of like raid buffs. But like, what is Brewmaster good at, and what kind of stuff are you looking to see improved or added on to with these trees? You can both go with this.
I think Brewmaster's historic weakness has always been self-healing. Tiers where it has enough self-healing to basically go without a healer is always like the best tier for Brewmaster, because it naturally has all the other stuff that a tank needs. You know, it has huge survivability against auto attacks, usually has some way of mitigating magic. Like this last year, it had all the boxes checked where it had the max health it needed to survive the magic one-shots, it had self-healing, and it had a lot of damage, which was the ideal world for Brew.
Okay. What do you think, Reloe?
Yeah, I agree. The self-healing is the biggest part, honestly, and the magic damage taken can sometimes be a weird one, which seems to be getting fixed with Fuse Magic at least. But I think generally, on any physical fight, Bonk, that's what the class is designed for, is just gonna be the tankiest class.
And they've always had like pretty decent damage as well, so I'm also gonna be interested to see like what kind of damage integration they have into this. I know there was some cool Covenant stuff in this expansion. All right, cool. Raid build. You are doing a de facto raid boss. It's not Soul Render. It's not necessarily Skullx, I guess. It's just, you know, your run-of-the-mill tank fight Reloe.
Okay. Well, the first 2 points are no options, so
Yep.
we're taking those. Then we need Purifying Brew and, of course, also Shuffle. Mandatory. We take the point and hit scheme. And on the very right, we have an option between Russian Jadement and Special Delivery. Special Delivery might pull ahead with some talents later down the line. For now, we're going Rushing Jadewind.
I feel like we should. This has always been. This has been a very constant talent choice. These two have been on the same row forever, and it's always been like Rushing Jadewind is like better if you're moving around, but also if you want like slightly more damage or something, like over time, technically Special Delivery is better. But I think Special Delivery is boring. Like, what do you guys think about this choice node? You've been making this choice for 4 years. What do you think about it?
I always thought it was boring when I tanked raid for the longest time, but every now and then it's pretty good in Mythic Plus, and I like it when it is because it provides a free 50% slow to everything.
Okay.
The only annoying thing is that it can usually miss the targets if there's kind of any minimal move pack.
Okay. So overall, not a huge fan, but got it. All right, continue, Reload.
Yeah. Now, at least 1 point in Gift of the Ox. That's just kind of the choice I think you can make there. I like 1 point in Healing Elixir because it gives you the choice of when you want the heal rather than just the orb spawning and you're putting them in with spinning Crane Kick later. Probably depends on tuning as well between these.
Now, this is I haven't played Brewmaster this expansion. Is Healing Elixir still on the row with Dampen, Harm, and Diffuse? Or not Diffuse, but like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
This is nice. You guys are actually getting this as something in your kit where you're not having to choose something way more powerful over it. Self-healing is your singular biggest weakness, and this is like playing into that, so that's nice to see.
Okay, then on the left side we take Celestial Brew with the rank 2 as well. Taking Breath of Fire. Purifying Brew is rank 2, which gives us 2 charges, which is what we have baseline right now.
Okay.
Then on the left, this choice node is between the Old Conduit, which increases Keg Smash damage, and Breath of Fire Reset. Currently, the Breath of Fire Reset is probably going to be the stronger one here. So further talent can't get yet.
Oh, because of Dragonfire Brew or Charred Passions?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we'll talk about that when we get there.
Yep. Then we have the choice between Black Ox Brew and Bob and Weave. Now, Bob and Weave is generally often over... like, people think it's good, but it's not really that good. You don't really stagger that much more because of it. Because by the time you stagger it, that you're already taking most of the damage.
I remember, I think it was different. Do you purify less than you did last expansion?
Do you mean last expansion as in BFA now?
Yes, BFA, yeah.
I don't actually know.
Okay, I was about to say...
I think you purify way more in Shadowlands. Just because you, especially playing Necrolord, you spam it like every 3 or 4 seconds.
Okay, cool. And then Black Ox Brew is the other option there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think Black Ox Brew is the better option here.
Sure. Oh, that's the cooldown of Celestial Brew. Dude, I haven't played it since Celestial Brew has been in. That's actually pretty insane. All right. Then Fort Brew increases stagger effectiveness by 15% while active. I'm assuming that's just not strong enough for 1 point down.
That doesn't seem great. Unless there's like something where you have to take a Giga hard hit and then you can buff Fortifying Brew there, and then in the class 3 we can buff it as well with more armor.
Yeah.
But very unlikely.
Okay.
Then we have to spend a point on Niuzao. This is rank 1 Yuzao, so this is not the one that increases the damage done when you purify. We have to take that later.
Okay, and then you have 5 more points before you go down to the second
Yeah.
row. Last
So
row.
we're going to the right side. Now, the Graceful Exit is probably their talent. I don't know whoever would ever take this. It's 2 points. Like, it's bad for pathing. I really don't like this here.
Yeah, that looks pretty. Wait, when you successfully dodge or they miss, you gain 5% increased movement speed for 3 seconds. It's not even long enough. Like, basically, I think what this note is supposed to say is you gain 5% increased movement speed, you gain 10% increased movement speed. But then, and that kind of makes sense, but like, it's going to fall off a lot, right? Unless you're tanking a bunch of targets. So it's basically only like perma movement speed and Mythic Plus, but also you're one of the fastest classes in the game. So why would you spend a talent point on that? Yeah, I see. It's
Yeah.
not an issue.
So
Sure.
we have to take the meditation for pathing here, which is also unfortunate because there are fights where it's just not useful, but we'll just always have to take it right now.
Okay.
Clash is not really an option because there's no pathing that it gets you to, and it's just a dead end.
Well, that's actually kind of interesting because I think a lot of arguments will be made to have Clash be off to the right and not be leading anywhere because you wouldn't want to potentially have to take it to get something you really want. So it's something you can
Right.
select as a 1-point talent after something you're always getting if you need it for that specific encounter.
I mean, they could make it an option between Zen meditation and Clash, maybe something like that.
I don't even think they need to because like the option's already there. Like you're taking Zen Med all the time because it's more useful all the time than Clash is, but then Clash is just here if you want it, and it doesn't interact with anything. Because if it did, like,
Yeah,
imagine...
it would just be nice if it allowed you to path to other stuff as well.
Oh, so like
It's-
it could go down to type.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, yeah, I see.
Yeah, I actually like that a lot. That's a good idea.
You could, I mean, it's literally the same thing here. Like the Rushing Jade Wind goes left to Graceful, and then Graceful goes down. Rushing Jade Wind goes right to Clash, but then Clash also goes down. That would just make it so you don't have to take Zen Med. All right, so then where are you going for the last 4 points?
We're taking Facepalm
Okay.
to enable us to get Shadowboxing Threads, which is
Same thing.
incredibly good for Brewmaster because it also gives you 3 stacks of Elusive Brawler
That's so insane.
whenever you hit 3 targets. Yep.
That seems so good.
And then on the other choice node on the left,
Wait, what the fuck
Currently
is this? What is Crackling Jade Lightning deals 40% less damage and it has a cost of 40 energy, but is now instant and causes your next blackout kick against the target to shock them. That's just a tuning thing, but
yeah, that's a tuning thing, but it would also feel very weird to spend 40 energy on a Crackling Jade Lightning.
there's no fucking shot. Yeah,
There's no way, yeah.
that's actually brutal.
It's a very weird talent. I'm not sure what they want to go with this.
Okay, and then you have Strength of Spirit and Guy Plin's Imperial Brew.
Yeah, we take the Imperial Brew. Unless for some reason Expel Harm tuning is really good, but we'll see.
Okay.
And then I'm currently taking Light Brewing. Now this gets us to the last row.
Mm-hmm.
So on the very left, this is really just a tuning thing, but probably Shared Passions is going to be better.
Okay.
It's going to be 100% uptime because you're resetting Breath of Fire cooldown all the time. So it's basically 100% damage buff on Spinning Crane Kick and Blackout Kick, purely.
Okay,
Always.
that's pretty sick. Yeah. Where are you going with the rest of this? I know it has like Anvil and Stave, he has Bone Dust and Weapons of Order at the same time. I'm actually really interested to see where this goes.
Yeah, so we're going for Weapons of Order, so we take Anvil and Stave on the way.
Okay.
This will probably get nerfed because it's really strong right now. It only has a 1 second in CD, so you can imagine how often this will
Yeah,
proc
that's
in
insane.
Mythic Plus pull.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then you take Weapons of Order. Do you take the capstone under it?
It's an option. We'll leave it right now, but there's 1 point at the end
Sure.
you can choose. And on the very right, we take the Counter Strike,
Okay.
which gives us a lot more extra damage as well.
All right.
And then to get to the middle end there, we take Walk with the Orcs, which is the old conduit that reduces Neo Zao cooldown and increases stomp damage. And we take rank 2 in Neo Zao, which makes it so Neo Zao does more damage whenever you purify. And the current legendary that we're playing, Storm Stout's Last Kick.
Okay. And then
Now
you
the
have
Neo
1
Zao
point.
is, yeah, the Neo Zao thing is also like there are sometimes some fights where the gain from that is really really small, and then maybe you could path the other side, but
Okay.
the other side is not great either.
Yeah, definitely.
now you
elusive,
have one-
elusive footwork definitely has like pretty strong integration with shadowboxing treads too. If you were to path that way.
Exactly. Yes. So there's like 1 point left now, and there are 3 options I think. So you can pick high tolerance, because the first rank already gives you the full benefit of the extra haste.
Oh, that's sick. Wait, is
And,
the second point in this only the 4%? Oh wow, yeah, that's a 1-pointer for sure.
Yeah. And the green stagger is already 8% haste, and you always have at least green stagger, so this is a pretty strong node. The other one would be elusive footwork. Like, think of a boss like Lords of Dread. You're only tanking one of them, but you're always hitting two with Blackout Kick, and you do more damage with it. You have a chance when you crit, you get next extra strike of elusive brawler. You have 2 chances then to get that.
Okay.
Could be really good there. And of course, if there's like a heavy multi-target fight where you benefit from cooldown reduction of Weapons of Order, I assume Mythic Plus, but I'm not sure about that. You could take the Effusive Anima Accelerator, which is the Mechanicos thing.
Okay. That seems good. So it doesn't seem like there's too much choice. It seems like you're kind of just slamming. I guess some potential choice is you could lose some damage with Counter-Strike to gain a little bit more defensiveness, right? Like
you can gain a lot of defense. Like there's a lot of damage you can take out to gain defensive.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, because like that, like you could grab the 1 point in high tolerance, the 1 point in elusive footwork. Like that's just. Wait, is the second point elusive footwork the same thing where it doesn't actually? Oh no, it gives you 2 stacks of a elusive brawler.
Yeah, that's actually useful. There's also the rank 2 Zen meditation thing you could do in some fights.
Yeah, just totally dependent on if you. It would be like having Zen Med for the first and last debuff of like Jailer P2 or something.
Yeah, and also the thing that it doesn't break by getting attacked anymore.
Yep. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh wait, it doesn't. Oh, I see. So you could actually just channel this on the boss. Like you could just let the boss hit you and use it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. No bone dust consideration. Is that because of the second point of high tolerance being? It seems like you are packed in at the bottom of this tree. Like it's
yes.
You are definitely a class, and this has been hit and miss with every class in the game, where it's either good or bad. It's kind of hard to tell. But like you get to this point in the tree, and it's like once you hit 20, there's no thought of anything beforehand. You are hard focusing on capstones, but that's good and bad because like it means your capstones are good, and like it's so much better than everything else that you would never go back up. But at the same time, it's also like, you know, you're usually like hard set into the same thing.
Yeah, I just don't think Bone Dust Brew has a lot of potential for raiding because, I mean, I generally focus a lot on damage, even as a tank. Now, if you would go pure defensive, Bone Dust Brew obviously isn't bad either. Yeah, I don't see it being used.
All right, sure. Trell, do you have any takes about this, or do you kind of want to move on to Mythic Plus?
I agree with pretty much everything that Reloe said. We could just move on, probably.
Sweet. All right, let's do it. Take me down. Mythic Plus Gaming.
It's going to be pretty similar, honestly. Like you said, like all the important stuff's at the end. So Keg Smash, Stagger, Purifying Brew, Shuffle, Hit Scheme, 2 points Gift the Ox for sure, Rushing Jadewind or Special Delivery.
Okay.
Both Celestial Brew talents, 100%. Breath of Fire, Purifying Brew, rank 2.
Okay.
And then I think you want to take Solibums and Charred Passions for Mythic Plus as well.
Sure.
Those are both so insane.
Yeah, I'll slam that later once we unlock that part of the tree. I'm assuming you want Nijuo.
Yeah, I got to take Nuzao just to get down to the bottom. Honestly, like the base Nuzao is that good. It's just a 25% physical DR kind of.
Yeah. Okay.
But got to take it.
Do you take Black Ox Brew or Bob and Weave?
That's a good question. Honestly, like they're both strong abilities, but there's so much good stuff to substitute for instead. It's going to depend on tuning, I think.
Okay, so where are you spending the last 5 points of this side of the tree?
So for now, I've got just the base Zen Med, Gaiplens, Imperial Brew.
Okay.
And then I had to take Facepalm to get to Shadowboxing Treads, which I think both Reloe and I are kind of reluctant to take, but you got to take that to get that.
It's like if you could just go to Light Brewing and then you had the option to have like Shadowboxing Treads here instead of whatever the fuck this thing is, it would feel a lot better, and then you would have an extra point that you wouldn't have to spend on Facepalm. Like basically think of it like this. If you were able to get to Shadowboxing Treads with better pathing and not having to take Facepalm, instead of Facepalm, you could have just Black Ox Brew, and that would be just such a better 1 point option alone, not to mention a few of these other potential utility things.
Yeah, you pretty much never press Tiger Palm anyway, but it's it's a point you have to spend.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the capstone level look like? Dude, Counter-Strike seems so insane in Mythic Plus.
Counter-Strike is, I'm pretty sure you got to take Counter-Strike because it's basically
shit.
always going to be active.
Okay. And then where you're taking Charred Passions. Where else are you going?
Yeah, 1 point of high tolerance, just like Reloe. That's a given. Skip Bone Dust Brew. That's just the most useless trait for Mythic Plus, I think. Everything else gives you a lot of good stuff. It gives you a combination of defense and offensive, whereas Bone Dust is kind of just an RNG damage most of the time if you take Bountiful.
Oh, wait.
And it doesn't do a lot.
They
when
gave
you. Press
That's interesting. What the hell? Why did they give
I think that should be on the
Brewmaster? Brewmaster has the option between Attenuation or Bountiful Brew, and Windwalker just only has Attenuation and not Bountiful Brew. That is very, very weird that they decided to make this a choice on this one and not the other one. That is very strange. Okay, so where would you spend the rest of the 7 points here?
So I think for Mythic Plus, you want to actually steer away from the Ox. I think you want to go down the right side of that pathing. Because Ox doesn't give you its damage as threat, and you wouldn't benefit from the leech passive on your other tree from your Ox. So I think you'd rather have your own damage increase.
Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong. And then the right side, I would, of course,
your voice is cutting out with voice activation a decent amount. You might want to turn down the sensitivity a little bit.
Oh, I'll just push the talk. Sorry about that.
Sure. Yep, no problem.
So I think the Anvil and Stave trait is insane. Got to have that for all content. And then I would take Weapons of Order and the capstone on Weapons of Order, effusive, yeah.
Okay. And then what are you doing with Storm Stouts, or can you not even get Storm Stouts last keg here?
So yeah, there's so much good stuff. You'd have to drop something that does a lot of damage, because I think Storm Stouts last keg is worth it 100%, and Mythic Plus at least.
Yeah, especially because sometimes, so often you just start with 2 charges, right? Because between pulls, you just really gain a lot from that.
It's very beneficial.
What about Blackout combo? I used to love Blackout combo, especially because you could just do really cool shit with Purifying to actually take the most damage in the world, but just pause it. And that was insane. I just don't know if it's been played this expansion, or if it's still as interesting as it used to be.
I don't think it's been played since the boss in Legion, the Dreadlord boss in Legion, that you could do that on and get huge value.
Okay.
It's been tuned really poorly, but it's just a way to get down to that last straight in this case.
Okay. Yeah, you have to give up. I just wonder if Storm Stout's last keg is just better than High Tolerance Haste.
You have an extra point at the very start right now.
So you do, yeah. So you put in 1 point into
Gift of the Ox. I actually skipped healing elixir.
Yeah, that doesn't give you more points at the bottom, by the way. That would give you more points in the middle by doing that. Because if I put back Gift of the Ox, I can go back and do everything you just suggested. And I'm still short on points. So there's 10 points down here no matter what, but there is one up here where it is variable. You spent 9 at the beginning.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I'm not even 100% sure on it. The problem with the Brewmaster tree is there's so much good stuff, but it's all about damage. There's very little survivability and damage choices on the nodes or the trees. I think if they added the 4-piece from this last tier, the Keg of the Heavens healing, instead of Bone Dust Brew, that would help a lot.
Okay.
Or maybe the 2 traits that reduce your stagger by a tiny bit, Staggering Strikes and Quick Sip. I don't think you're ever going to play those in high content. So they could do something instead of those 2 as well.
Also, Shocking Blow just seems wrong. That's just a non-node. Dude, spending 40 energy to make your blackout, even if you just ignore everything else, spending 40 energy and a GCD to make your next blackout kick do extra damage to the target. What is going on with that, right?
Yeah, it's weird.
Maybe the idea is when they put the extra 10 yards on Crackling Jade Lightning, they were thinking, Brewmasters will use this to tag packs. And if you pick Shocking Blow, if you're doing that as well, it's just instant, so you don't have to channel it. You can keep moving. And then also they'll have a big blackout kick for the fucking AoE pull. But I guess Shadowboxing Treads also amplifies it, right? So it just seems kind of weird. Maybe it needs to be looked at a little bit.
I mean, if you hit 3 targets with Blackout Kick and it works on all 3 targets, it could maybe be interesting for damage.
They brought a few things back here that are kind of interesting, where they have Graceful Exit, where it's just increased movement speed, but the buff isn't long enough. And again, with how many good points there are here, you just can't consider that. Staggering Strike's an old. This was an Azerite trait in BFA, right?
Yeah, it was.
But obviously the number is just going to be based on like that. But I don't know if that necessarily fits in as well to current Brewmaster. What do you guys think about that?
I think you're just purifying too often to use something like that, but it's a flat reduce. You have so many brews now.
Yeah, it's such a niche idea for a talent. It would only be usable in like the very, very highest of key levels, or like Mythic Ragalon, where you're just always at high stagger minimum. But it would have to also be tuned really, really high, so it would be useful in the situations, which I doubt it would be.
Yeah, this was pretty quick. I just want to point out some potential problem nodes. You guys said that Bone Dust Brew really doesn't feel that good in all content. I think that's something they need to look at, and that's including the fact that you have the option to get Unity. Let's talk about some nodes we didn't really talk about yet. Celestial Flames. Quick Sip, you just kind of talked about it a second ago. Clash is something they just brought back to Brewmaster, but seems like it's something you guys... how are you going to spend a point on Clash unless you absolutely need it? And if you are...
Yeah, Clash is like the worst version of Death Grip, and it relies on people not pressing a root or stun ability at the time that you press it for it to even work. I don't know. It's so situational and niche.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If it's so situational and niche, why the hell would they ever make you choose between everything else in the middle of this tree, which is all banger shit? Like, it's all, like, insane. Like, when are you going to have the point ever to consider stuff like that? They would have to consolidate some nodes or remove... Again, there's not a lot of bad pathing except for maybe Facepalm, where they could give you, a few points of actual utility, where right now every single point you spend is purely throughput, both healing or defensive or damage. So maybe actually, like, is the game broken if Clash becomes a utility option somewhere in the tree for all general class Windwalker monks? Something to think about.
That sounds good.
Make it baseline.
Yeah.
Because it certainly seems like it's out of place in the Spec Tree, that's for sure.
Maybe have it in place of like disable in the class tree.
Yeah. And then disable should obviously just be baseline in that case. Okay, the Celestial Flames.
Celestial Flames is like another top choice. You know, I'd want to take that. I'd want to take Turning of Nuzao as well instead of Blackhawk's Brew. There's all kinds of stuff that I could take, but there's just not enough points for Mythic Plus at least.
So overall, how happy are you guys with the tree?
I think I'm happy with the abilities that we're getting and some new stuff, but not happy in the sense that there's not a lot of options.
Yeah, you guys seem
We're
like
very locked in.
you have absolutely no choices. You have no choices, but the things you want from your tree. You want choice, you want old things brought back or new things added. You want to feel more powerful than you are now. It seems like you don't have choice. They did bring back some powerful things from this expansion, which is good. So they did do the second thing, and then the third one, do you guys feel like this tree will make you more powerful than you are now?
I think losing the tier set kind of cuts our power in half, but the tree itself does have a lot of good power in it. I think damage-wise, we're going to be very strong on AoE. I think threat issues are solved by how much spinning crane kick damage and keg smash damage you can get there. I'm just worried about self-healing and survivability.
Yeah, the thing is like they've made a lot of changes like that. Like recently they nerfed Earthquake by 40% for LE Shamans, and the primary reason for that is they added a bunch more AoE capability for them. So right now it's sitting as they're just doing less AoE because they nerfed Earthquake. So an LE Shaman might be here like, how are we going to do damage? But obviously the point is to rebalance it to where those other new AoE sources are a much higher percentage of your damage, and Earthquake does not dominate as much, which also will feel better because having something on the ground where a tank can move all of your adds out of something being most of your damage feels kind of like shit. It could kind of be the same way for Brewmaster, right? Where you kind of have like they could if you're losing the current 4-piece, they could make your class tree this, give you some old things back, give you some potential power, some combinations you haven't had, some self-healing, but then balance it around that without the 4-piece. But that level of balance hasn't happened yet. So all we can do is really theorize about what they want to do with that based on what they're putting in the trees. Where could they put the 4-set in the tree? Like maybe like down here near the middle. Like you guys never mentioned Exploding Keg, for example.
Yeah, that's such a niche talent.
I know it's good. Don't get us wrong, but it's like, what do you sacrifice for it? There's
Okay,
probably some use cases.
All right, so it seems like Brewmaster's certainly not in a terrible spot though. Like you're going to be playing the game. It seems like Brewmaster is much closer to what Brewmaster is currently or in this expansion than the others, than Windwalker at least. Seems like Windwalker is like
Yeah,
potentially.
the playstyle won't change almost at all.
But was the playstyle bad though? I feel like it was good, right?
I think like the one thing I always don't like is the fact that you're pressing spinning crane kick on pure single target. It just feels wrong. But they are definitely pushing that direction still, so that will still happen.
Yeah, to fix that, they could buff the facepalm back to where it was in late Legion. Instead of being a 10% chance, it was like a 90% chance with all the right artifact conduits, whatever they were called.
Yeah, that would fix it. You wouldn't spinning crane kick anymore in single target. But yeah,
They should probably also just make Shared Passions also work on Tiger Palm. Like, there's no reason not to.
oh yeah,
True.
you're right. It's just on spinning crane kick instead of tiger palm, but they're very similar. All right, very lit. I think we're about done. Do you guys have any more notes on Brewmaster before moving on to Mistweaver? Seems like we've generally covered it. The Brewmaster tree seems to not have a ton of choice, but it is keeping a relatively similar power level and is gaining some things back that feel good. I would say overall, though, it's definitely not like a super like S tier tree. It seems kind of okay. Do you guys feel that way?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, hell yeah. That was very brief, which makes up for the Windwalkers taking like forever. So which is mainly my fault. But yeah, all right. Thank you guys for coming on again. I'll reach out to some of you in Trill. I'm so sorry if your team, dude. Does your team does everyone in your team have Alpha already?
No, not everyone actually.
Okay, dude. I feel like I have to do something for them. I will like do my best to try to get them it before the beta comes out or something. I feel like I have like ruined their day on accident. I did not even
It's
mean
all
that.
good.
But yeah, okay. Anyways, thanks for coming on, dude. And thanks Reloe again. A lot of people don't know that Reloe is more than just a weak aura man. This guy plays the game at a really high level and plays a lot of Brewmaster. So thank you too for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right,
Bye.
see you guys. Okay. All right, Mistweavers, it's finally time. I'm sorry, it's been so long. If you guys have somewhere to be or like that was really uninteresting, I super apologize. Someone had to be last, and the other two people had vacations and MDI practice or TGP practice, so you guys were at the end. However, I am very excited about this. This is Mistweaver is something I paid pretty close attention to because it's been like out of meta in the game that I play the most, which is raiding, for a long time. Then it came in very strong at the end of this expansion, both for a bit with Venthyr and Sanctum. And then again, in this expansion, or after Double Legendaries came out, and they fixed that bug with them in this raid. I have not played with them a ton in Mythic Plus. We're going to start with raiding, but I'm kind of interested to see where this goes. This is the tree I've seen the most hype about, so hopefully I'm not let down with like your all's playstyle. But before we start going down the tree, I just kind of want to talk, hear it from you guys. Maevey and Megasett, you guys can speak about this as much as you want. Just what is Mistweaver in Shadowlands? Like, what is it strong at? What is it weak at, both in raiding and Mythic Plus? Where have you liked where the class has gone and where it is now compared to where it's been? And what do you think could be improved?
Starting with Mythic Plus, I guess, our weakness in specifically like season 1 through, I guess, 2, maybe even 3, you could consider it, has been our lack of damage, mainly single target. They gave us a buff to spinning crane kick back in March that buffed it by 30%. And honestly, this is kind of a hot take. A lot of people don't like when I say this, but Mistweaver damage is fine. Like, it's in a fine spot in keys and in raid. You can't buff our single target because it will make us too strong in raid.
Is that a hot
damage.
take? Is that, but like
Some...
I would 100% agree with you, at least because like we spent look at the comps we were running. Like we spent so much time thinking about healer damage while they are healing this entire expansion, and Monk was never like, you can't bring this because they don't do damage like some other healers.
Yeah, so for keys, that is what you'll hear people say a lot of the time. Why Mistweaver's quote unquote bad is because they don't do damage. And it's possible to do damage. I've done it. It's not impossible. It requires way more effort than a lot of the other classes, but it's still possible. A lot of the reason is that we do not have access to high damage Covenant abilities like Vesper or Ashen Hollow. We also don't really get anything for damage out of our legendaries. The main thing that we get is Ancient Teachings, which just allows us to do more damage because we don't have to spend that time casting. Same with Fallen Order. Does a lot of healing for us. So we don't have to spend that time vivifying, and we can spinning crane kick instead, which is where most of our damage comes from.
Okay. What do you think about the raiding Mistweaver throughout Shadowlands, maybe?
I mean, it kind of just fills a role that a lot of other healers fill, in the sense that it just kind of does HPS, but it doesn't really do anything special. It doesn't like bring anything that's powerful like a DR. I guess you could kind of argue Revival has some niche scenarios where it's good.
Yeah, it does.
To counteract some burst damage, but like outside of that, it just kind of does low throughput on high amounts of targets, but it all adds up to be like a significant amount of healing. When you have a Mistweaver, it's like your health pools don't, like from rot damage, they don't ever drop, so then it just kind of fills the same role as like a druid in that kind of sense, but like you're kind of competing against druid in just a numbers game for raid spot at that point, because you're always going to want, like, you know, your priest, your paladin, so, you know, when it comes down to the throughput role, it's just a tuning game, and druid and Mistweaver kind of compete against each other in that sense. So
yeah, I think it's been better this patch than others, right? Where they've been very low tuned for a long time, and then this patch, I mean, you can look at it on Warcraft logs right now and all through Sepulchre, where Blizzard kind of finally realized that all of the non-DR healers need to crank HPS more than the other healers, and they've been very successful at that, at least in this
maybe
raid.
a little bit too successful with druid, but yeah.
yeah, maybe, but that's the thing. Like, it has to, the pendulum has to swing to like offset it in a way when it's been that wrong for that long, right? So, I like Dragonflight is obviously a chance to make those a little bit more equal, but yeah, so they saw a little bit more play, and they also, I think they're a strong cooldown class, like. So Revival is like better than it used to be for sure, but I also think Dragon is like a pretty unique carry cooldown that lasts a decent amount of time. It's a lot of mana consumption, and it basically requires innervates to do consistently, but it is like enough of a carry cooldown that I think, at least for me, that gave them so much more relevance in this expansion, where they just, it was just another way to give them coverage instead of just being a hot healer for the rest of the fight. All right, so we will start with rating. And then, unless you have any more, Megasett, do you have any other takes about? We kind of just been bouncing off each other. Do you have any other takes about like where Mistweaver's been specifically in keys?
Something else that people bring up a lot of the time is the fact that we don't have a DR at all. They like to bring that up, and I used to bring that up as well. But because tanks have become quite a bit tankier, like Blood Decays, it hasn't really been much of an issue. So it's kind of a minor thing. I would like one, but it's not like that's what's killing the class or anything.
Yeah, so that's like a big difference between raiding and Mythic Plus, because like your defensiveness and raids are never about tanks. It's just like keeping players alive or keeping like, you know, you or like the entire raid alive, as far as like raid defensives when they're referred to. But in Mythic Plus, they've moved away from what this game was in Classic, where a lot of healers' jobs was just spamming tanks. They correctly, by the way, it's terrible if the game was like that. Tanks are pretty self-sufficient, especially later in expansions when they have a lot more borrowed power. Interesting to see how that'll be in Dragonflight, by the way. I think that Mistweavers haven't suffered in a Mythic Plus. You're basically saying Mistweavers have not suffered in a Mythic Plus environment because of how self-sufficient tanks have been.
Yeah, it's definitely been helpful, especially like in I think it was the second season, and even a bit in the third, but less so with Mana has been a concern for a while, but it's kind of been band-aided by every single seasonal affix we've had. There's been some kind of mana regen component. We're seeing it hurt the most in season 4 just because the infiltrators don't give quite as much. I think it's like 30% for the little guys, and then the main guy, the special named mob, is full. So that's been something that's kind of been going back and forth, but because we have access to Manatee and Spirit of the Crane, I think that that's going to be less of an issue going into Dragonflight.
Oh, that's insane. Yeah, this is actually my first time looking at this tree. So I didn't even briefly look at it because I like don't want to have like a stupid non-healer opinion without having you guys kind of bring me by it first. So all right, let's start with rating Maevey, and then after we get done with rating, obviously Megasett, if you have any takes at all, you can interject at any point. And then after this, we will fully rebuild the tree with the idea of Mythic Plus, and obviously seeing what you did with the class tree, a little bit more damage in mind. I hope there's some good options there. All right, Maevey. So what are you doing in a generic raid fight for Mistweaver?
Yeah, so I mean, you obviously have to take enveloping. That just forced you. It feels really bad to take new Essence Font because they kind of gutted it. They currently in Shadowlands, Essence Font gives you double mastery proc on people who receive the small bolts. That's just completely gone in this version of Essence Font. So Essence Font is basically just like a very, very small hot on a lot of targets, but you kind of need to take it to activate other parts of the toolkit. So it feels bad as like a button standalone, but I guess it's okay with other things interacting. You have to take Rem. Rem is like super, super good. Take TFT.
Wait, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, Renewing Mist.
Rem?
Yeah, sorry, I just shortened everything.
There's
'cause
no way
REM.
you are speaking in class Discord abbreviations, right?
All right,
That's not what.
you're taking Renewing Mist.
Oh.
Then you're gonna take Thunder Focus T.
Okay.
Take Invigorating Mists, which is the right-hand side, the Vivify thing.
Yeah. Okay.
This allows Vivify to cleave, which is
Wow, this is so good with new
what
Vivify.
you need. Yeah.
Holy.
Up until this point, as far as expansions go, I think Windwalker and Brewmaster get a 40% increase on Vivify, like baseline. Mistweaver doesn't. So when you combine it with the Vivify in the class tree for the 40% extra healing, you just turn Vivify into like a super heal. And so Renewing Mist obviously has a ton of value with that, and you kind of want to focus on Vivify now, since Essence Font is a bit dead in terms of like what it provides. So we're going to be focusing a lot on improving Vivify. And this kind of brings it somewhat back to like the HFC uplift, but not chi based. It's mana based. So we're going to continue down the right hand side, pick up Mastery of Mist to give us extra Renewing Mist charges. This is just helpful at like smoothing out the rotation, if you want to call it that. It just allows you to bank charges for a little bit longer. It doesn't punish you as hard if you don't press Renewing Mist exactly on cooldown.
Yeah, most short cooldown things in the game, even if you hit them on CD, gains value by having a second charge just based on what's happening, and allows you to not munch uses of it.
Yeah. And then we're going to go pick up Revival or Restoral.
The fuck is this? I was just looking at this.
It's actually an interest. I at first I looked at this and I was like, okay, this is stupid. This makes no fucking sense at all. But like, it actually makes a lot of sense. So, Revival does what Revival does on live. It clears magic, poison, disease, and does a heal.
Oh, they made it not
But
do
on
the cringe
fights,
magic dispel.
yeah, on fights where you don't want it to magic dispel, you can take Restoral, and you can also use it while you're stunned. So, you don't have to wait for them to like hotfix in a patch that says, hey, you don't magic dispel this important thing that shouldn't be dispelled at a random time on a fight.
That's insane. That's so good because like there's been because they always do fix it later. It's like months after the thing comes out. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, Revival will stop dispelling this thing that's like wiping you if you use it there. It's so that they're just giving you the option to have Revival do that, which it is insane. Like think about like Halandris, right? Like Revival dispelling on Halandris is fucking sick. Like it's like an insane time to actually.
But dispelling on Sylvanas, it's fucking horrendous.
Yeah, exactly.
So
but
also being able to cast while stunned can be interesting on some fights. I don't, nothing really comes to mind, but it's like a nice niche that you can have kind of thing.
Yeah, my only issue with this is that Restoral is a brutal name. That's gotta.
It's Revival too.
Yeah, I know exactly what. Yeah, it should just
call it Revival.
Just literally call it.
Something.
Just call it Revival. Like just call it like, dude, Restore. There's no fucking shot I'm saying that. But yeah, okay. Okay, moving on.
You're just taking
more.
one of them.
Sure, let's pick Restoral for fun.
Sure. And then I think you just take Life Cocoon at this point. It's good just to get down to the tree, but also you kind of want to get Teachings of the Monastery later, just because we're going to be focusing a lot on Rising Sun Kick. But we can leave Teaching of the Monastery there because I know you like doing these trees.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So on the far right, we're going to pick up Rapid Diffusion. This allows Rising Sun Kick and Enveloping Mist to apply Renewing Mist to an ally within 40 yards.
Ooh.
So basically, this kind of mixes the two playstyles of Fist Weaving and Mistweaving, but also synergizes really well with your Celestial, because when you're using your Celestial, so that's Yu'lon or Chi-Ji, you're going to be casting Enveloping a lot more frequently. Yeah.
You're going to have...
It's 100% on Vivify.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also just Vivify just being stronger in general and
Right.
instant.
Well,
like,
yeah.
Holy
I mean,
moly.
The whole strength of this comes from just how good Vivify is.
Yeah.
So then, if we go back to Revival Restoral, we go down left to Uplifted Spirits. This is what gives Rising Sun Kick the cooldown reduction and also some extra healing. You take your Celestial here, so you can take, honestly, either of these. Yu'lon now gets 33% less cost of Enveloping Mist, so it's like a pseudo-innervate built into it. Really fucking good.
Is Dragon still in the tree?
Yeah, that's Dragon.
Oh, that is... Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you still have to choose between Dragon and Bird. Both of them are very, very powerful, though. So,
but I guess this makes it... Okay, so basically this is just Dragon from last expansion. I just didn't know if it was called something else, but it just makes it way less shitty to use without Innervate.
Yep. They just put a Band-Aid on it. So
that's actually
it's
insane.
really sick.
That's insane, yeah.
So bottom right from Celestial, you're going to pick up Dancing Mists, which now Renewing Mist has a 10% chance to spread to an additional target when traveling or when initially cast.
Okay.
So when you're
Oh,
vivifying people, Renewing Mist will jump to people after those old people are full. So now you can vivify new people who are injured. So it basically just gives you even more vivifies potentially.
They need to be really careful. This is definitely bordering.
This is getting Nyalotha levels.
Yeah,
there's more later. Don't worry.
There's okay. Well, I assume there's more. I'm just saying that like anytime you're talking about duplicating things, and then you also have an ability that can heal every target that has something that is duplicatable, stepping into dangerous like exponential scaling.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah, they need to be really careful about that because it seems like a really fun, cool play style. It just sounds like it would be too powerful, and then the thing you'd be worried about is that they would nerf the gameplay instead of the numbers, right? So yeah, that's definitely interesting. It also seems like they're for sure going down the route of like we like Mistweavers to just be someone who's constantly doing a bunch of random high rate healing, and that seems to be kind of like a niche that looks like they want them to fill.
So from here, we're going to go back to the left one slot, grab Enveloping Breath. This is what basically turns Dragon into Dragon. It does like the cleave healing thing, applies a bunch of hots to everyone. Sick. Then you're not quite going to pick up Mistrep or Refreshing Jade Wind. These are interesting, but you are going to take Overflowing Mist to grab Yu'lon's Whisper to the bottom left.
Okay.
So from here, you kind of need a few more points to get down the tree. I think Mistrap could have a lot of value later on because of a different talent that interacts with all the Renewing Mist stuff. If it does work with the stuff later on, you will take it at this point. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of travel down the tree some more. So we're going to take Font of Life on the far right to give Essence Font the ability to reduce the cooldown on Thunder Frequency.
Yeah.
Just good. And then we're going to go back up to Teachings of the Monastery and take that point.
Tiger Palm causes your next Blackout Strike. And
it allows you to fish better for Rising Sun Kick.
Say less, yeah. I mean, it's basically nope, I think it is the exact same thing as Windwalker one. I thought the wording was slightly different. Okay, yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, so from here, we're going to go below the Celestial thing and the choice node, like dead center of the tree. You're going to take Gift of the Celestials. So what this does is it turns your Celestial into a 1 minute cooldown, but it cuts the duration in half. And if you see,
that's so good though.
Below that, there's Invokers, and like to the right, the little scroll. Yeah.
Wait, they gave you all the win, or was that a class legendary?
That's just a class legendary.
Oh, I thought it was only Windwalker because they were the only ones I saw ran.
Now you just get Invokers every minute for 20 seconds, and Haste is really good with Hots, and it's also really good with Celestials. So we're going to rush that as well. So take Secret Infusion and into Invokers.
Yeah.
Secret Infusion also is really good because you use Thunder Focus Tea on something that gives you haste, which is Renewing Mist or Essence Font. Essence Font reduces the cooldown on Thunder Focus Tea through Font of Life. So now we're going to spec into Upwelling, which is below Font of Life. It's the second to right thing.
Yeah.
So this allows us to basically, instead of casting Essence Font on cooldown, it allows us to sync it up with our Thunder Focus Tea, because you don't want to be casting Essence Font too often. Thunder Focus Tea reduces the channel time of Essence Font by half. Upwelling increases its channel time based on how many casts you're missing by not casting it on cooldown. So effectively, you're just getting a bunch of Essence Font bolts out of this, which gives you a lot of fishing for reducing Thunder Focus Tea cooldown to get more haste from Secret Infusion, so they just synergize together really well. And this is where the build gets really broken. To the bottom left of Upwelling, Misty Peaks. Renewing Mist has a chance to proc Enveloping Mist for 3 seconds. So haste then gives you more healing. And then to the bottom right of that, you take Rising Mist, which makes your your Rising Sun Kicks extend the duration of your hots by more. And that's balanced
and
for
then,
sure.
And then you still have two. And then what's up, Megasett?
No, it was balanced. It's balanced. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is like you don't here. This is where so many people they want to like talk about their class and then they're like, shh, like yeah, it's like wink, it's bad, wink. The thing is like okay, Blizzard is not stupid, right? As much as like some people who get really invested in this game would like to think that they are. If your class is actually fucking insane like that, and you let it go unchecked, the worry is that they're nerfing the wrong thing. Like this gameplay wise sounds really fun because you'd be interacting with your like I I don't know. It just seems really fun. It seems like it would be like insanely banger to play, especially with this much fist weaving and Rising Sun Kick also proccing this as well. But like you don't want it to be that insane and then just like have them gut it. Like this is Prot Warrior all over again. Prot Warrior played so well at the end of BFA, and it was extremely powerful. It was maybe too powerful in a lot of content. But instead of making the class like nerfing the class's damage, they just fucking ruined it. They fucked around all of its talents. It was dog shit to play basically this whole expansion, and now it seems like it like is getting fixed again. That's fine, but like that was just when that stuff goes unchecked for too long. So I just this. But I think the good part of this, because who knows what they're going to do to it, this seems really cool, though. Like, I love the direction they're going with it. It's just anytime you're talking about almost exponential scaling with, like, renewing mists going out to things and then, like, everything interacting with it and then them also getting increased and then them also getting enveloping mist. And, like, that's when you start... I mean, it actually sounds exactly like Nyalotha, right? Where you just have an enveloping mist on the entire raid. Like, that's not exactly how it's going to happen, but, like, that's... Yeah.
I mean... So part of the issue with this is also everything here is % haste, and you obviously have diminishing returns on stats from rating, so you can still stack a bunch of haste rating on your gear, and then all these active abilities from Thunder Focus T and Invoker's Delight just make your haste scale to, like, you know, essentially Nyalotha levels on, like, short burst windows, which is what makes it really insane. But there's one last talent that kind of puts this all together, which is to the right, or sorry, to the left of Gift of Celestials. It's Clouded Focus. It's the choice node.
Oh, see, right here? Yep.
Yeah, so this is the thing that I was talking about earlier, where like you still want to kind of cast Soothing. So once you have a bunch of Renewing Mists out, you just cast Soothing on your best friend, and then you spam Vivify on them, and you can cast like around 6 Vivifies in a single Soothing, but since you have all these Renewing Mists out, you're spamming Vivifies that are getting increased healing done and reduced mana cost as you're channeling more, or like as you're casting more and more and more. So you basically just kind of set up like a ramp, and then
it's a ramp.
Detonate
it's
everything.
It's actually, and you're using a Soothing Mist to trigger the ramp basically.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. And then you have one more point. Where would that go?
Yes, my last point I just put in Mists of Life, which comes down off of Life Cocoon. For the memes of getting even more Renewing Mists and Enveloping Mists.
Okay. Well,
but I mean, honestly, this can go into like Mist Wrap if
things.
Mist Wrap works on Misty Peaks, because obviously when you proc the Enveloping Mist for only 3 seconds, you would kind of want it to be 4 seconds. The bottom right talent.
Oh yeah.
Renewing Mist. Second from the bottom, the one that looks like Renewing Mist. Yeah, that one.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
If that gets extended by Mist Wrap to 4 seconds, that's just a straight 33% healing increase. So Mist Wrap just gains a lot of value from that, but we can't test that right now because Misty Peaks is not yet implemented. But I'm sure if that interaction exists, Mist Wrap will probably be the numerically correct answer to take as your last talent point.
Are there any other variations to this based on like so one thing I've noticed now that I think all 3 builds ignore Feline Stomp and Phaline, something like that, and then also largely ignore Bone Dust Brew outside of the idea that Windwalker has to take it to get its calculated strikes. So you guys would never really consider running either of these?
I mean, I don't know too much about these abilities, so Meg can definitely talk more, but from what I've gathered, from what other people have told me, Phaline Stomp is like I Omega Gear content, and I don't care about healing. I'm just going to slam some extra damage or something. It seems like a very half-cooked thing to have on the tree.
Well, it could be like a Mythic Plus damage variant. I mean, that makes
potentially
sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, Meg, if you want to talk about these, I have no idea about these at all.
So Bonus Brew, I was super disappointed to see made it onto the tree. It's so bad. I'm never going to explore that side of the tree for keys, and probably not for raid either. For Phaline Stomp, though, that was our highest damage covenant in Shadowlands, but it all kind of comes down to the tuning. Both of the dungeons, how much damage it does, if it interacts with the rest of our kit at all, and it kind of also depends on the seasonal affix. If we are going to get mana help from it, then it might be playable. But if not, then there is a much safer build that focuses less on damage and more doing like moderate healing and moderate damage.
Okay, cool.
But I would like to see it. I just don't know yet because 3 of the 4 points in there, they're not even implemented yet, so I haven't been able to test.
Yeah, and I feel like this tree is going to look so much differently for Mythic Plus than Raid because like pretty much all of this like exponential renewing mist shit is just like completely irrelevant in Mythic Plus. Well, not completely, but especially like the vivifying. Vivifying your mist targets is definitely sick. But like you're not trying to spread your mist to like 20 people, right? So
No, it's not that many.
So I wonder how that'll actually
The replicating stuff probably won't matter as much, but I think like rapid diffusion won't really matter and dancing mist won't really matter, but I think you'll still want like misty peaks.
I will
to
be
apply the
taking Rapid
envelopments.
and Misty Peaks. My whole goal with the Mythic Plus build was to avoid casting as much as I could. So that means
Fair
taking
means.
the Vivifies and avoiding all of the like upwelling, avoiding Essence Font as much as possible, even though Ancient Teachings is triggered by it, and then avoiding all of like the Soothing Mist based talents.
But that's actually sick though. The fact that you can do that and then still a raiding player can take Dragon and then you have a massive casting phase, but you're powerful as fuck, right? So it's like, it kind of lines up to work where I feel like they're doing a much better job of giving you real decisions to take there, where Paladins, I feel like there really isn't any. It just seems like they put some casting stuff on the Paladin tree because some like Paladins that played in Classic are like mad that they're melee or something. And like at least with this, it seems like you have a real reason to use both.
Dragon isn't necessarily like the go-to for raids anymore either. Just because you want to Rising Sun kick so much more often, GG, since it doesn't lock you down as much, you just want to be fishing for like Rising Sun kicks potentially. So like having a smaller cooldown that just kind of does not really much in the way of healing, but like still gives you a few free enveloping mists. Essentially, this is like the I never need to innervate build. So it's like the Boomkins wish Mistweavers played this when IQD was good, but it's a little bit too late, obviously.
You guys skipped a lot of stuff. So before we can talk about the nodes you guys skip once we actually talk about it'd be maybe redundant to talk about them now if maybe you will select them or talk about them in your actual tree. Just one things I've noticed is just pretty much all three classes Bone Dust Brew just seems not really wanted, right? So interesting. Also, one thing, I feel like a fine nerf to this without fucking up the rest of what you're doing is just making Invoker's Delight last not as long when you're using the
yeah, that should give
cooldowns.
Invokers a 10-second duration if you take the 1 minute cooldown Celestial. I have a feeling that the Celestial thing is probably also deservedly going to get nerfed, to be like maybe it's a 1.5 minute cooldown or maybe it's a 2 minute cooldown, because if you look at the talent it competes against in the same choice node, it does a very similar thing. Like the 2 minute Celestial, it has its choice node there.
Yeah.
The other one there says like every time you Rising Sun kick or something, it reduces the cooldown on your Celestial by 0.3 seconds. So it's like it's kind of a no-brainer to just take the shorter duration but way more frequent Celestial over taking a very, very small cooldown reduction. Like, because essentially you're taking from like 3 minutes down to like maybe 2:45 or like maybe 2:30. I don't know.
Yeah, this
exactly
is a
how
weird
many
choice
you get,
node because you're basically both choices are just your Celestial is a lower cooldown, but one of them is just going to be better than the other one. So it's
right. Yeah.
It's not like you're actually really choosing anything cool. So they maybe could rework one of these.
Yeah, I think out of the two, Jade Bond should be reworked. It's currently a conduit, and it literally is just ported into the tree, and it's incredibly weak in my opinion. But I like the idea of Gifted Celestials, but it's comparatively to Jade Bond, it's way too strong. So either change Jade Bond to be way better, or Gifted Celestials probably have to be nerfed.
Jade Bond also does increase the throughput a bit from our Soothing Breath from Yulon.
Do you really care
or the
about
Gust of
that?
Mist. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like
I'd rather have a more frequent bird, but it is
Yeah.
worth mentioning.
Yeah. Okay. And then so this 1 point's kind of flex to the whole tree. All right. So we will probably just move on to Mythic Plus at this point. I'm just definitely there's a lot of like cool stuff here that looks. Okay. I'm just gonna see where you go. All right. Mythic Plus gaming.
We will start out with our enveloping mist at the top, and then we're actually just going to go all the way down to the left side until we get to teachings, and then all the way down to the right side until you get to the rising mist node.
Okay.
We will also be taking Thunder Focus Tea, and that will get us like our Yulon and stuff unlocked. We can grab Spirit of the Crane all the way to the left. So this, I feel like I should say this before. This build is based on doing moderate damage and moderate healing. So you want to make sure that you have access to the mana nodes, but also you're going to be focused a little bit more on damage than like a ranged build would focus on. I don't like saying that, but that is kind of the goal with this.
Yeah.
So we're going to grab Revival and then go down to Uplifted Spirits if that is unlocked.
I highly doubt there's any scenario where if you're taking revival in a dungeon that you would take restoral, right? I imagine revival is actually more commonly used in dungeons to removing magic being way more relevant than it is in raids.
Yeah, it's kind of like just a master spell most of the time. It does since it procs Gust now, like it's a better version of what it used to be, but it's still often just used as a master spell for things like bursting.
When they added Gust to Revival, does Revival in Mythic Plus do the same thing as it does in Raid? It just hits 5 targets. It's not increased like Him is and some other things like that.
No, it doesn't scale.
Yeah, but also I just wanted to. Sorry, I got corrected. Essence Font still does do the double mastery thing. It's just not on the tooltip, I guess. But
Yeah,
so
there's an error.
Yeah, Essence Font Revival thing is still like lit healing, I guess.
We can go down and we can grab Zen Pulse that is under Healing Elixir.
Got it.
And then we will also grab Mana Tea to the right of that.
Okay.
You can go without Mana Tea. I was playing without it yesterday on Alpha and it felt fine. There's a couple places where I wish I had it, but I think that just comes with getting used to the new build.
It's also probably really hard to see because there's so much stuff that isn't implemented yet that you probably don't know exactly how much mana you'll be spending. Yeah.
Yeah, about half of my kit's missing. So we'll take both of the Rapid Diffusions as well. And then we will jump over into our Celestial node and we will take Chi-Ji.
Okay.
Down from that, we take Enveloping Breath, just like we did in the other build. And then what's left? To the left of Uplifted Spirits, we will take Mist of Life. That's the Cocoon, down from Cocoon.
Oh, yep. Okay.
We will grab both stacks of Dancing Mist. That's down from the right of the Celestial.
Yep, got it.
We will take the Guardian or Gift of Celestials under our Celestial there, and then to the left is Ancient Teachings. And then we'll take both nodes of Misty Peaks.
I need to see this. Ancient Teachings, after casting Essence, falling your Tiger Palm, Black Kick, and Resident, heal an injured ally for 250. Oh, yeah. Fistweave.
It's currently
That's our legendary. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we've been using the entire expansion.
Okay.
And then we will grab both of Secret Infusion, which is under Gift. And to the right of that, we are also taking both Misty Peaks. And then we can grab Rising Mist and Invokers.
All right. And then you have 2 more points remaining.
I put them both into Overflowing Mists, which is right next to Chi-Chi in the middle.
My bad.
No, I forgot to say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is interesting. So again, still hard avoiding Stomp and Bone Dust Brew.
Yeah. Well, there is a potential that we could run Night Fae, but I'm not sure that it's going to end up being worth it because you have to give up Invokers. And that I feel like is going to be kind of weird. I also haven't been able to test it just because the 2 below Night Fae or Face Stomp are not implemented yet. Rapid Diffusion isn't implemented either yet, but that's not 4 points. So
yeah. Let's talk about nodes that you kind of haven't selected yet, or neither of you really talked about. So this one is very weird. The Nourishing Chi, having your target specifically that you're life cocooning receive extra hot healing, and then it lingers. This is something where tank healing would have to be so much more relevant for this to ever be considered, and that's just kind of not the direction the game is going, especially with these new tank trees. So that just kind of doesn't really seem like you guys would ever consider this, right? Or
not
is it
generally.
PvP? Maybe PvP.
Could be. You could also suggest it if you're pugging a lot and your tanks aren't using their mitigation and they don't know their rotation and they're just kind of flopping, you could use that, but it's only going to be helpful as much as you have Cocoon. So it could be your tank build, but generally not what we're aiming for.
They gave Healing Elixir on your all's tree, but neither of you guys selected it, mainly because almost everything else is going to healing your party. You already talked about earlier having a ton of defensives. I just don't think Healing Elixir is just going to be a really strong... Both Healing Elixir and Song of Chi-Ji. There really isn't a point on your all's tree where it would make sense for you to take a point out of some very strong throughput to grab something that isn't necessary for utility or for self-healing.
Yeah, so Healing Elixir I think is a PvP thing, but I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure it used to auto-trigger if you fell below a certain percentage of health.
Yeah, I remember that.
That, I mean, it wouldn't be that useful when you have Fort Brew, Dampen, Diffuse, but it could be okay as a 1-point thing to have. It's an extra fallback pseudo cheat death, but yeah, as it is right now, I don't see why I'd ever really take it when I can just cast a Vivify on myself.
Yeah, and then I guess there's just enough stops in Mythic Plus where you don't need Song of GG. Yeah, that's definitely you guys, none of you interacted with this Zen Reverb accumulating mist choice node.
So yeah, Zen Pulse is like weird. It does damage, I guess. It's like AoE damage. I don't know exactly if it's like AoE capped or anything, but like doing the accumulating mist thing, it requires you to have Soothing Mist, which both of us said Soothing Mist is like kind of whatever. And basically this accumulating mist thing is you have to like use it at the end of your Soothing Mist cast, so you have to channel a full Soothing Mist to get value out of it. And the other one is you have to have both your hots on them to get it to activate. So like it could be okay, I guess, maybe, but it's only 30% effectiveness, so it's a little bit DPS if your tank's getting like trucked and you just have enveloping plus renewing on it. It's a little bit extra damage from Zen Pulse.
You guys got the choice node to have attenuation or bound. I'm just going to assume the Windwalker tree just forgot to make this a choice node, because it makes no sense for the other two classes to have the option of attenuation, the Conduit and Bountiful Brew, the Unity, the Covenant Legendary, and then Windwalker didn't. But it sounds like you guys will never interact with that really anyway. Resplendent Mist. Does this seem strange that Gust of Mist has a 30% chance to do 50% more healing, but it's only after Bone Dust Brew and in between Bone Dust Brew and its Conduit?
So this is currently a conduit. Resplendent Mist is currently a conduit. That Gust of Mist has a 30% chance to do, when you put 2 points into it, 100% more healing. I think you take it as a conduit right now, like only if you're healing Sun King. It's like pure single target, and you're mastery stacking. But mastery is just typically a bad stat for Mistweaver because you'd rather just have like haste, crit, verse. It's just mostly just because mastery's so devalued. This talent is also devalued, right? You'd have to like hard stack mastery to get good use out of this.
Yeah, it just seems like a weird dependency. Like, why specifically have it path to where the Bone Dust Brew amplification is 2 things past Bone Dust Brew? Almost nothing in the entire game is like that on any Spec Tree, where you pick the thing and then multiple nodes later in the capstone level you pick the like choice node that's involved with it. Like, you go through every Spec Tree in the entire game, when they have something at the bottom, Divine Toll, there's Divine Resonance right there. When you go through something at the bottom, Umbral Infusion, then the 2 things under it, whatever, like everything is just like, well, Balance Druid's a bad example, but like literally every spec will have something like that. And then here it's just like 2 removed. Phalanx, it has basically 2 capstone level things next to it, which is kind of interesting. But it's like 3 extra points. Maybe that's another issue with Phalanx Stomp, right? Is they want to make this more relevant for Mistweaver when it doesn't bake into your kit as well as it should. And then to make it as good as it can be, you have to spend 4 total points, right? I just feel like you're going to ignore that the whole expansion. Because like, where are you removing 4 points from this where, you feel good about that? Doesn't seem possible.
It's a really big commitment. Because like, especially in Mythic Plus, you do not want to lose Rising Mist. That's what allows you to basically triage and AoE heal. So you would either have to pick between like something up there or Invokers, and Invokers is also very strong. So it kind of depends on the tuning for Phalanx, but it also is a really big commitment for 4 points. I'm not sure how I'm gonna like it yet.
I think that's also going into next expansion. They've changed. So you mentioned how seasonal affix is giving you mana, something that's like super, super important for Mythic Plus or Mistweaver as opposed to some other healing classes. Season 4 is the first time we're seeing a Dragonflight and onward seasonal affix. The days of, the relics and, Prideful and all that stuff are kind of gone in a way, because they've clearly stated that they want, the seasonal affix to be much more mild and something you don't really think a ton about, because the thing that's different now is not the seasonal affix, it's the fact that you're doing, a bunch of brand new dungeons every season. How would it work? Currently, they made you give a little bit of mana back with the shrouded affix, which is a good change, right? How does Mistweaver potentially fare if they don't have something like that in a season?
I think we'll be about the same as we are right now. Most of the mana problems that we face come from like high tyrannical bosses, things like Mana Devour or Morose. Like, those are kind of the big ones where you're like, damn, I am out of stuff. I have to drink pot, all of that. But I think with Spirit of the Crane, it will help alleviate some of that a bit. But then also having access with Manatee at the same time, I think it's probably not going to be as bad as people are thinking.
I feel like that'll help a lot of people. Are there any other nodes you guys never interacted with? Oh, down here, Tea of Plenty and Restorative Proliferation.
So I just wanted to talk about that node, but also the one to the top right of it, Peaceful Mending.
Okay.
So almost all these nodes are like, any node that says Soothing Mist in it does something. It's almost always a trap, and it's like it seems like they're trying to work this in to be like you're a caster healer instead of a Fistweaver kind of thing. But like everything on the class side of the tree says you're a Fistweaver, right? Like you should be working in damage, because the class side of the tree doesn't really have any support. So then you're like half baking a caster playstyle in, and the position of all these nodes is just so random, right? Like the mastery node, which is what I'm assuming a caster Mistweaver would actually want. Resplendent Mist is down by Bone Dust Brew. Peaceful Mending's over here on the left. Where are you, like, how are you, like, piecing all these things together? It seems so lost and, like, so spread out that it's not, like, a fully fleshed out playstyle that's even possible to do.
Dude, this is so funny. This is literally exactly what is happening with Holy Paladin. Like, they hear the feedback that they want casting variants into the game, but their vision of class balance has clearly steered both of these healers to being instant cast melee healers. They're trying to like make do with that by making a possible viable build in both capstone levels of the trees, but it just doesn't work. That's like something that another class at the moment is dealing with too. So at least you're not going through that alone. It's possible that they find a solution for one that works for the other, but it definitely seems that way. Also, just like imagine like raid healing and like seeing all of this like just multiplicative shit, and then just imagine casting Soothing Mist on one target outside of the thing you were talking about with Cloud Focus.
Right, which is like, you know, essentially a ramp. Like
you're never gonna do that unless they make casting like to make casting more viable, they would have to make Soothing Mist go on like a bunch of different people or something.
Yeah, there's also another talent to the top left of Phalanx Stomp that also just falls into the same trap, but it's like Soothing Mist heals increases the next absorbment of your life cocoon. Okay, cool, dude. Like, sick. Like, what are you gonna do with that? Life cocoon isn't, I mean, it's okay, but like, I don't want to sit there and channel Soothing Mist for 50 ticks to make my next.
Yeah, that'd be a
life cocoon
fat ass
bigger.
life cocoon though. Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to channel Soothing Mist for 50 ticks. I think the idea of this talent, as well as multiple others, is clearly that there is a viable playstyle. You are Soothing Misting that much where it's basically just free benefit on your external. What you guys are saying is that build is not really viable.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's
viable.
not.
It's viable if you're healing Sun King, and that's it, right? Like, if you're just doing pure single target, you're just spamming a single target over and over and over and over and over. Outside of like bosses where you're just healing a dummy, it doesn't really make sense.
I think also something I'm noticing in the Mistweaver tree is I think a lot of this stuff is PvP based. Like the Soothing Mist stuff, I imagine that's something you do in PvP a lot.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think the Clouded Focus thing, which is the one thing that raid healers takes, like, I think that's like the current legendary that PvPers use. So I'm assuming they're casting a lot of Soothing Mist and getting good benefit out of that.
Okay, yeah, because that's something, because like that's something that's weird with all these trees. On my stream, we only talk about PvE. I know nothing about PvP, and I'm not passionate about it, so we don't talk about it. It's kind of a weird thing, just be like, oh, well, that's in the tree because of PvP, dude. And like a lot of the good trees that exist in this game, you don't have to make that decision to be like, oh, well, you know, there's just like 6 talents on this tree that are just bad for all PvE content, but they're good in PvP. A lot of classes are good in PvP, and every node makes sense for PvE as well. Like, it's just like a kind of a cop-out answer to say that talent makes sense. When a lot of times even PvPers have come in here and said, like, no, we pretty much never take that either. Like, it's just like something a PvEer says when they're like, yeah, I think that'd be good in PvP. Maybe that's why it's there, but you don't actually ever really know that. But it's possible that, like, they've added a bunch of crazy shit for PvP in here as well. I'd have to... Dude, I don't know if this is being done. I really hope PvPers are doing these kind of talks in the PvP community. I bet they are, but...
And quickly, just back on the bottom stuff that we didn't take, like the last capstones down there. So there's the middle one, Unison, that Soothing Mist heals a second injured ally within 15 yards. This is like another support for that.
Oh, where is that? Sorry?
Straight down bottom of the tree.
Oh,
Red
okay.
swirly. Yeah, that... So, I mean, again, that's just like another Soothing Mist thing, but I'm pretty sure this doesn't, like, if you're Soothing Mist on someone, it just heals an extra person. It doesn't, like, allow you to, like, envelop 2 targets at once or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it's just like a little bit of passive extra healing as a capstone, a little bit weird. And the choice node to the left of that, both of these don't really make sense. Tea of Plenty was a Legion legendary, where whenever you use Thunder Focus Tea, essentially one of your buttons that can activate Thunder Focus Tea lights up, and you just get like an extra use of Thunder Focus Tea only on that ability, so it's completely random, which most of the time you're just focusing on one or two options of Thunder Focus Tea. You don't really want to look at all five, so like this is just pick a card and pray, so it's like kind of a dead point. And then the other, like the flip side of that choice note is like Enveloping Mist has a chance to spread its healing bonus, which it has just, you know, like I think it's 30% or something. The tooltip's bugged right now, but I think it's like a 30% healing bonus, but it doesn't spread the hot. It only spreads the healing bonus. So it's like, what are we really gonna do with that healing bonus when all of our healing is done through like Renewing Mist already through Vivify Cleaves? So unless it spreads to the right target, it doesn't really add up.
It also, if you're going to go down the extra route of like, hey, here's the like, I'm a Mistweaver, I'm a caster, it needs to make a lot more sense than this. And it also needs to kind of be in its own spot in the tree. Like, much to people's dislike, kind of, when they did this warrior decision where they wanted like single-minded fury to be like this, you know, this like easier, lower APM playstyle, then they put like a bunch of talents on the left side of the tree that kind of supported it. And then it was interesting talking to warrior players where they were like, yeah, I don't like that half of my tree, it's not all the way like half of it, but like I don't like that part of my tree is for this build that like no good player is ever going to play. Blizzard themselves said if you're trying to play optimally, you would play Titan's Grip. But like when I was asking other classes, they were like, you know, I actually would like that, you know? Like if you're a Mistweaver, for example, would you potentially like not to have any of the weird pathing with Soothing Mist in the way and just kind of have it have its own spot on the tree? The thing is it seems like the Mistweaver tree is pathed well enough to where you never actually have to take some Soothing Mist talent to like get something that enables fist weaving, right?
Yeah, it's mostly just the fact that like a third of the, or well, not like a third, but like maybe a fifth of the talents in the tree, just you will never consider taking them. Like, so they might as well just not be there to begin with.
Well, I guess you're only not considering taking them because Blizzard, in what their talent tree is showing right now, is not giving you a viable
playstyle for it, yeah.
A viable playstyle to play casting Mistweaver at a high level. It will just get gapped by fist weaving, is what both of you are saying.
Yeah, I don't think that like ranged weaving is ever going to outperform fist weaving in any way. But even outside of numbers, you have to consider that you cannot use like sweep in ranged, you cannot kick from ranged. You have all of this utility that requires you to be in there. Most of your damage comes from melee abilities. Like they can help us heal through they can give us a way to heal through ranged, but you still lose half of your utility by not being in melee. And I think that that's one of the biggest issues with that build.
Yeah, so basically kind of what I'm getting at when I was talking about the warrior thing specifically is that this has happened with multiple classes in this expansion, Dragonflight, so far. And something they've done in the past where like Guardian Druids are like, why is our class in bear form not more interesting? And they will tell you, they've said in interviews, we think this class is like the intro tank. And that's exactly why it's built, and it's really good at that. It is every single decision you'd ever make as a tank on Guardian is intentionally designed to be easier at a base level. Is it possible that when they're adding back the casting playstyles of Mistweaving into Mistweaver and casting Holy Paladin into the trees, are they putting it on the tree in the same mindset? And they haven't said this publicly. Are they putting them there to be the single-minded fury? When you read their rhetoric on it, they're actually saying, like, we don't want this to be competitive. It's just something that someone can talent into if they want to play the game this way. Is that basically what they're doing with Holy Paladins and Mistweavers by giving you the option to play this, but you guys are noting that it's not really ever going to be viable? Is that kind of intentional, where they want you to be able to do it and people can play the way they want, but they're not actually intending to make both of them an extremely viable thing you can play in all content?
I'd agree with that. I think that they put this in here to appease the people that want to play ranged, but while also saying like, hey, this is not going to be the best way that you can play. I feel like it's maybe setting people up to fail, though, especially when Mistweaver is leveling right now. There is no aspect of being in melee. You don't get Rising Mist, which is our main like melee ability in live. You don't get that until you're 60. So you're spending all this time leveling, and you're like, wow, I love Mistweaver. This is so great. And then you get thrown into melee all of a sudden at max level, and you're like, wait,
that's a really good point.
This is what I was taught at all.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a huge point. That's like counterintuitive to what they're doing with the trees. The talent trees are doing the exact opposite of that. They're sending you all the way down. But that'll actually change the way it levels right now, though. Clearly, because the way the tree. I mean, that's actually something that I almost never think about and constantly have to remind myself of. Is where things on the tree in a lot of cases are specifically designed for someone like leveling from like level 1 to like 30, and the first couple of things they'll interact with, and how, you know, it's like kind of an art form of like getting someone into WoW for the first time or a new character for the first time, and they're actually getting buttons at a reasonable rate to where they can actually understand them, move on, and then understand the things that go with them. But I'm always thinking, the only thing I think of ever, and probably you guys as well, is like the end game. Like, what does this look like at end game? That's the only thing I care about. But like, I think for Blizzard, I would say that maybe 50% of how much they care about how these trees play out is end game, and probably the other 50 is how someone interacts with it in the leveling process, which is kind of interesting to think about. Okay, that's I actually just want to kind of ask you guys the same thing I asked the other two specs. This was great, by the way. You guys were awesome. What does Mistweaver look like in Dragonflight? We'll start with rating first. Compared to Mistweaver in Shadowlands, what is better? What is worse? What currently does Mistweaver seem like the playstyle is, and like what's it going to be like?
I mean, I think the playstyle is very similar to like Venthyr currently, because you're just kind of pressing the same buttons, but Essence Font is a little bit less prioritized. You just line it up with Thunder Focus T, but I mean, pretty much you're just doing a lot of hot healing, and you're trying to do like essentially cooldown windows of like high throughput, so you're doing like consistent decent throughput and then high throughput in between. Just those peaks of high throughput will come probably a bit easier, and also buy some scratch off tickets and hope you win over and over, because that's what this class is now. It's just, I don't know, you're just playing the lottery over and over.
Yeah,
and
but
hoping
playing
that you get all the procs.
Okay, but playing the lottery, I feel like doesn't affect you the way it can affect like some other specs in the game, where it's going to mean like you have less renewing mist out and you're doing less healing, but it's not like necessarily majorly changing the way you play the game, right?
Well, if you need it for like a certain lineup on a boss where like you don't have a cooldown, or like, you know, you can plan around like a disc ramp, right? You can't really plan around like a Mistweaver
very true.
Popping off.
Yeah, specifically the clouded focus thing, like the whole like ramping up into like a giant clouded focus dump that's something that you can never plan to happen at the right time, I guess. Unless you PI a Mistweaver to give leading up to the ramp to increase the consistency. Could be good.
Yeah, I mean, you're also just RNG relying on like Rising Sun Kick procs to get, you know, extendos on Rising Mist. So there's just a lot of like weird RNG things, and I think early on it'll feel okay. Like if everything was put in the game just as is right now, it'd feel really fine at the start of the expansion. But come like tier 3, like the 3rd raid, maybe the 4th raid, if there's a 4th raid, when you actually have stats, this spec will feel like absolute blast to play. Like it'll just be so fun. It's so fast. So
that's
fluid.
A good point. They could actually leave it in its current form and it sounds super OP, and then like it just doesn't really have the stats to support it early on, so it kind of goes under the radar, and then like some raid's gonna come out and it's just gonna be out of fucking nowhere, just like insane. That actually would be pretty funny. Megasett, how do you feel like this? What is this class in Mythic Plus compared to last expansion?
I think we're going to have a lot more mobility with the instant vivifies and everything, so you won't have that feeling of like, okay, I need to plant to heal and I can move again, and oh, I have nothing for this movement phase on bosses, you know, like Aurelia, 3rd boss is saying on depths. That one was a pain. It was really hard for Monk because we had no healing on the move, but Vivify really opens it up in addition to the 1-minute Celestial. All of that is super exciting, so I think that we're going to be in a really solid spot if tuning goes well.
All right, that's good. That's nice. I actually would love Mistweavers to be like more competitive. I think at the top end in Mythic Plus, they have been previously. It was actually interesting. I think they were like really good at the end of BFA and the MDI. Like we were using on the MDI the entire time, but like when you did live keys, people like safe played Resto Druids a lot.
I think Resto Druid is generally just more popular as well. I think that's
absolutely.
Just a busier class, but Way of the Crane was largely what got Mistweaver into the BFA MDI, and when that went away, it was kind of like a dead period because everyone missed it. It was very, very strong.
Yeah, it's there's a couple of classes in the game that kind of function like that. I wonder, maybe one thing to talk about, just on Mythic Plus's note, I think Blizzard is viewing healers, and this is kind of where the whole PI thing comes from in Blessing of Summer. They view healers more as support classes in like a MOBA, for example, than they do just a class that just does pure throughput healing. That's why they give them more tools and things like that a lot of DPS players don't get. I wonder if maybe Mistweaver and other healers this expansion in Mythic Plus are going to feel a little not as good, because there are 2 healers in this game that have both Blessing of Summer and PI are both very powerful as 1-point options for just doing damage in a key. And with how prevalent damage is, I wonder if they'll give all of the non-Holy Paladins and non-Priest healers enough of a toolkit to really be able to compete with that at a high level. Have you thought about that at all?
I'd like to see more of a move towards like kind of like the Final Fantasy style of healing, where it is like a support, they do damage and you heal when you have to, but you're not meant to only heal. I think that that is a really fun play style, and when there's only like 2 classes that are designed in the way to be support rather than healers, it's harmful because they're always going to be taken over just the pure healers.
Yep.
So moving in that direction would be awesome.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
really
that would
hard.
be healthy
It's
for the
really
game.
hard to see, because like I can absolutely see a world where like at a high end level of play, I think everyone would agree with you, a high end healer. But dude, I think the same people that are asking for casting Mistweaver and casting Holy Paladin, if it became a thing where doing damage like you were a support thing, dude, people would lose their fucking minds. I just think that's like something where, you know, this game is just really old and there's people who want many different things and it's impossible to make them all happy without alienating them. So it's just probably never going to happen that way. But it does beg the point of like half the classes are already there and the other aren't. Even Mistweaver, as much as you don't have an actual singular ability like Blessing of Summer or Power Infusion, you do have the ability to have your damage interact with your healing. You're almost there, right?
Yeah.
That's why Mistweaver's good. It's just that it's just missing like a couple of like super powerful abilities. But yeah. All right, hell yeah, dude, that was awesome. You guys were great. I'm sorry you had to wait so long, but that was like really, really, really good. At least when I put this on YouTube, I will like segment the things and have point people who just want to hear the Mistweaver thing probably skip the like 2 hours of Windwalker conversation. But you guys kept this brief extremely informative, and I think Mistweaver looks really solid. So thank you guys for coming on for sure. Megasett, you definitely did not disappoint. There was so much hype.
Oh, I'm glad I
People-
did it justice.
Yeah. Hopefully they weren't like making you nervous, dude. People were actually blowing you up. They were just like, "Holy shit, get her on this stream." And then
Just a bit
Maevey,
of pressure.
Maevey, as always, you are very insightful, and I like hearing from you. I think your tasks are done. All the healers have been released, so you are free from your shackles. But anyways, as always, thanks for coming on.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
Yep. All
Thanks
right.
for the invite.
Yep. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye. Woo! That was a fucking long one. Holy fuck, that was 4 hours and 20 minutes. Anyways, that was really insightful. Before we go, where does Windwalker and Mistweaver and Brewmaster fit on the tier list we made? We have to rate Monk on the class tree section first. Can make this just the full screen here. So, oh no, it wouldn't do the full screen. We would go back to Wowhead and open up the thing and just kind of think about it for a second. Okay, class tree for Monk. I'm thinking C is the absolute highest it can go. It has terrible pathing issues. This will probably be outdated in a few weeks because some of it is very easy to change, but it has terrible dependency and pathing issues. The bottom of the tree is very non-interesting in basically every option. I think C, but like, okay, they gain an extra strong defensive. That's important. The class tree is so unfinished, man. You guys are saying B or A? There's no fucking shot. I guess like you get like Vivify Instant. That's pretty good. But dude, you're legit losing 6 points just to get stuff you need that's totally optional in all cases. I feel like that if it any other tree, you'd be dunking on it for that. You have to pick some stuff you don't need to get stuff you want. If pathing issues are fixed, it's like way up here. Surprisingly way up here. But it has bad pathing, dude. I honestly think it's a C tier thing right now. But if they fix the pathing in this tree, and if the not yet implemented stuff at the bottom turns out to be pretty banger, it's gonna be like way up here. You have to rate it against everything else. And then now the Spec Tree. Mistweaver kind of goes hard. Mistweaver might be S tier. There's like 2 totally different builds basically between rating and Mythic Plus. They both seem really powerful and they're happy about it's A at the lowest, right? I just don't know if it's like Prot Warrior, Ellie Shaman tier. I'm pretty sure it's S tier. It looks so fucking powerful. You're getting stuff you haven't had before. Yeah, that's Mistweaver's an S tier tree. But it's below. There's trees that are better, but it's like it clears some of this stuff below it, man. And then Brewmaster. Dude, Brewmaster seems to be like Blizzard saying, hey, you're basically the same shit as you are now. And there's not a lot of choice in your tree. But they're also really good right now, except they're losing their 4-piece. This is like a B or an A, I think. It can't be, I mean, it's not this bad. It's like nowhere near these classes. Like C is like, Affliction Luck has a lot of fucking problems. I think it's a solid B. It's not C. And also Brewmaster starts with B, so it's going to go right in the middle of the Bs. And then Windwalker. Dude, Windwalker's fucking controversial, man. The thing I don't get about Windwalker is like, why is Attenuation not a choice node with Bountiful Brew when every single other spec has it? That's fucking weird. So it can't be S tier at all. It has really bad pathing and a couple of really unfortunate Covenant nodes. Actually, you know what? I'm moving it down. I'm moving Mistweaver down to A, not S. And the reason why is Mistweaver has like half of its capstone node completely not looked at. It's just because they brought back the 2 wrong Covenant abilities or did not actually support them in the correct way. You can't have half of your tree on Mistweaver be like this shit and you totally fucking ignore it and then say that this is an S tier tree because you just have no actual option down here. Yeah, no, that's wrong. I shouldn't have done that. Windwalker. Windwalker's single target profile is fucking goated compared to what it is right now. It'll be so fun to play this on pure single in most scenarios, even when you're not just hard AoEing. But I think the Mythic Plus build seems really weird. I don't know if the Touch of Death thing's going to really work out. We don't know if Gale Burst is the current version of Touch of Death. That's not a condemnation of the class tree or of the spec tree. Their spec tree is also shaped like Cartman from South Park. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at that. You probably won't be able to unsee it now. I don't know if that loses it points. I think, dude, Shadowboxing treads still have Old Dance of Chi-Ji, which people are not happy about. I love Drinking Horn coming back, Spiritual Focus. I think just alone, just take Windwalker the way it is right now. Give it Ascension and Power Strikes both. Give it Open Palm Strikes and Glory of the Dawn. Forget everything else, banger. That's like so much more fun to play. Not even counting the fact you're getting Fury of Zwen. Feels insane to play this. Transfer the Power, some nice integration. Zwen's Battle Gear interacting with Teachings of the Monastery. Dude, this is fucking insane. Like, it's not getting enough credit how good this is. But you have to like pick Whirling Dragon Punch at the end. People wish it was more streamlined. Failing Stomp and Bone Dust Brew both feel bad. Last Emperor's Capacitor has a weird dependency issue. I'm thinking Windwalker is a B. But that's because it has some big problems, but it also has some big good shit. I think Windwalker is a couple of changes on this tree to being like one of the very, very best specs in the game. So B because it's still very problematic, but it is so close to just being a turbo banger. But that's also true for a lot of other specs. Yep, that's it. All right, I'll see you guys later.